start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys, I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camillo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi, they got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drama ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camillo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camillo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camillo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camillo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camillo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers?
Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Quan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Quan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Quan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show. Of course it is. What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my god, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Quan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Quan, Snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my god, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad. I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family, to my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we three reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks! We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe, what are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy. Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me? Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot, but I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him. How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks, leave him alone. I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it.
Mom needs that surgery soon.
So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was gonna get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No, Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then, Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you. Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so...
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
You see this mess? It's all my fault. Even though this may look like an action movie, this is actually a love story. When I was 15, me and my mom went on vacation. I basically didn't say a word the whole time. I had just gotten braces and I felt so ugly.
Come on, honey. Just try to enjoy your vacation.
How can I? I look like I just ate a fence. But you need your braces. I know I do. That's why I told you I didn't want to leave the house all summer. Yeah, I was a bit of a brat. But can you blame me? I was a moody 15-year-old girl and my smile looked like a meat grinder. I stayed in the vacation house all day and would only go out at night to take walks by the beach. One night, I was walking and I saw someone in front of me. It was a boy. I couldn't really tell what he looked like because we were both in the shadows. The moon was the only light we could see.
Can't sleep either?
Something like that.
Actually, that's not why I'm out here. I don't want people to see me during the day because I have braces and I look horrible.
You have braces too?
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, I look like I ate a can of tuna fish.
Well, your shadow's pretty.
We hung out for a while and talked about how we both loved musicals and theater. He was funny and I made him laugh a lot too. He told me his name was Kyle. The next night, I went out and I saw him again. We kept meeting up in the darkness every night. And then, on our last night there, the sun's coming up soon. We should go.
What if we stayed and waited for the light? I don't care if you have braces. I already think you're beautiful.
So we sat there and waited for the sun. And when it rose, I finally saw him and he saw me. He was the cutest boy I ever saw, especially because of the braces. He leaned in to kiss me, but his mom called him, and then my mom called me. It was time to go.
Promise me something. Never hide yourself in the dark again, okay?
Okay. I watched him go. His words stuck with me, and from then on, I started auditioning for shows and didn't mind my braces. Pretty soon, I was the most famous dancer in my whole town. Kyle and I talked online for a while, but I got busy doing plays and eventually we lost touch. I never thought I would see him again. And then, a few years later, on the opening night of the play at my community theater, everything changed. I had a slow dance solo in a sad scene, but I was really nervous because at all of our rehearsals, the boy who was working the spotlight could never keep up with my dancing. I danced, and to my surprise, I didn't slip out of the light at all, not even for a second. It was like I was dancing in starlight. Everyone stood up and cheered when I was done. It was exactly what I had been dreaming of all my life. After the play, I ran upstairs to thank the boy for doing such a great job. Steve, that was amazing.
Thanks. Steve got sick, so I filled in.
Oh, hi. I'm Abigail.
Everybody knows who you are. I guess you don't recognize me without the braces.
Wait, Kyle? What are you doing here?
We moved a few months ago. I didn't know you were here either.
Steve couldn't keep up with me on the spotlight. How did you know where I was going at every step?
I didn't, but I figured you've been in the dark long enough.
Oh, good thing we both got our teeth fixed.
I'm just glad you couldn't see me. I've never cried at a play before.
You cried? I don't believe you.
Look for yourself.
Liar.
I guess they tried. Let me make it up to you. How about a celebration dinner?
My family's here, but tomorrow's good. The next 24 hours were the longest of my life. All day I tried on different outfits and experiments with makeup. The truth was, even though we lost touch, I never forgot him and never felt that way with anyone else. I rushed outside when he called. What I wasn't expecting was that he had a motorcycle.
Wow, you didn't even bother to dress up?
Excuse me, do you know how long—
I'm kidding. You look beautiful.
Yeah, I do. And don't you forget it. And you better have something good planned. I'm expecting a real effort and will accept nothing less.
I was planning on going to the Taco Bell drive-thru. Is that good?
You better be kidding.
0 points for the joke, but you have to admit, I have good taste. Ow! Don't worry, I have something planned. Not Taco Bell, promise.
We rode his bike and I felt just like I did when I was dancing, totally free. It was like no time had passed at all, like we had known each other forever. He actually took me to this amazing new restaurant, paid before the check even got there, and took me to the beach after where we got ice cream and went for a long walk. I didn't want to show it, but I was already falling for him. With Kyle, it was just comfortable. We almost kissed when he was dropping me off, but I could tell he didn't want to pressure me and I didn't want to move too fast. So we shook hands. A little awkward, but kind of funny too. Needless to say, that night, he was all I could think of. If I knew how messy things were gonna get, I might have ended things right then. I'm freaking out. This job would make me totally independent. I could finally save enough to get my own place and not have to live with my stepdad anymore. That's great. Why are you so scared? My last job interview, I froze. I'm terrible at interviews. I get so anxious.
So, why do you want to work at our store? Are you serious right now? Sorry, we don't accept that kind of attitude here at our big fancy clothing store. You're fired.
After a while, he finally took it seriously, and we actually did a little mock interview. It went well, but he was still totally freaked out. You're doing great. Relax, just be yourself.
I really appreciate the help. I feel much better already, but the interview's not the only reason I'm nervous. There's something I have to tell you. I don't just want this job, I need it. It's part of my probation.
Probation? Like, you got arrested?
Yeah. If I can't keep a job, I could go to jail. They arrested me for reckless driving, but it wasn't my fault. My sister called me and she was having an asthma attack, so I had to drive her inhaler to her. The police were behind me, but I didn't stop. The judge gave me a break because I helped my sister, but he said if I get into any more trouble, I could go to jail.
I'm so sorry, but I'm sure you'll get the job, especially since you have all these interviewing skills now. And you know, I have asthma too, so I thank you for your service. We need people like you. Just then, my phone rang. It was my theater director. She said if he saw me dancing at our next show, I'd have a real chance of being hired on Broadway. It was my dream. And the next day, Kyle told me the interview went great and he got the job. Everything was perfect. All I had to do now was nail the performance and dance my heart out. But then, on the day of our next show, I was stretching at home trying to stay calm when Kyle called me in a panic.
Abby, I need your help. Yesterday, my boss sent me to deposit the store's money in the bank 5 minutes before they closed. I didn't make it on time, so I kept it under my bed to do it today, but now he's asking me to stay late and the bank closes early. Can't you just tell him that? They won't suspect you if you still have the money. My boss is already suspicious of me. He knows about the probation. If he knows I took it home, he'll think I wanted to take it. Please, Abby.
I would have to run, but I still had time before my show, and I knew how much trouble he could get into if they suspected him of a crime, so I said yes. I never ran so fast in my life. When I got to Kyle's house, no one was home and the doors and windows were locked. Time was ticking. I knew the banks closed at 3. That only gave me 20 minutes. Then I saw the attic window was open. So I started climbing. Oh no. Come on, Abigail. Use those strong dancing legs of yours. Finally, I got in. I went to his room, grabbed the envelope from under the bed, and dashed back out. Everything went blank for a moment. Then the world came back into focus, and I saw that I had run into a boy who was staring at the envelope. It got ripped, and he could see the money inside. I grabbed it before he had a chance to do anything and kept running. I saw the bank. Finally, it was right there. I had made it with 2 minutes to spare.
Miss Abigail.
Oh my, it's really you. I couldn't believe it. I had only seen him on TV before. I was totally starstruck for a second.
I'm coming to your show tonight. I can't wait to see you. We have an opening for our next show. We need someone just your age. As long as you can dance, of course.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I can't talk right now. I have to run. I'll explain later. I'm sorry. I was in too much of a rush to think about the fact that I had just very rudely turned my back on the guy who could give me my dream life. Oh no, what was I gonna do? When in doubt, just tell the truth. I could just say it was my fault. What a jerk! I ran after him, but he was too fast on the scooter. By the time I turned the corner, he was gone. Oh no, now Kyle was really in trouble. I couldn't move. I didn't know what to do. How could I explain this? No one would believe me. At the store, I told Kyle everything. When he saw his boss, he told me to hide behind the rack of clothes. But I can explain.
He won't believe you, and you'll be involved.
He pulled the rack in front of me as his boss rushed up to him.
The bank says they didn't get the money, Kyle. Where is it? I'm sorry. It was my responsibility. The money was stolen.
Thief! I knew this would happen. They told me you were on parole, but I wanted to give you a chance. Now, I'm calling the police.
I'm sorry, Abigail. I'll have to miss your show.
He rushed to the motorcycle. I couldn't believe it. He was gonna run?
I know it seems crazy, but without the money or any evidence, they'll think I took it. There's no option for me now.
But I was totally lost, confused, and so upset with myself. There had to be a way to fix it, but I couldn't even think about that now because it was time for the biggest performance of my life. The producer was right there in the front row, watching, and he didn't look too happy. I had been so rude to him. All I could do now was rely on my dancing skills to get me through, except Steve was on the spotlight, and I was still out of breath from running and so upset that Kyle was in trouble with the police. When my solo came, I was so upset I fell on stage and cried in front of everyone. I ran off, and the show was canceled for the night. As I was walking home, totally crushed, I decided to only focus on what I could control. The show was over, but I could still help Kyle. I would tell his boss it was me who had stolen the money. Of course, I would get in trouble, but not as much as Kyle. This is where we began. The big mess I had made. He looked at me as he passed. I wanted to stop the police, but they were too fast. But I knew the park next to me would take me right to where they were going. If I could run across, I could catch them and stop the police to tell them it was me. Once again, I was running. Only this time, I didn't have my inhaler. I forgot I had left it in my dressing room when I ran out crying. As I cut through the park, I couldn't breathe. I saw Kyle's bike on the other side. He saw me too, but before I knew it, I was fainted on the muddy ground. When I woke up, I was in his arms. He had stopped to help and the police cars were rushing towards us. I was in the hospital for a day. My mom told me that Kyle was arrested, but I knew he would have to see the judge before they really made any decision. I asked her when it was, and she said today. I made her drive me to court as soon as the doctor said it was okay. I rushed inside. Stop! It was me. I lost the money. Kyle didn't do anything wrong, I promise. Even though the judge believed me, he still said we were to blame. And Kyle ran from the police, so if he was going to be released, We needed to pay back the money to the store. I started working at the theater, and Kyle also had to go back to his job. We both made no money because we had to give it all away and were too exhausted to even hang out. It was the perfect punishment for me since I could barely see him and had to watch other people perform while I cleaned and took people's tickets. Of course, anytime I did have a free moment, I danced.
Hey, hero, you have a second?
He had come to surprise me at work. He took me to the auditorium where everything had been decorated for what looked like a big party. What's going on?
Well, I figured you have to pay the money back, but that doesn't mean it's gotta be a punishment. Why not have some fun? I talked to your boss, and we're throwing a fundraiser for us to get the rest of the money. And the best part, you're the star of the show.
This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Sorry I ruined your chances of going to Broadway.
It doesn't matter if I only dance here and not on a big stage. As long as I have you, I can dance anywhere. He held me in his light again. This time, I knew I wouldn't get lost in the dark. I sat in the audience for the 1000th time watching my annoying sister Mara's talk show. I was just about to fall asleep when suddenly a spotlight shone on me. There she is, my twin sister Brooke. Come help us play the game, sis. Wait, what? Before I could say a word, the audience started chanting my name and my parents nodded at me encouragingly. Mara was waiting on stage with her guest star, who was some famous model. So, Brookie, you and Iris are gonna play the card game War, and whoever wins breaks an egg on the other's head. Can I jump off a building first? Always such a little party pooper. I played the dumb card game until I won, so I cracked an egg on Iris's head before turning to go off stage. Ow! You just hit me in the head with an egg. That was the goal of the game, genius. Well, you did it way too hard. Ow! The next day, my accidental egg assault was all over YouTube and social media. Sister of talk show host Mara gets violent with popular model Iris. So melodramatic. My life wasn't always like this. I'd never asked to live in the public eye. All of this started when my bimbo sister got her own show a year ago and became a child millionaire. Then here I was, just trying to get through high school without punching or kicking a wall. Everyone at school brought up the stupid talk show incident. Look, it's Mara's extra crazy sister Brooke. Should we refer to her as the egg beater? I can beat an egg over your head, but don't worry, I'll avoid smashing your new nose. You're always such a witch. This is why nobody at school likes you. She was so cute for thinking that I cared. Anyway, around lunchtime, I headed to the bathroom when suddenly I jumped. One of the most popular guys in school, Lance, was right behind me, smirking. He was a part of a clique of 4 other heartthrobs who all looked like Wattpad princes.
You are looking lovely today, princess.
You just followed me into the girls' bathroom.
I wanted to ask you out on a date.
You've never even made eye contact with me before.
I used to think you were just Mara's mean loser sister, but when I saw what you did on TV, I practically fell in love with you, babe. I've always wanted a girl with that kind of fire, so I'll pick you up tonight at 8.
I didn't answer. I just pushed Lance away from my face and towards the toilet bowl. He landed head first, and I couldn't help laughing. Except later that day, I noticed the rest of Lance's dreamy friends kept staring at me with that same smirk on their faces. In fact, all 5 of them slipped envelopes into my locker asking me on a date. This had to be some kind of joke. I decided to ask Mara about it, since she was the school queen bee and full of gossip. But surprisingly, Mara didn't know anything. Then later that night, she gave me some crazy news. She'd invited all 5 of those guys to come onto her talk show, where she'd set up a competition over who could win a date with me, without even asking me. So what if they're just hitting on you for a joke or a bet? It'll be so much fun. You've never been on any kind of date, and you're in the 12th grade. Please. I finally gave in, but I knew those boys were up to something, and if they were gonna mess with me, I was gonna mess with them too. On the night of the show, I sat center stage behind a table while the 5 idiot heartthrobs lined up behind a rope. Each of them had 30 seconds to impress me.
After you pushed me into the toilet, I went and bought you flowers. I also have chapstick to put on before kissing you for our date.
Too bad your breath smells like a sewage drain. Next!
If you were my girlfriend, I'd take you to a restaurant right on the ocean and buy a giant ice cream sundae with
ice cream makes me puke.
So, I used to be an underwear model, but then
I'm embarrassed for you.
I had this flown over from Japan.
No! By the time the 5th guy, Zeke, came over, I was already exhausted. Then I noticed he was holding a guitar. Oh my god.
Brookie, oh Brookie, honey, my heart is yours. Yeah, Brookie, oh Brookie, Brookie, my
my sassy princess adore.
The audience went wild, and I wanted to cringe. But for some reason, I found myself smiling. So when it was time to choose the guy I'd go on a date with, I chose Guitar Boy Zeke. I just had to remember that he probably didn't really like me, and if he was planning on humiliating me, I had to beat him at his own game. So when I met Zeke for our picnic date, I came wearing my mom's wedding dress.
What's that you're wearing?
A wedding dress. That way, we can imagine what it'll be like when we get married one day. Ever since the talk show, I've fallen head over heels for you, and after that song you sang for me, I know now that you feel the same way. I'd hoped the guy would run scared and crying, but instead, he laughed.
I must have really won you over with that song I played you.
I'm not done with you yet, Prince Charming. During our picnic, I sat on his lap and made him feed me every bite of food and hold the water cup up to my lips. And when he turned to get a napkin, I started fake crying hysterically. We were staring into each other's eyes, but you looked away. Is it because my eyes are ugly? Or are you breaking up with me? I have nothing else to live for now.
You are so extra. I know what'll cheer you up. Let's have a romantic dance.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, Zeke turned on classical music and pulled me up to dance. He started spinning and twirling me around and even threw me in the air. God, he was crazy. Later on, Zeke drove me home, but he said he needed to stop at his house first for something. I decided then I'd confront him. Look, I know you're either dating me because you bet your friends money or you guys want to humiliate me as a joke. Either way, I'm just telling you, I didn't fall for it.
I told those guys you'd be too smart to trick. It was Lance's idea to bet money on which one of us can win you over. I never wanted to do it, but I couldn't tell Lance that, because whatever Lance wants, Lance gets.
Zeke then told me his dad and Lance's dad were friends, and because Lance's family was rich, his dad was going to pay for a music college Zeke got into. Therefore, he could never afford to ever piss off Lance.
And don't tell Lance I said any of this. Please, just let me tell him you fell for me and you asked me to be your boyfriend. I really want to go to music school. Come on, you don't care what anyone thinks, and you're already unpopular and barely have any friends, and no offense.
How little self-respect did this guy think I had? I wanted to give him a good slap in the face, but just then, Zeke stopped by this really run-down trailer next to a pile of garbage.
Okay, we're here. My dad's sick, so I have to check on him every few hours.
Holy crud, this is where he lived? This place was a single room, and Zeke's dad was in a bed with an oxygen tank. I guessed with his dad's medical bills, he'd never have enough money to even think about music school. So I decided to let Zeke tell Lance he was gonna keep dating me for a bet. The next day at school, I saw Lance and the other 3 heartthrobs looking at me and snickering to themselves. Even other kids seemed to be onto the bet, but I could live through it. I was doing a good deed by humiliating myself. Plus, Zeke was fun to be around, and I didn't mind having him as my fake boyfriend. One night, I decided to invite him to a celebrity party Mara and I were attending. I even bought him a suit and tie, and secretly, I thought he looked super handsome. At one point, I was walking by the entrance when suddenly I saw Zeke standing with Lance and his friends, and Zeke was saying he had to go. What do you mean? This is a huge exclusive party that I invited you to.
Listen, cranky face, I came to pick up your boyfriend for some last-minute plans. Surely you two can reschedule.
With that, Zeke took off with the boys, and for some reason, I felt really angry about it. Just then, Mara came over to ask if I was okay, and I ended up telling her everything. Look, I know you feel bad for Zeke because of his home situation, but you don't have to sell your dignity for charity. If you think he doesn't genuinely care about you, just dump his sorry butt in front of everyone tomorrow. Or I can talk tomorrow in school, like an actual mature person. But I know maturity is kind of a foreign concept to you and the other kids at school. Okay, listen, sis. You've never had any real friend or boyfriend before, and I'm at the top of our school's social ladder. I know how to deal with these things. I can handle this myself, thanks. Just because I don't date a different guy each week doesn't mean I need boy advice from you. So on Monday at school, I headed to the bleachers at lunch where I knew Zeke practiced guitar, except he spotted me first and immediately came over to hug me.
I am so sorry about what happened at the party. Lance decided at the last minute that he wanted to have a betting party. Kids at school are betting on how I'm gonna break your heart and everything. I realize this may be going too far. It's going way too far. I tried to do a nice thing for you, but you're totally taking advantage of me. Also, how long are you gonna be Lance's slave for? Can't you get a scholarship to the school or something? No, I'm not talented enough. It's cool. I'll tell Lance the truth and stand up to him. I'll just find something other than music that makes me happy.
Zeke turned to walk away, but I just couldn't let him give up his friends, his reputation, and his dreams. So I told Zeke I'd help him apply for a scholarship because even though he didn't believe in himself, I knew he was talented enough to get one. And 2 weeks later, he got accepted.
You just made my dreams come true. Brooke, no one has ever believed in me like that before. You're amazing.
Zeke suddenly picked me up and spun me around, which made me feel butterflies. After that, Zeke and I became really close and started hanging out all the time. I helped him take care of his dad, and he helped me make some friends at school. Except there were a couple of issues. One, I started to develop real romantic feelings for Zeke, and two was Zeke still hadn't told Lance the truth, even though it was part of our agreement. So finally, Zeke decided to confront Lance one day after school as I hid behind a tree to listen in.
Look, man, I told Brooke about the bet. It's not right the way we're manipulating her. Plus, I've been hanging out with her, and I think I want to date her for real. You know, she helped me get a scholarship to the music school you were going to pay for. Now, you don't have to. Are you kidding me? What am I going to tell all the kids who've been giving us money, betting the different ways you can dump her? You're one of us, Zeke, and she's an unpopular loser. It'll make the whole squad look bad. If you date her, then you're dead to us. Well, fine then. You guys are jerks anyway. I'm gonna get myself an awesome girlfriend.
I held my breath as I watched Zeke ditch his friends for me. And just like that, Zeke and I became an item. He held my hand, kissed me in public at school, and didn't even seem to care that he'd lost all his friends in popularity. Everything seemed to be going well, at least for a couple of weeks. Then one weekend, I went away with my family for a camping trip with no Wi-Fi or cell reception. But when I arrived back at school on Monday, something horrible happened. I was sitting in the cafeteria when suddenly Zeke stood up on one of the tables with a microphone and speakers.
Can I have everyone's attention? I have something to say to my girlfriend, Brooke. I'm sorry, babe, but I just can't date you anymore. I've realized that I don't want to be with a stuck-up sourpuss who's way below my league. It's also really lame that you've never dated anyone before. So for all of you out there who bet money how I dump Brooke, the ones who selected public humiliation win.
I stood with shock as I watched a bunch of kids run over to Zeke, Lance, and the other guys with cash. None of this made any sense. Had it just all been a setup? I ran out of the room and into the hallway to collect myself when I saw Zeke behind me.
Brooke, I am so sorry I had to do that, but I had a good reason.
What good reason could you possibly have for humiliating me like that?
Please, just listen to me. My dad had to have an emergency medical procedure over the weekend that I couldn't pay for, and since there was no way to reach you, I had to ask Lance for help. He said he'd only pay for it on the condition that I publicly dump you. I'm so sorry. I still want to be with you, though. It just might have to be in secret.
You know what? No, I don't care what your reasons are. I am so freaking sick of all of your excuses to manipulate and humiliate me. We're done, Zeke. That night, I refused to let myself cry. Zeke didn't deserve my tears. I didn't need any cowardly idiots in my life anyway. The next afternoon, I was studying in the library when I decided to take a break for some coffee and MSA videos. But while I was relaxing, Lance suddenly sat down next to me.
Ooh, MSA. I watch them on TikTok all the time. Let me help you pick an episode.
If you come anywhere near me or my computer, I'll squeeze your head until your brain pops out. Oh wait, I forgot, you don't have a brain. Probably why you watch MSA on TikTok instead of YouTube. You know, YouTube, the site for smart people.
Wow, Zeke must really regret dumping you.
Yeah, about that. I know it was you who forced Zeke to break up with me. Why do you have to go around messing with his life and mine? The way you and your friends bet on me and tried to break my heart for fun? How sick do you have to be to want to do something like that?
Maybe some people just enjoy messing with other people's lives. You should ask your sister. After all, the whole betting game was her idea.
Lance got up and left, leaving me very confused. What did he mean by that? He was probably just messing with me, but I still asked Mara about it, and she got really quiet. Okay, it's true that it was my idea, but let me explain. I just felt bad because our whole lives, you've lived in my shadow. I have everything. Fame, popularity, friends, and you didn't get any of that. So I wanted to find you a cute boyfriend to make you happy. Except None of the guys at school wanted to date you. The only ones who were willing to were Lance and his friends, if they could make money off of it. But I had hoped one of them would fall for you for real. I was stunned and silent as Mara apologized over and over. I knew her heart had been in the right place, but she'd gotten me into such a giant mess. God, I just needed space from everyone. The next morning, I was going through the mail when I saw an envelope from Zeke's music school. To my surprise, they'd returned a check I'd paid as a deposit to confirm his place in the program. Apparently, Zeke had called the college and declined the offer to attend. I thought right away of his sick dad, and suddenly I got a bad feeling. I drove immediately to Zeke's house, but when I reached there, he was sitting outside and playing guitar, looking perfectly happy. Zeke, is everything okay? Did you call your college and decline the offer?
Yeah, I just didn't feel right taking your money to attend there, not after the way I treated you. So I'm just gonna save up and reapply next year. In the meantime, I got a job and my dad's doing better. Thank you for believing in me, Brooke. You have no idea how much it means to me.
Zeke came over to hug me, and I felt those stupid, happy butterflies again. Hey, listen, are you still friends with Lance?
God, no. I'm done being his slave. I took a loan and paid him back everything I owed him for Dad.
So, if I give you a second chance, that means you can't be an idiot this time.
I swear on my life I won't be. I want you back, and I won't have it any other way.
So, I guess my sister did achieve her goal of finding me a guy, even though it was in the craziest way possible. Still, maybe one of these days I could thank her for it. I grew up happy. My dad worked in marketing and my mom was a teacher. We had a beautiful big home, white picket fence, even a dog named Biscuit. Every birthday, I got a huge party, and every summer, we stayed at a house by the lake. My friends and I spent every moment together. Everything was wonderful. Then, my dad lost his job. Suddenly, everything in my life became horrible. We had to sell our beautiful house, and I said goodbye to all my childhood friends since we moved to a completely different state. Our new place was a tiny little apartment. On the first day there, I saw rats. They didn't allow animals either, so we had to give Biscuit to a friend. Dad had to take on 2 jobs, and my parents began to fight all the time. I went from being happy in every part of my life to just wanting to be someone else. Without my friends or parents around, I turned to basically just watching TV. Everyone there seemed to have the perfect life. Beautiful apartments, sparkly dresses, fun parties, and friends. They also had something else in common. They all moved to New York to start a new life of glitz and glamour. Maybe if I went to New York, I could be someone totally new too. As soon as I turned 15, I started working at the local ice cream shop. I saved every single penny, smiling even as the rudest people came into the store. This strawberry ice cream is too pink.
My kid dropped his ice cream. We want a new one.
This is melting. I want my money back. It didn't matter what they said to me. All I cared about was saving for my new life. Slowly, my savings started to add up. By the time I turned 16, I had enough for a weekend in New York. I knew I couldn't have a whole new life yet, but for now, a weekend would be enough. I finally told my parents on the morning of my birthday. I'm going to New York for the weekend.
New York? That's so expensive. We can't pay for that, honey.
I saved up from the ice cream shop.
Okay, but call us every day, okay?
Yeah, sure, whatever. They dropped me off at the train station and I was off. I was so excited to finally be on my own and knew that at least for the weekend, I could be whoever I wanted. New York was so exciting. I could go wherever and do whatever. I tried on dresses at a fancy department store. I bought a hot dog from someone off the street, then got sick an hour later. But it was okay. I was living my dream. Finally, I went to the hotel I booked. I dreamed of gold chandeliers and well-dressed doormen and expensive steak dinners the whole train ride here. Instead, I got this. The hotel was tiny, dirty. Flies buzzed in the lobby. I didn't even have my own room. It was filled with other people and I just had a single bed. I think there's been a mistake.
Nope, this is what you booked. Welcome to New York.
This was not what I imagined my New York trip would be like, but it was all I could afford. Even in my dream city, I was still the same person and my life hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, New York didn't seem that great. It was smelly and dirty and there were way too many people.
Hey, watch where you're going. Who are you looking at?
Nothing, Hey! Someone bumped right into me and I nearly fell over. As I stood up, I realized he had stolen my wallet. I ran after the thief, but after a few minutes, he was gone. Now I didn't have anything. It was all too much. People were so mean. I started to cry in the middle of the street, and people began staring and pointing. It was so incredibly embarrassing. Finally, I decided to just go into the nearest building to get away from everything. Wow. This was the hotel of my dreams. Big, beautiful chandeliers, doormen in fancy suits, rich women drinking champagne and dressed in sparkling gowns. This is who I wanted to be. I was so enchanted by everything that I ran headfirst into someone. Ow! Elena. Huh? That wasn't my name. This man must have confused me with someone.
Where have you been? You can't just run off without telling someone.
Who even are you?
I'm Stefan. Your parents sent me to make sure you stayed safe. You have to tell me when you leave the hotel. Come, let's go back to your room.
My room? The one with the bed surrounded by other strangers and mice? It was the last place I wanted to be other than home. I almost ran. Then I noticed that Stefan wasn't taking me out of the building at all. Instead, he was taking me further into the hotel. I was shocked as I stepped into an elevator completely made of gold. It whisked us away so high and so fast, I almost got sick. It felt like we were flying. The elevator doors opened directly to a hotel room. No, not a hotel room, a penthouse. This is my room?
I know it's not big enough, but you have to deal with it for now. And again, if you want to leave, you just have to ask. Your dad just wants to make sure you're okay.
Not big enough? This place was a palace. Stefan left, and I had the whole room to myself. The bathroom was all marble with a built-in hot tub. The TV was huge, bigger than I was, and there were so many chandeliers, I lost count. Even the bed was luxurious, so tall and soft I could barely even climb on. Who the heck had such a nice hotel room? I knew I should have told him he had the wrong person, that I wasn't Elena and I didn't belong here. But then again, this was exactly what I had dreamed of. My stomach started growling, and I decided I would have to figure all that out later, after some free food. I raided the mini fridge in the room, snacking on soda and chips. I even ordered room service. By the time I was done, I was almost gonna fall over. Life had never been this good. My phone rang and I saw it was my parents. All I could think about was the fighting and the rats and losing our sweet biscuit. I hung up on them and decided I couldn't go back there, ever. I would stay in New York and start my life now, even if I had to take over this Elena girl's life to do it. I looked around and found her diary and laptop. I opened the laptop and, is that me? Suddenly, I realized who she was. Elena, a famous actress. My friends used to joke that she was my alter ego. Jaina and Elena sounded similar after all, except while Elena was living a perfect life, I was stuck with nothing at all. Elena would probably be back soon. If they caught me in the room, I would get in huge trouble. I had to get out of here before I was arrested or kicked out. But maybe I could go with a little something extra since my wallet was stolen after all. After changing into Elena's clothes, I told Stefan I was going shopping. He insisted on coming with me. When we got to the store, I said, I forgot my card. He just sighed and handed me the money, no questions asked. It was more cash than I had ever seen in my life. With this kind of money, I didn't have to go back to Pennsylvania at all. I grabbed a bunch of clothes and told him I was going to try them on, but as soon as I was out of view, I made a run for it. Maybe New York hadn't been that great at first, but things were going to be different now. Or so I thought. I hadn't even walked more than a few blocks when I realized I had forgotten my phone. But that was the least of my problems because suddenly, someone grabbed me from behind and everything turned dark. I woke up a few hours later, feeling dizzy and confused. Where am I? You! Hey, you! I looked around and saw a girl staring at me from across the room, but she was in total dark, so I couldn't see her. What are you doing here? I don't even know where here is. I don't even know who you are. Well, I've been kidnapped. It happens a lot, to people like me. What I don't understand is why you're here. I've never been kidnapped with other people before. Oh my god, does that mean I'm not special? She stepped into the light and I realized, Elena? That's me. Now, who in the world are you? I'm Jaina. Jaina. You seem familiar, but I don't remember meeting you at a party or a ball. We look a bit alike. As if I could never have such ratty, dull hair. Or put together an outfit that horrible. Horrible? It's your jacket. Oh my god, it is. You're stealing from me? What? No, I mean, well, kind of. Are you working with the kidnappers? No, Stefan thought it was you. Ugh, I can't believe he mistook you for me. That's so gross. I was starting to get mad. This girl was so rude. We have bigger problems here. Maybe you get kidnapped a lot, but I definitely don't. I'm gonna get out of here, with or without you. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Elena stared at me for a long moment. Fine, but only so I can yell at Stefan. The two of us sat down and hatched a plan. The kidnappers come to check on us every few hours. They have to unlock the door, which means we can escape. How about I pretend to be hurt so they have to come all the way in? Then you can knock them out. I'm the actress. You knock them out. Ugh, fine, okay, then what? We have to tell someone where we are. How the heck are we gonna do that? We gotta steal a phone. Suddenly, our planning was interrupted by something outside the basement. We eavesdropped through the door. What are they saying? They don't know which one of us is actually famous. That's why they kidnapped us both. We only have a little time then. Once they figure out which one of us is the real Elena, who knows what they'll do? Probably wonder how they could possibly have been so dumb to think someone like you could be someone like me. That kinda hurts, you know. Oh, sorry. I'm not very good with people. They usually just want my money or a picture with me. No one really talks to me except bodyguards. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I gave Elena a big hug and she began to tear up. You know, I actually liked things better when we didn't have money.
Really?
Yeah, my dad doesn't care about me anymore. That's why I keep letting myself get kidnapped.
All my dad does is work and fight with my mom.
I don't think it's the same.
They care about you, right?
Right. My dad doesn't even remember my birthday. Elena looked very sad. I felt guilty about not answering my parents' call earlier that day. I knew Elena would do anything to have her dad call her. Suddenly, we heard footsteps in the hallway. Quick, the plan. I hid behind the door while Elena retreated to a far corner. She started crying and pretending that she was hurt. It felt like it was straight out of a movie. One kidnapper entered the room and looked concerned. As he walked towards Elena, I used the chair and hit him. He was knocked right out. I rummaged through his jacket until I found his phone. Got it! We dialed 911. Then quietly, Elena and I tiptoed up the stairs and out of the basement. We took off our shoes to be extra quiet and snuck past one of the kidnappers snoring on the couch. We were almost out the door when someone suddenly shouted,
Hey, they're getting away!
One of them ran and blocked off our exit and reached out to grab us. Elena and I ran in opposite directions. We ran into the dining room. I started throwing everything I could find. A fork, a napkin, a frying pan. Throw your shoes! These are designer! You matter more than your shoes! I grabbed a plate from the dining table and chucked it at the kidnapper. It shattered against his head and took him down. Go, go, go! Elena sprinted to the door. To freedom! Yes!
Not so fast, girlie.
The last kidnapper grabbed me by the arm, yanking me away before I could make it out. That hurts!
You're coming with me. I'll get that ransom if it's the last thing I do.
Jana! Elena was standing in the doorway, frozen in fear. Why hadn't she left yet? Go! I won't leave you! Suddenly, the front door came down entirely.
Give us our daughter back.
Dad! Mom! I was so relieved to see them. I almost started crying. Behind them, I could hear the sirens. The police were on their way. The kidnapper's grip on my arm tightened.
Where's our money? Your money? How about our daughter? You're not getting her back without it. Ow!
Elena grabbed me and dragged me away from the kidnapper. Come on, Jaina, let's go! You threw the shoes! Of course I did. You matter way more than shoes.
Police, hands up!
And just like that, the police came and arrested all of the kidnappers. They told us that they would be going away for a very, very long time. My parents wouldn't let me go, constantly hugging me and making sure I was okay. How did you know I was kidnapped?
You left your phone at the hotel. Stefan called us when the kidnappers demanded they pay up for both girls, and we realized that they had you too. We should have never let you go into the city alone.
I didn't think you cared.
We love you so much, Jaina. Maybe we're not the best at showing it, but at the end of the day, you're our daughter. We might not have a lot of money, but we would give anything for you.
I love you too. Let's go home. I smiled at my parents, but I noticed that Elena started to look really sad. Her parents hadn't come at all. It was only Stefan. Are you gonna be okay? I'll be fine. I just wished my family cared as much as yours did. You know, friends can be family too. We smiled at each other, and I reached out and squeezed Elena's hand. Come visit me in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? I would love that. My parents were billionaires, so I got whatever I wanted growing up. Dad was the head of a huge fashion company that my mom helped him run. Dad was ruthless in the boardroom, like an ancient warrior. But when it came to me and my mom, he was a total pushover. He gave us everything we could ever want.
Just one island? Anything for my girls. I'd give you the moon if you asked for it.
Even though my life was practically perfect, I had a bad stutter, which made me a laughing stock at school. Wow, that's a pretty skirt. Where did you get it from? Shouldn't it? It's cool. I'll just check some stores. It was awkward, and my parents took me to the best doctors, tried speech therapy, medication, and even hypnotism, but nothing helped. I started to lose confidence, but my parents were always supportive and inspired me to accept myself, just as I am.
It doesn't matter if it takes you 1 try or 100. Never stop speaking your mind. Your voice is just as important as anyone else's.
As I grew older, I became more comfortable with my condition and even made friends at school. But my favorite thing in the world was being the princess of my house. Life was good, till I turned 13 and everything changed. My parents told me they were adopting from the orphanage, but it wasn't just 1 girl, but 5. I wasn't as thrilled as they were, but I didn't show it to my parents. Besides, it could be fun to have so many sisters. So I got on board. The day they were supposed to come home, I decked up the whole place and must have tried 100 dresses before finding the perfect one. I wanted to make a good impression. The oldest one, Olivia, was my age, and from the looks of it, she loved fashion just as much as I did. I'm Grace. Pleased to meet you. Olivia was so busy sizing up my outfit, I don't think she even heard me. I like your dress, but the ribbons are so tacky. And what's with those shoes? You know what? You look so cute with braids in this outfit, even though it's a little, weird. I think she looks nice. Ignore Olivia. She's just jealous. It was clear from the beginning that Olivia had an issue with me for some odd reason, but at least the other 4 were gentle. Margot and Beatrice didn't care about fashion, but they were easy to talk to. We became friends in no time, gossiping about boys and school and fighting over the best spot by the pool. Harper and Quinn were younger and stuck to themselves. Harper was obsessed with insects and was always collecting ladybugs and other creepy crawlies. Quinn was like her sister Shadow, silently following her everywhere. A week after my sister's arrival, my parents took us on a shopping spree so they wouldn't have to wear the same clothes from the orphanage. And Olivia bought everything I did. At first, she just wore the same belt or hat, but soon she was copying my whole outfit. Why are you copying me? I think you're copying me, but it's cool. I know I have a great eye for fashion, so it's a compliment. Oh my God, the new Gucci bag! I didn't care if Olivia wanted to dress like me. It just bugged me that she was lying about it. So one day, I pretended I was gonna wear the ugliest outfit, but then I changed at the last second. Olivia showed up to breakfast looking like a clown. Wow, Olivia, you look so good. Yeah, right? I saw Gummy Hadid wearing this. You mean Gigi? And I don't think that she would ever wear something this funny. The only thing funny here is the way you talk.
Olivia, apologize this minute.
Why? It's just harmless jokes between sisters, Dad. Whatever. Sorry, Grace. Please don't cry now. After that day, Olivia stopped copying my outfits, but we just couldn't see eye to eye. I tried to be friendly, but she was just a mean witch. So after a while, I stopped being nice and just ignored her. While Olivia was a pain in my butt at home, in school, I had Pearl. She was the head cheerleader and a total bully. One day, my sisters and I were eating in the food court at the mall when Pearl swooped in like a vulture. How are you doing, Grace? Just leave me alone. What? I didn't quite catch that. Were you trying to say something? Zip it, moron. Don't you have something else to do? Like bore people with your dumb cheerleading moves? Oh, but I'm getting bored. And you're so entertaining. Did I do that right? That was perfect. Before I could say anything, Harper pulled out a jar of ladybugs from her backpack and dumped them on Pearl's hair. What have you done, you moron? Pearl screamed and ran off. Instead of staying with us, Olivia took off to help her. Thanks for sticking up for me, you guys. Of course, we sisters need to have each other's backs. I just wish Olivia wasn't such a blind duck. Oh, she'll come around. Only she didn't. She started getting weird around me. And then one day, something unbelievable happened. Pearl turned into Olivia's evil minion. She followed her around like a shadow. If Olivia made a dumb joke, Pearl laughed. If Olivia wanted a cookie, Pearl brought her one. Pearl would have helped Olivia make a monster in a lab if she asked. This was so weird and fishy. I tried to find out what Pearl's deal was, but then I got busy with school assignments and forgot all about it. They were a match made in hell anyway. A week later, Mom and Dad called us into the study for a big announcement.
It's my dream that my girls join the family business one day. And with Fashion Week coming up, I want all my girls to help with their brilliant ideas. The best ones will end up on the ramp, so give it your best shot.
Oh, my God, Dad. This is such an amazing opportunity. I won't let you down. Yes, Dad. You'll love our designs. Olivia smiled at me, but the moment Mom and Dad left, she went back to her devilish smirk. Ugh, dramatic much? This opportunity is mine, and I will own it. You can relax and watch me work if you'd like. Think of it as a learning experience. Say what you want, but I know Dad will pick my designs, so watch out. I stayed up late every night working on my dress. My other sisters made their own dresses for fun, but everyone knew Olivia and I were the only ones taking it seriously. We both really wanted to impress Dad. The night before Dad judged the dresses, Olivia snuck into the studio and destroyed my dress. Luckily for me, Harper and Quinn saw her sneaking out and told me what happened. I knew she was jealous of me, but this was an all-new low. How was I supposed to make a new dress overnight? That's when an idea struck me. If I couldn't beat Olivia fair and square, I'd just have to play tricks with her. So, I swapped her dress for my ruined one. The next day, when Dad walked into the studio to judge our dresses, we both took the sheets off of our mannequins, and Olivia's mouth dropped open in shock to see what I'd done. But obviously, she couldn't tell Dad that the dress was really hers without admitting that she'd destroyed mine.
Grace, I pick you. This isn't your usual style, but it's certainly beautiful. Olivia, it's a shame you gave up on your dress. It looks like it could have been something special.
I know, Dad. Wonder what happened. Oh, don't be a sore loser, Ollie. I'm sure you'll do just as good as the next time, if there is a next time. I wasn't one to gloat usually, but the look on Olivia's face was so satisfying. A few days later, we were all on a flight to Paris for Fashion Week, and Olivia couldn't stop glaring at me. That's my dress that's about to go down the runway. You shouldn't steal credit, and you shouldn't sabotage people. Olivia, why can't we leave this stupid fight and just be friends? Friends? With you? No thank you. And I know you hate me, so please stop pretending. I don't. Stop talking. You're giving me a headache. Olivia then got up, and for the rest of Fashion Week, she totally ignored me. Pin that hem. Olivia, hand me that hat. Olivia! What? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Can you help? Who are you even talking to? Ugh, just leave me alone. This girl was so weird. Even when we got back, she wouldn't talk to me, not even rudely. She'd either stay in her room or hang out with Pearl. And worse was that she'd started inviting Pearl to our place, which really annoyed me. Oops, I got to that first. Ugh. After a successful show at Fashion Week, Dad started getting a lot of orders. He worked for months on a new line, and all the designs were kept under lock and key in his studio, and nobody was allowed inside. But in less than 2 weeks before his runway show, someone leaked pictures of the new collection all over the internet. The tabloids went wild guessing who it could be.
I can't believe someone would do this. All my hard work is gone. Nobody has access to my study except you girls. If anyone knows something, tell me now.
I took a quick look at everyone, and all of us were equally shocked.
Fine. If that's what you want, you're all grounded with no phone privilege or allowance.
But we didn't do anything. That's not fair. But Dad simply frowned and left. We all know you did it, Olivia. Just admit it. It wasn't me. I would never do that to Dad. Relax, guys. This is not the time to turn on each other. Dad didn't talk to us for days, and it really hurt me to watch all my sisters so sad and depressed. But Olivia looked extra worried. She would stay in her room, refusing to talk to anyone. One day, I was taking an evening stroll in the garden when I noticed Olivia slipping out of the house, and she looked really anxious. I wanted to stop her, but then I decided to follow her, and she stopped in front of Pearl's house. What do you want now? I know you're the one who stole my keycard and then stole Dad's designs and leaked them, Pearl. I should have never taken you into the study that day. Yeah, that was kinda dumb. Especially since you know my mom's company is your #1 competitor. You made it so easy to steal your designs. And now we'll be on top, while you guys will eat dirt. In your dreams, you sick psycho. No, not when the whole world would know what big fat cheaters you all are. Olivia looked at me in shock as I pulled out the phone and started playing back the recording with Pearl's confession. Give me that. Not so easy. Besides, I've already uploaded it, so there's nothing you can do. Pearl was at a loss for words, and suddenly her phone started ringing. Must be your mom. If I were you, I'd think of going underground for a few days. Pearl ran away crying, and Olivia turned to me. I'm so sorry, Grace. I should have been smarter. You should have. But right now, we need to figure out how to help Dad. We don't have much time before the show. So are you with me? Yes, of course I am. My sisters and I locked ourselves in the mansion for a week straight, staying up late every night, altering his designs. Harper and Quinn did all the sketching, and Margot and Beatrice gathered all the fabrics and accessories Dad would need. Then Olivia and I helped Dad put everything together. When the day of the fashion show arrived, we were ready. The paparazzi and critics were waiting for the curtains to rise, expecting the show to be a disaster with all the leaked designs. But when the curtain rose and the spotlights came on, the entire audience gasped. The new designs were even more beautiful, and the show was a massive success. And Dad was super proud.
You set aside your differences, and you worked hard. You pulled together as a family. I'm so proud of all of you.
It was Grace. She's the one who brought us together on this. Team effort. That's what sisters are for. Olivia and I smiled at each other as the rest of my sisters hugged me. I just knew everything would always be fine as long as we stuck together. Hi, I'm Rochelle from Iowa. Please like and subscribe. I was just a baby when Mom and Dad divorced, and growing up, my mom was pretty much my whole world. We did everything together, walking our dogs, swimming, and reading on rainy days. Once Mom took me to the playground and kids were playing hopscotch. I wanted to join them, but I didn't know how. So I started crying until Mom picked me up and started jumping and playing. Some kids laughed, some stared, and some begged their moms to hold them. The moms didn't like that and glared at us, but Mom didn't care. She jumped harder, and we fell badly on the ground. I got bruises on my face, and Mom broke her leg. Some moms came running to help us, and I swear some of them were laughing. Mean witches. I wanted to punch them, but I was too little. And yeah, Mom and I were inseparable. And as a kid, I was really shy and had a hard time making friends. I would just sit on the sidelines watching other children play. But whenever someone tried to talk to me, I'd just freeze. Do you want to play kickball with us, Rochelle? Just forget it. I did well in school, but every year I got a little more lonely. By the time I was 8, everyone treated me like I was invisible. Some teachers didn't even know my name. Once our math teacher was absent, so the other class's teacher came to fill in her place for the day. She was old and grumpy, and she smelled like Home Depot. When she saw me, she said, "Oh my God, did someone bring their sister to school again? For the 1000th time, don't bring your relatives to school they don't attend. This is not a BTS concert. Give me your mom's number. I'm calling her to pick you up right now." I swear I don't get paid enough to do this. But I'm the school. Excuse me? Then some of my classmates interfered and told her that I attended this school. She wasn't convinced until I swore on my grandma's grave. And then she checked the class list and left me alone. Duh, I'd been going to the same school since kindergarten. The only people who knew I existed were the mean kids who loved to pick on me. I never understood why, but I guess it was because I was an easy target and wouldn't fight them back. They'd be stealing my lunch, calling me a ghost and whatnot. I don't understand what I did wrong. They're always giggling when they see me. Is it my hair? Mom, do I smell? Wait, is it my big nose?
No, duckling, you are perfect. Sometimes kids are just mean. Don't give up though. In time, they'll see the real you.
This went on for 5 years, but when I turned 13, I swore it would end. I needed to find a way to make friends and get the other kids to leave me alone. If they didn't like who I was, I'd just have to change. I talked my mom into taking me on a shopping spree. I changed my whole style. New shoes, a new jacket, even clip-on earrings because I didn't have my ears pierced. My mom wouldn't let me dye my hair, so I got a new haircut instead. But when I went to school the next day, well, you could say the outcome was disappointing. Ew, who are you supposed to be?
Who, me?
This is just how I dress. Well, stop it. You look like a weirdo.
And just like that, my confidence was shattered. Julie, the most popular girl in my school, hated how I looked. I felt so stupid. I waited for the end of the day, then ran home and cried in my room. But then I had a moment of realization. What does Julie have that I don't? If she can be so popular, I can too. Fine, if a new look wasn't enough, I'd just have to do something more extreme. I'd be like Julie. I made a list of everything she did. The food she ate, the movies she talked about, the sports she played. Don't ask me how I got all this info. Shy kids have their ways. Shy kids are the scariest. Don't be a shy kid. If I couldn't get friends by being myself, I was ready to fake it till I made it. 3 weeks later, I sat down at the popular girls' table in the cafeteria. Everyone stared at me. I was panicking. Julie loved volleyball. I wanted to talk about it to win her over. Volleyball. Volley, according to the Oxford Dictionary, means a lot of bullets, stones, etc. that are fired or thrown at the same time. Ball. Well, it's kind of the same thing, but not a bullet or a stone or etc. and not thrown at the same time. Everyone at the table was looking at me like I had 2 heads. Someone get this freak away from me? Okay, I needed a new plan. So I spent the whole summer planning, and after much thinking, I knew what I had to do. I would pretend to have spent the summer in Italy. I even practiced an Italian accent. No one else from my school had ever been to Italy. They would have to think I was cool. On the first day back from summer break, the homeroom teacher called on me, and I knew this was my chance to show off my new accent. I'm here. Since when do you talk like that?
Oh, this? I spent the summer in Italy.
Julie burst out laughing behind me.
No, you didn't, you little liar. Brittany saw you in the library. You're lying about going on vacation.
Oh yeah, that's a new one. Thank God you didn't work in a zoo during the summer break. Imagine how you'd be talking now. Who lies about going on vacation?
Someone whose mom died.
I couldn't believe I said it, but it was too late to take it back. Julie stopped laughing, and everyone got quiet. The teacher was busy at his desk and didn't notice. Wow, I'm sorry, Rochelle. Sam was comforting me? I didn't remember the last time she'd even spoken to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry too. I didn't know. Do you want to, sit with me at lunch or something?
Sure, I guess that'd be okay. I didn't know why I said that. I just panicked. But suddenly, I had a spot at the popular girls' table. Kids who had always bullied me were now fighting over who got to buy me lunch. I'd gone from being the most hated girl in my school to being the most loved one overnight. Everyone was sympathizing with me and wanted me to feel better. Not wanting to lose all the attention,
Julie took me under her wing and started acting like a big sister to me. We hung out between classes and she even walked me home after school. So, who's taking care of you now that your mom's, gone? My aunt is looking after me for now. I'll probably have to move in with her later. Her house is even bigger than my mom's, and she has a pool. Not that I'm okay enough to swim and have fun. I'm still sad, but I thought it was worth mentioning that she had a pool. I ran inside before Julie could ask any more questions. My mom was in the kitchen cooking spaghetti.
Oh, hi, Rochelle. How was school?
Sorry, Mom, can't talk now. Lots of homework. I locked myself in my room and tried to catch my breath. How could I have lied about that? And about my mom of all people? But I couldn't go back now. Everyone would hate me even more than they did before. Even my mom would hate me. I would just have to keep pretending my mom had died, forever if I had to. What I was about to do was crazy, but what choice did I have? It's okay. It'll be worth it. The next day, everyone at school was nice to me. Kids gave me their snacks and even offered to do my homework for me. All I had to do was walk around looking gloomy, and they did the rest. Teachers at my school were always super busy, so none of them even noticed what was going on. So, what happened? I mean, how did she pass away? Was she sick or something? The whole table got quiet. Julie elbowed Sam, but you could tell she wanted to know too. Luckily, I was prepared. I handed Sam something I'd made on my computer the night before. It was a fake obituary with an old picture of my mom and everything. I had just copied one from a newspaper and changed a couple of things. All the kids leaned closer to read it. Sudden illness? That's awful, Rochelle. Really awful. I can't imagine my mom dying. How are you keeping it together? Well, having friends like you helps a lot. Everyone gave me a group hug, but all I could think about was how bad lying felt. I had never meant for things to get so out of hand, but now I was trapped. Maybe if I just lied well enough, everything would work out okay. That night at dinner, I was bursting to tell Mom everything, but I couldn't. I got invited to go roller skating with Julie and her friends.
Oh, Duckling, that's wonderful. Do you want me to drop you off at her house or…
No!
Rochelle, is everything all right?
Everything's fine. I just feel like walking.
What's been going on with you? You've been acting strange recently, hiding things and having outbursts. I'm worried about you.
I'm okay, really.
I'd love to meet some of your new friends.
You will, Mom. Just not yet. The better things got at school, the worse they got at home. Pretending my mom abandoned me was stressful, especially since I had to face her at home after. I started yelling at the littlest things, storming off, and even throwing stuff. I knew I was acting crazy, but I couldn't stop. 2 weeks passed, and still no one had found out. It was getting harder and harder to keep track of all my lies. The popular kids' table was starting to feel like a prison.
How come you never invite us over to your house?
It was always just me and my mom there. I'm just not ready to have anyone else in it. But your aunt's there, right? Oh, right. Yeah, I'm close with my aunt. I call her Tito. Her name is Time, poor thing. Mom is luckier. Was luckier. Her name's Date. But yeah, I'm trying to adapt to the new situation. I can't believe they still make you go to school and do homework. You should, get a year off or something. Do you want me to talk to the principal for you? No, don't do that. I need school. It helps distract me. And I've already talked to the principal anyway. The week after was Julie's birthday, and she threw a huge party at her house. Half the school was there, even some parents and teachers who were friends with Julie's parents. I was laughing and joking with some of the other girls when I saw Julie start to do a speech. I want to thank everyone for being here to celebrate, especially my best friend, Rochelle. It's so sad that it took your mother's death for us to become friends, but I'm so glad to know you now.
Her mother's what?
I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. There was my mother, standing at the back of the crowd. How had she heard about the party? Who had told her? This couldn't be happening. Excuse me, are you her mom?
Yes. Rochelle, do you want to explain what's going on?
Oh, wow. That's very MSA. Everyone stared at me. I wanted to disappear. People were talking, but all I heard was buzzing. Julie was saying something and pointing at me. Then my mother grabbed me by the arm and led me out of the party. She didn't say anything until we were driving back to our house.
You need to explain yourself.
I broke down. Everything that had happened swept over me at once, and I told my mother everything. I'm so sorry, Mom. I don't know why I lied. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm so sorry.
My mother was quiet for a long time, just driving. When she finally looked at me, there were tears in her eyes. It breaks my heart that you were in so much pain and couldn't tell me. You're my daughter, and I only want what's best for you. I wish I had known that you were so lonely. I know you didn't mean for all this to happen. Now, you have to fix things. I didn't sleep at all that night. I was so scared to see Julie and everyone else at school. But when I got there, no one teased me. The only people who talked to me at all were my teachers. Everyone else ignored me, just like I was 8 years old again. I was sitting alone at my old lunch table when Julie joined me. None of the other popular girls followed. You don't have to pretend to like me anymore. I was never pretending, Rochelle. I do like you. I tried to tell you at the party, but your mom dragged you away before I could. Why would you even talk to me after what I did? I lied to you. I faked about my mom leaving me, even though she's the best mom in the world. I'm crazy. You aren't crazy. You're lonely. And the cure for loneliness is a friend. A real one this time. You'll stop being popular if you hang out with me. There are more important things than popularity. You really want to be my friend? Yeah, I do.
Hi, my name is Zoe, and I made a big mistake. Now my life is a raging inferno. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you could be the lucky winner of $10,000 in just 7 days. Spread the word to your friends and family. Ever since I was a kid, I knew it was my destiny to be a famous chef. I baked my first souffle when I was 3, published my first cookbook when I was 5, and 2 days before my 7th birthday, I won the Grand National Bake-Off Contest. I guess I got it from my mom, who was one of the best chefs in the country. She even had her own cooking show on TV. But my dad couldn't fry an egg to save his life. He was Mom's manager, and they were head over heels in love. Or I thought they were. But when I was 15, my world turned upside down. Mom ran off with a food critic. Dad and I were devastated. Dad sobbed for weeks and couldn't bear to leave the house because billboards of Mom were everywhere. Soon, he lost all of his clients, was fired from his company, and the bills started piling up.
How could she do this to us? To me?
I don't know, Dad, but it's been 6 months and the rent's past due. Maybe it's time to focus on getting a new job. Luckily, Dad took my advice and got a job online, but it wasn't enough to make ends meet. I tried my best to help out by baking pies and selling them to our neighbors after school. I even reached out to my mom to see if she could help us, but she said she had no money to spare because she was planning a huge wedding. I was so mad at Mom, I deleted her number from my phone. I couldn't believe she was so selfish. And Dad often started falling sick and would mostly stay in bed, sobbing. Stupid love had turned my mom into a selfish monster, my dad to a baby, and ruined my life. So I decided I'd never fall in love. My plan worked well until my senior year when I had an amazing glow up and inherited my mom's good looks. Suddenly, all the boys started noticing me.
Hey Zoe, wanna go to the movies this weekend?
Ugh, I'd never go to the movies with you. When's the last time you showered? You smell like a rotten egg.
Zoe, did you want to go to the spring dance with me?
Bro, are you kidding? Not if you were the last guy on Earth. Okay, fine. I was mean, but I was protecting my heart. Besides, I was doing them a favor. Relationships are messy, and they bring out the worst in people. After months of insulting just about every boy in school and making a few of them cry, the rest of the kids started avoiding me like the plague. I didn't mind. I hardly had time for friends. I was too focused on my studies. I dreamed of becoming a world-renowned chef, opening a 5-star restaurant, paying off all Dad's medical bills, and buying us a mansion on the beach. In the summer after my senior year, I was accepted into a top culinary school. Look, Dad, I got in! The good news cheered Dad up. He even got out of bed and tried to bake me my favorite cookies. It felt good to see my dad in good spirits, but when I discovered that I didn't get the scholarship to pay for my tuition, my hopes were dashed.
Honey, we're going to get you into that school.
How? We'll never be able to afford it. That day, Dad put on a suit and went out to look for a new job. A couple weeks later, he landed a position at a new management company. He even pulled some strings to get me an internship at a famous 5-star restaurant that catered to celebrities and socialites.
The owner is Miss Gina Tequila. She's discovered some of the most successful chefs in the business. Impress her, and she can make your dreams come true.
I was so excited to start on my new adventure, but I was in for a rude awakening. On my first day, the moment I stepped in the door, this boy my age named Hunter shoved a bucket of silverware and a broom in my face.
You're late. The dinner rush will be here in 10 minutes. Polish these, then mop the floors.
I thought I was supposed to assist in the kitchen. I'm an award-winning chef. I have my own cookbook. I showed Hunter some of my old newspaper clippings and my resume.
Stop wasting my time with this foolishness. Only the best chefs in the world have the honor to cook in our kitchen, and I've never heard of you.
Maybe I should talk to Miss Gina.
I'm the manager, Miss Gina's eyes and ears, and what I say goes. You're not touching that stove. After you've done scrubbing the floors, you can start washing dishes.
Hunter was a total jerk, and he got even worse once the guests arrived.
Zoe, we need those dishes clean.
Bro, I'm moving as fast as I can.
That's not fast enough.
He buzzed around me, yelling like a maniac. I got so nervous I dropped a handful of plates on the floor, and they smashed to pieces. Then the chef walked by and slipped and sprained his ankle.
Oh my God, what's wrong with you?
A second later, the whole kitchen went into a panic. The servers came in demanding their orders, but the chef was in no condition to stand, let alone cook. Suddenly, Miss Gina strutted into the kitchen in her Prada dress and jewels. The guests are complaining. This is unacceptable. Where is the food? Hunter turned as white as a ghost.
The chef keys.
I don't care. Fix it, Hunter, or you're fired. She stormed off in a huff. More servers came into the kitchen demanding food. Then Hunter looked at me.
Zoe, you said you can cook. You think you could help us out?
I thought you didn't want me touching the stove.
Forget what I said earlier. Please help me. I'll do anything. I'll buy you ice cream. I'll give you a raise. I'll shine your shoes. I'll clean your house for a week. Anything you want. I can't afford to get fired.
Deal. I washed my hands, put on an apron, and got to work. I filled all the orders and added my own special twist on each recipe. All the customers loved my cooking, and a few of them even asked to thank me personally.
This was delicious. I've never tasted anything so amazing.
Miss Gina was so impressed. At the end of the night, she gave me a $500 tip. Just as I was leaving, Hunter ran up to me.
Thanks for having my back in there. Sorry if I came off as a jerk.
You were worse than a jerk. More like a monster. No, an ogre. An irritating mosquito.
You're right. It's just that this job can be a little stressful. Miss Gina wants things to be perfect, and I need this job to take care of my mom.
I get it. My dad was sick for a while. I had to take care of him too.
How about we go out for that ice cream I promised?
I agreed, and Hunter took me to my favorite ice cream shop. We hung out for a couple of hours, and to my surprise, he was a really nice guy. We had a ton of things in common. We liked the same music, movies, and MSA videos. Did you see this on TikTok?
No way. I watch MSA on YouTube. TikTok turns your brain into mush.
I know, right? We both loved food. Though Hunter wasn't a chef, he dreamed of opening his own restaurant one day. And Hunter's parents had gotten divorced, just like mine. After that, Hunter and I started hanging out, and we were totally just friends. Neither of us had time for a relationship, not to mention love. We both knew how that ended. But the more we hung out with each other, the more I started to think that maybe liking a boy wasn't all that bad. One time, Hunter was walking me home. It was really cold, so he took off his jacket and draped it over my shoulders. I looked up at him, and just as I was about to thank him for being so sweet, something inside me started to tingle.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Like what?
All googly-eyed. Oh wow, you're blushing. Do you have a crush on me?
No way! You're not even my type!
You're lying.
No, I'm not. Hunter stepped toward me and smiled. He stared at me with his dreamy brown eyes, and I swear they were like kryptonite. My heart started racing. Then suddenly, we were hugging, and it was amazing. At that moment, I realized that I liked him more than a friend, but we never said the L word. That was totally off limits. As the weeks passed, my life got better by the day. Hunter was great. My job was fabulous. Dad was even doing much better and was making more money than he'd ever made before. Miss Gina was so impressed with my cooking that she gave me a raise and decided to mentor me. She called me into her office and let me help her choose new items for the menu. She even gave me advice on how to be a successful businesswoman. It felt really nice to have Miss Gina take me under her wing. She reminded me of how my mother used to be. But one day, the craziest thing happened. Miss Gina hosted a gala at the restaurant and invited dozens of wealthy guests. Towards the end of the evening, I saw Miss Gina hug a wealthy man with a really expensive watch, but as she pulled away, she snatched the watch off his wrist and slid it into her purse. The man didn't even notice. I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought I must have been mistaken, but then I saw her swipe a diamond ring off a woman's finger, an expensive necklace off an old woman, and a man's wallet. I was shocked. Miss Gina was a thief. Miss Gina caught me staring at her. She rushed over to me, dragged me into her office, and slammed the door shut behind us. You stole from those people.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I saw it with my own eyes.
Fine, but it's not what you think. I need that money to keep this restaurant afloat, and those rich people have more money than they can ever need. Plus, they've got insurance. inheritance. They can replace anything I stole. It's a win for everyone. I pawn the jewelry and reinvest it into the restaurant so I can pay all of my employees. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't be able to afford to stay in business.
But stealing is wrong.
Losing this restaurant is worse. Think about Hunter, the busboy, the servers. They wouldn't be able to pay their bills or take care of their families if this restaurant shuts down. Life's not fair, Zoe. I'm just trying to even the odds. But if you want to report me, then go ahead.
I didn't know what to do. I wanted to report Miss Gina, but I couldn't be responsible for Hunter and all the others losing their jobs.
I'm glad I can trust you to keep this between the two of us. But can you do me a teeny favor? Don't tell Hunter about our little chat. I doubt he'd understand.
After that, things went downhill. I hated keeping Miss Gina's secret, and worst of all, I hated lying to Hunter. It got so unbearable that I started avoiding him.
Are you okay? You seem stressed out.
It's nothing. Oh, I think I hear a dirty dish calling. I've gotta go. But he could tell something was off.
Did I do something to make you upset?
No, I'm as cool as a cucumber. No, an ice cube, an iceberg, an igloo.
I don't think that's true. I feel like there's something you're not telling me and it's obvious you're avoiding me. You run away every time you see me and you never answer my texts.
Just then, I spotted Miss Gina watching me like a hawk. Jeez, can a girl just have some space? I have my own life. Maybe you should get one too. That came off way harsher than I meant it to, and I could tell I hurt Hunter's feelings.
Fine, I was just trying to be nice. It's not like I'm in love with you or anything.
Hunter marched off, and my heart sank.
Forget about him. You should be focusing on your career anyway.
Miss Gina appreciated me for keeping her secret so much that she let me handle the accounting for the restaurant and even hired me to cook for a few private functions. With all the extra gigs and the tips, I'd made more than enough to pay the tuition for my first semester at culinary school, and we were only halfway through the summer. Things were going well, but it was bittersweet because I couldn't share the good news with Hunter. Then one day, I came home from the gym and noticed Miss Gina's convertible parked in my driveway. I walked in, and what I saw rocked my world. Miss Gina and Dad were flirting on the couch. Miss Gina, what are you doing here?
I thought I'd stop by and surprise you.
Miss Gina was telling me how great you've been doing at work.
And your dad came up with a wonderful idea. He's going to host a big event at our restaurant. He's inviting all his new clients and his business partners. It's going to be fabulous. Why didn't you tell me your dad was so smart and attractive?
My blood ran cold. All I could think about was Miss Gina stealing from Dad's rich clients. What if she got caught? What if she started stealing from my dad? What if she stole his heart? Maybe that's not such a good idea.
Don't be silly. Oh my, I'm so thirsty. Could you be a dear and get me something to drink?
As soon as Dad left the room, Miss G whispered,
"Don't you ruin this for me.
We've hit the jackpot. I won't help you cheat my dad's clients."
Oh, it's too late for that. If I go down, you go down too. Your name's on the accounting statements. And if the police get their hands on those records, you'll be in far more trouble than me.
I had a really bad feeling, so I rushed out of there and headed straight to the restaurant. As far as I knew, I did nothing wrong. All I did was keep track of the receipts. But as I looked at the numbers, things weren't adding up. I noticed that Miss Gina had been stealing our clients' credit card information, charging them for bogus items, and depositing the extra money into a secret account. And she'd been doing it under my name. I think once she had me sign some lengthy documents, which I now realize were bank papers. I was so busy and distracted at the time. She was right. If I said anything, I was toast. The night of Dad's event, I was on edge. I didn't know what to do. Dad, his clients, and all his business associates had all showed up, and Miss Gina was grinning from ear to ear. I felt sick to my stomach. I couldn't keep lying for Miss Gina, but if I said anything, my whole world could shatter to pieces. As I was cooking, I must not have been paying attention, because out of nowhere, flames lit up from the stove, and I saw my life flash before my eyes. Hunter darted toward me and pulled me away from the stove. Suddenly, the kitchen erupted into flames. The fire alarm blared, and everyone ran outside. Miss Gina marched up to me screaming like a banshee. "You did this on purpose. You're trying to ruin me." "No, it was an accident. I swear." "Liar." Then something inside me broke. I couldn't let Miss Gina control me anymore. So I told the truth. "You're right. I am a liar, but not anymore." I told the police all about Miss Gina's stealing and how she tried to blame it all on me. The police conducted an extensive investigation and learned that Miss Gina had done this before. She was wanted in 5 states for running the same scheme but under different names. My record was cleared of any wrongdoing, and Miss Gina was sent to jail.
Why didn't you tell me what was going on? You didn't have to go through this alone.
I didn't want you to get hurt.
So you broke my heart instead?
Yeah, that wasn't the smartest thing to do. Maybe we can start over? But this time, no more lies. Nothing but the truth.
I think we can give that a try.
Hi, I'm a little lopsided, and her mouth was almost as low as her chin. I, on the other hand, looked like a frickin' porcelain doll. And everywhere we went, people would ooh and ah at me. She's just too lovely to be real. Look at those brown eyes.
I have the same color eyes! But everyone ignored Sophie, and it really got to her. I kept telling her she was just as pretty as me, but she wouldn't hear a word of it. And as years passed, my sister grew to hate me. Sophie did everything she could to make me feel as sad and angry as she felt. She'd spread rumors about me at school, steal my diary, and once, she tried to shave off my eyebrows. I was living in fear 24/7. Worst of all, my parents didn't take it that seriously.
I'll take away her electronics for a week.
That's not enough, Dad. Sophie is trying to ruin my life. What if she tries to seriously hurt me?
Oh, Violet, that's silly. Sophie's just going through a phase, and we would never let her harm you.
They didn't understand.
And when I turned 14, things really turned upside down. One afternoon, I came home from school to find Sophie in the living room with my parents, and they looked furious with me. How could you do something like that, Violet?
What are you talking about?
Sophie said you locked her in the closet for an hour. We heard her calling for us.
What?
Just then, I saw Sophie and she was smirking at me.
I just don't think I feel safe around Violet anymore, Mommy. How can I trust her after what she did?
Guys, she's framing me. She locked herself up in the closet. And why would she do that? That's just twisted, Violet.
Didn't my parents see how crazy Sophie was?
None of them talked to me that night. They all watched MSA videos with a bowl of popcorn while I stayed in my room. But the next morning, my parents did the unthinkable. They made me move into the guest house. It was Sophie's idea. You two need space away from each other. We can't have this negativity in the house.
So you're kicking me out? What, because I trapped her in the closet? I told you guys I didn't do it.
It doesn't matter who did it. The point is, you two are toxic for each other right now. And at the moment, Sophie needs our attention more than you do. You have more friends and the world at your fingertips. It's just for a short time, Violet.
I was speechless. I was being punished for literally nothing, and it was all Sophie's fault.
I moved into our guest house that evening and didn't speak to any of my family members. In fact, I continued to ignore them for the next several months. Sure, it was clear Sophie was much happier without me in the house. She made more friends and even picked up a few hobbies. But I was still bubbling with anger. One day, I was coming out of the supermarket when I saw a homeless boy outside with dyed turquoise hair. I immediately pulled out a bag of bananas and some change, but he just laughed. Whoa, do I look like a beggar? If I'm being honest. These clothes are just really old. I still insisted that he keep the bananas, and the two of us ended up having lunch together. I found out the boy's name was Easton, and he lived in an apartment down the block. He was also an absolute sweetheart. I told Easton all about my home situation and Sophie's issues with me, and he had a brilliant idea. Pretend to run away from home, leave at midnight, and leave a note. Turn off the location services on your phone, and you can stay at my place. They'll get so scared, they'll beg you to move back in with them. They might even finally punish your jerk sister. I was sold. My whole family deserved a little scare. So that night, I sent a text to both my parents to tell them my plans and switched my location to private. I spent the next 2 nights at Easton's apartment. His family was really poor, and I had to sleep on a torn cot. But I felt fantastic. My parents were probably going crazy. Maybe they think you joined a gang. Or they think I'm pregnant and ran off to get married. Unfortunately, the fun didn't last long. The next morning, my parents burst into Easton's apartment with several cops. They hugged me and cried for a moment, but then they were furious. Why would you scare us like this? We had no idea what was going on. Sorry, but you kicked me out for no reason and then neglected me for 6 months. I needed to teach you a lesson. Teach us a lesson? Violet, we know the living situation isn't perfect, and we know we haven't been giving you as much attention. But just disappearing like you did? That's crazy behavior. Come with us right this second. After that, Mom let me move back into the house. but she watched me like a dog. Sophie even suggested I shouldn't leave home without her escorting me, and my parents agreed. Luckily, I could still hang out with Easton, who was the only person who seemed to care about me. And it turned out, we'd even be going to the same high school next month. On my first day of 9th grade, I was in gym class when Easton started jogging next to me.
Whoa there, you look ready to faint. Here, take some of my water.
Oh God, is it that obvious?
Don't worry, you still look lovely, even though you're drenched in sweat.
Easton smiled at me as I drank from his water, and I felt a little weak in the knees. And not just because I was tired. I saw Sophie glare at me as she jogged by, but I didn't care. As months passed, Easton and I just got closer, and whenever Sophie was mean, he always defended me.
You can make fun of Violet's dress all you want, but she's the one who got a party invitation and you didn't.
Secretly, I had the biggest crush on Easton, but I was way too chicken to ever tell him. I was just grateful to have a best friend. It was exhausting living with a bully 24/7. Then one day when I came home from school, my parents gave me shocking news. They'd found a plastic surgeon to fix Sophie's facial distortion. They couldn't completely get rid of it, but I'd never seen my sister so happy. I felt so ugly my whole life, Violet. I know it sounds shallow, but I can't wait to be as beautiful as you. Sophie, look at me. You've never been ugly. But if getting this surgery makes you feel more confident, then I support you. Sophie started to cry then and hugged me. I stayed with her in the surgery room the entire time, and she even apologized for how she treated me. And I was glad. I was ready to give up our crazy fighting. After Sophie's surgery, things changed between us. Sophie didn't seem jealous of me anymore and even started hanging out with me and Easton. Then one day, I walked into my front yard and almost had a heart attack. Sophie was kissing Easton. Hey, does someone want to tell me what's going on here?
Well...
Violet, I've been meaning to tell you. Easton and I like each other, and I asked him out. I felt like I was gonna throw up. I pulled Sophie aside angrily. How could you do this to me? Sophie, I love him, and you know it. I know you love him, and I'm sorry, but I've been hanging out with Easton for a couple of weeks, and we have a connection. No, I have a connection with him. You barely know him. I don't get it. You got the surgery. You have everything I have now. Why would you hurt me like this? Violet, I'm not trying to hurt you. I really like Easton, and I just want to be happy for once. I can't take this anymore. You made me miserable for 14 years, and then got me kicked out of my own house, and convinced Mom to basically ground me for 24/7. This is the last straw. I stormed off and blocked Easton on all social media. He kept calling me to apologize and tell me that him dating Sophie wouldn't change our friendship, but I refused to speak to him. The next day at school, I decided it was time for overdue revenge. The first thing I did was attach a bucket of paint to the cafeteria doorway, and when Sophie walked in with Easton, paint splashed all over them. Everyone laughed like crazy, and I felt great. I got suspended for a day, but it was worth it. And I didn't stop there. That entire month, I pulled every prank I could think of on them at school, putting spiders in their locker and gluing their butts to the classroom chairs. I felt guilty for being a jerk, but Sophie deserved it, didn't she? And Easton was dating my sister, who bullied me my whole life. So that week, I did everything I could to make things right with people. I volunteered to help as many kids as I could with homework, and they'd know I wasn't a monster. And I apologized to Sophie and Easton, and surprisingly, they forgave me. On Friday night, Sophie and Easton were celebrating their 1-month anniversary at the beach, so I told Sophie I'd deliver them a picnic basket. But when I got there, Sophie was sitting alone in the sand, and she was crying. Hey, what's wrong? Where's Easton? He's not here, Violet. He's not coming. Did you guys break up? No, because we never dated. It was all fake. I even paid Easton monthly and used up all my savings. I wanted to make you jealous. Wait, what? I don't understand. I thought that after my surgery, people would start treating me differently because my face looked better. I thought I'd finally get as much attention as you. But because my distortion isn't totally fixed, I didn't. And that made me angry. But I can't do this to you anymore. I feel horrible. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Sophie kept apologizing, but I couldn't even look at her. I didn't want revenge. I just didn't want to deal with her anymore. Things completely changed between us after that. My sister and I both cut contact with Easton and became strangers to each other. It broke my heart, but I didn't know what else to do. We were toxic for each other.
Before we knew it, high school ended and we both went our separate ways. A couple years later, I was walking around my university campus when I got a phone call.
Violet, it's Easton. I know we haven't spoken in years, but I need your help. My parents lost their house and are homeless. I'm doing everything I can to help them, but I'm desperate. I'm calling everyone I know for either money or food.
My stomach was in knots. I still hated Easton for what he did, but he was obviously in a crisis. So I bought a bunch of food and clothes and arrived at the homeless shelter.
God, you're an angel. I can't thank you enough.
I'm not doing this for you, it's for your parents. And I never want to see you after this. Do you understand?
Yes. What I did to you was unforgivable. Can I just tell you one thing? I never wanted to go through with Sophie's fake dating plan. The only reason I agreed to it was because my family's been struggling since I was a kid. I was always terrified we'd end up living on the streets. It's still no excuse, especially because I was in love with you.
My head started spinning. I had no idea Easton had been suffering that much, and I had no idea that he'd loved me. I decided it was time to smooth things over. That night, I went right home and convinced my parents to give Easton's family a loan. And then, I asked if they could invite Sophie for dinner.
Oh, sweetie, that's a wonderful idea. She's doing well these days, but she talks about you a lot.
For some reason, I was happy to hear that. When Sophie came over, she immediately ran to hug me. Violet, I am so glad you're here. Actually, I got you some presents. Sophie handed me a huge gift bag, and to my shock, she'd bought me all kinds of expensive presents. Perfume, jewelry, and even a brand new iPad. None of this makes up for how I've treated you over the years, but I love you, Violet, and if you ever want to have a relationship, I'm here. Thanks, Sophie. That means a lot. You did really hurt me, but it has been a couple of years. I can't forgive you overnight, but this is a good start. I also know you got in touch with Easton. If you ever want to date him, you have my blessing. It's a possibility, but first, I want to make things right with you. Though, of course, Sophie invited Easton over later and left us alone.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra, and ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter. My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different. And I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC. Esoteric. QUERULOUS. Querulous. VACILLATE. Vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing. And honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when...
What's this?
She snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay then, your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place. Not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car. I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded. Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. F-A-I-L-U-R-E. Failure. D-I-S-M-A-Y. Dismay. Okay, maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me. The next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad. Just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together.
And where have you two been?
The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving.
Moving?
Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks.
Mom, no! I have nationals next month.
Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that.
Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me.
Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom.
Fine.
Within a week, Mom was gone, and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the bee. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on! It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward!
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra, why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. VICISSITUDE.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong. Until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. APPOGGIATURA. Appoggiatura.
That is correct!
I did it! The audience went wild! I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here? Mr. Dean convinced me to attend. And I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister. The girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true? Yes, it is. Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner? I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know, for your sake and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth
wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad. Hi, my name is Elaine. I was an average teenager finishing school with dreams of getting into college. I'd had a crush on Ben, the most gorgeous guy in my school, since middle school, but I'd never had the guts to approach him. He was one of those silent, brooding types. That made me want to get close to him even more. That was easier said than done. Ben wasn't a part of any clubs and he showed no interest in making friends. I was afraid that he'd just shoo me away, so I decided to slip him a note and ask him out on a private date. If he didn't want to go, he could simply ignore me. During a school football match, I sneaked up to the bleachers where Ben sat. I quickly stole his bag. I had seen him carrying it around, so I recognized it easily. I stood under the bleachers where no one would see me. Then I unzipped the bag to slip my handwritten note inside. The moment I saw what was in his bag, I shrieked and I dropped it on the ground. I knew I wasn't supposed to draw attention to myself, but I couldn't stop screaming. There was a snake in Ben's bag. A snake! I turned to run away and slammed into someone who was standing behind me. "What are you doing?" he demanded angrily. "Is that my bag?" I couldn't breathe. Snake, I managed to whisper. Snake! Under the bleachers! Ben looked at me and sighed. I watched him walk behind the snake and grab the empty bag. I begged him to be careful, but he seemed to know what he was doing. He shocked me by lunging forward and grabbing the snake by its head. I had to scream again. The sight of the snake's enormous fangs was just too much. "Stop yelling," Ben said before throwing the snake back into his bag with considerable force. Then he zipped it shut and hung the bag on his back as if it had nothing more than books inside. Ben asked me why I was peeping into his stuff. He asked me if they sent me. I didn't know what he was talking about, and I told him that, but he didn't seem to believe me. He demanded to know if I was searching for his father. Why would I be searching for his father? I showed Ben the note that I had written and explained why I stole his bag. He seemed relieved by seeing the note, and he requested me not to tell anyone about the snake. I told him I wouldn't tell anyone if he could explain to me why in the world he was carrying a snake in his backpack. I demanded to know the truth. Ben said he couldn't speak freely here. He asked me to meet him in the parking lot after school. We would drive to his house. With that, he left me standing there in awe. Had I just gotten the weirdest date ever with Ben? I met Ben in the parking lot after school, and he drove us to his house, which was only a few blocks away from my own. I asked him why we couldn't simply talk outside, but he told me to hold my questions till we were in a secure location. I was getting a bit nervous, but the fact that I was so close to my own house made me feel better. We reached his house and entered the mansion. It was gloomier and older than ours. I asked him where his parents were. He told me his mother passed away when he was young. His father spent all his time in his lab in the basement. Ben took me up to his room and shut the door behind him. Ben told me his room was soundproof, and he was sure it wasn't being bugged. We were alone. I couldn't hold my curiosity anymore. I let all my questions spill out at once. Ben told me that his father was working on an important secret mission. He'd asked Ben's help in this mission, which involved catching some poisonous snakes that lurked around this side of the city. I was horrified to learn that the snake was poisonous. I could have really died. I asked Ben why he was doing something so dangerous for his dad. What mission could be worth this? He refused to tell me. He said he couldn't trust me yet. Ben took the snake in his bag and placed him in a tank in another room. There were a few more snakes in that tank. They were the snakes he'd caught that week. The rest were housed permanently in his dad's lab. Ben said he didn't mind catching them so much. They were interesting creatures to him. He began to tell me more about them, and I couldn't help but listen. This was, hands down, the most interesting boy I'd ever met in my life. He told me the names of the snakes and all about their individual personalities. He said he usually caught the snakes after school. This was crucial work for his father. He was confident that with it, they could change the world. He said this work often made him lonely, though. It was very important to his father that all of this stay hidden, so he had to spend a lot of his time after school by himself. I was the only friend he'd made in years. I offered to help him catch his snakes and keep him company. He asked me if I was insane. Why would I want to help him, a strange guy, catch terrifying creatures?
I told him that I was intrigued by him and the work he was doing. I wanted to learn more about snakes, maybe see him catch one. Ben seemed hesitant at first, but he came around quickly. He said he couldn't believe how well I was taking all this. I'd had a crush on Ben for way too long to let a few snakes ruin it. He dropped me home and we agreed to meet the next day. Our connection grew stronger quickly. I would meet him after school every day and we would go hunt for snakes. We would go to the forest, abandoned construction sites, and riversides, anywhere these pesky creatures could make home. With my company, Ben overcame his loneliness. He was grateful to me for not judging him for this work and enjoyed my company thoroughly. He could be his true, goofy self around me, and he loved that. Ben was funny, intelligent, and sensitive in an honest, unique way. I was simply crazy about him. He loved animals and taught me so much about the world that we shared with him. I wanted nothing more than to be with him. I no longer cared what his father's great secret was, but Ben did. One day, he sat me down in his room, looking incredibly serious. He said that over our time together, he had begun to have feelings for me. He said he'd never met anyone that he could be his true self with until now. I nearly swooned with joy. I told him that I too had feelings for him. Ben didn't look as excited as me, though. He said that being involved with him was dangerous, that if I really wanted to be around him, I had a right to know the truth about his father. The whole truth. He trusted that even if I chose to leave, I wouldn't betray his trust. He began to speak, but was interrupted by sounds of heavy footsteps. "Who is this young lady?" came a voice. Ben and I turned to see a man. "Dad, she's a friend," Ben said. His outlook changed from relaxed to alert, while I made sure I was presentable, meeting his father for the first time. "A friend? I'm sorry to disturb you, but can you do what I asked you to do earlier? I'll keep her company." Ben nodded and went inside while his father sat beside me. "I am so happy to see him making friends," he said. I nodded my head and smiled. "Yeah, he has been so lonely since his mother passed away." His dad looked so sad. I wanted to tell him that I'd never leave Ben, but maybe it wasn't the time. "Oh, he never mentioned his mom. What happened?" I asked. "She died because she couldn't get treatment in time. Now I devote myself to make sure that the same never happens again, no matter what I have to do," he said, and he got up, wiping tears off of his eyes. "It's late. You should go home." I took the hint and got up. That's when Ben came back. He walked me home but kept silent, so I did the talking. "Your father is a great man," I said. "Your home is here," Ben said. Before I could say something, he pulled me into a hug. It was blissful until I felt him slip something into my hand. "Open it when you're alone," he whispered. Before I could open it, he rushed away. Once I was in my room, I opened the note. Ben finally told me the whole story. His father was collecting these snakes in order to manufacture antidotes for their venom. He was making several thousand vials, preparing for a massive outbreak of snake bites in town. His father was the one creating the outbreak. He was going to take all the snakes that they had captured and release them into a very posh, high-income area in our town. I was horrified by this. They were going to release poisonous snakes in an area with people? That was terrible. Ben explained that these snakes already existed throughout the town. The rich people here had cleared their own area of them and left the snakes to bite the poor people. One of these venomous snakes had been the cause of his mother's death all those years ago. The hospitals owned by the rich refused to manufacture antidotes because they were cheap compared to the extensive treatment they provided for snake bites. The same treatment had failed on Ben's mother and she died, leaving his family broken forever. Moments after I finished reading the note, I learned that my parents were planning a weekend at a resort in a posh area of the town, a part that could be flooded by poisonous snakes any day now. I tried to convince my parents to change their plan, but they'd already made their reservations. There was no way I was going to put them at risk, so I had to come clean. My parents were furious. Boys, vigilantes, poisonous snakes. These were all the things I was supposed to avoid. They called the cops immediately, in spite of me begging them to wait. They alerted them about the plan Ben's father had made. The cops arrived within minutes and forced me to tell them the whole truth. They immediately took off to Ben's house, but the entire mansion was empty. No snakes were found in the building, nor did they find Ben or his father. I couldn't believe this. Where were they? I found a note on their front porch which said, "I know what you did, Elaine. If you cooperate with the cops, I will fill your house with snakes. Ben. Suddenly, I was terrified. Had Ben found out that I'd tipped off the police? How? My head started to spin as I looked at the note. This wasn't Ben's handwriting. I read and reread the note and became certain about one thing. Ben didn't write this note. He may have been brainwashed by his father, but he was not a threatening person. Perhaps his father wrote this. Ben must have told him about me after he kicked me out. After all, I had been so against the plan that he must have gotten scared that I would rat him out, which I did. I immediately alerted the police officer about this, and they put out a search to find Ben and his father. I told the police they should increase security near the posh areas of the town. If Ben's father knew he was going to get caught, he could have decided to implement his plan early. The police thanked us for our help, and we went back home. When my mom, dad, and I entered our living room, we nearly had a stroke. Our living room was full of slithering snakes, countless snakes creeping and crawling all over our furniture. In the center of it all stood Ben's father. He had a gun in his hand. I knew it was him because he looked exactly like Ben, just older and worn and angry. He accused me of ruining his life and lives of thousands of other people that his antidote would have saved. He said I seduced his son to derail his plan, and he would get back at me for that. I called him sick and twisted for manipulating his son. I demanded to know where Ben was. He laughed at me. He told me Ben would never choose to be with me. He was dedicated to him, his father, and the plan they'd made for this town. Didn't he care that he was ruining Ben's life? He would land up in jail or worse if this thing got out of control. My questions didn't affect him. He said we all had to do bad things for the greater good. We all had to make sacrifices. He was ready to do his duty. Suddenly, the door of our house busted open and police officers filtered into our home like ants. Ben's father tried to run out of the house, but the police had surrounded our house and they restrained him within seconds. We ran out of our snake-ridden house. I yelled at Ben's father to tell me where Ben was, but I didn't need to. Ben was standing right behind me. I turned around when he called my name. My heart was racing in my chest. Ben was here. I raced up to him and hugged him tightly. How did he get here? What was going on? Ben revealed that after my fight with him, he'd gone to meet his father. He was worried that I would reveal their plan, and he felt like he had a right to let his dad know. When his father declared that he would hunt me down and silence me, Ben got frightened. For the first time, he could see the cruel hardness in his father's eyes. This was a man who would do anything to get what he wanted, no matter the price. Ben tried to stop his father from coming after me, but he wouldn't listen to reason. He was convinced his son had been deluded by childish feelings. He told Ben he was implementing his plan early and asked him to load the snakes into his truck. He was going to release the snakes and avenge his wife's death. He had gone mad with grief, Ben realized. He just didn't see it before. Any effort to stop him was useless. There was only one thing left for Ben to do. It was to destroy his father himself. It was Ben who'd tipped off the police about his father's attack on our house. He'd revealed everything to them in exchange for immunity from prosecution. He'd saved the lives of my whole family. My family was eternally thankful to Ben, especially my mom. We got Ben to stay with us in our house while his father was in jail. The police charged his father with conspiracy to murder, animal cruelty, and about 10 other smaller crimes. He was sentenced to jail for 10 years.
On March 14th, 1879, an unusual baby was born to a family in Ulm, Germany. For starters, he had an unusually big head. It's a little larger than normal, but he looks fine to me.
Are you blind? It's huge. Oh, what if he's broken? What if he's never able to speak or think any intelligent thoughts?
The baby's mom really couldn't have been more wrong. Hi, I'm Albert Einstein, and this is my story. Ever since I could remember, my parents told me I was, well, different. For starters, I hated playing with other kids and always preferred to be alone. I also didn't speak until I was 4 years old. Then when I did speak, people would act as if I'd said something strange. Like one time, Mom invited her friend over for lunch and I had an important question for her. Your arms are so thin, your skin is almost see-through, but for some reason I can't see your bones, only the color of your veins.
Get your hands off me! Does your son have no manners?
Wait, I'm just curious. I wonder what would happen if I lit a candle and shone it close to you. Do you think I'd see anything beneath your skin?
You're not making any sense, Albert, and you're being rude. Sometimes I worry there's something wrong with him.
Mom sent me to my room then, and I didn't understand what I did wrong. I just asked a question. And as time passed, I really started getting into trouble. One day, when I was 15, I was in class and I was bored to death. And when my teacher, Mr. Windsor, asked us to work in pairs, I just snapped. So we have to solve. I'm not doing this. School is dumb and I'm not letting any teacher tell me what to do. But we have to do what the teacher says. No, I've got a better idea. I convinced the guy to steal Mr. Windsor's notes and bag when he wasn't looking and sneaked out of the classroom. We ran away from school to a nearby river where I tossed my teacher's notes. This'll teach him not to make us memorize stuff until our brain hurts. Throwing those notes away felt so freeing, but my happiness didn't last for long. Mom, Dad, our principal, and the police found us, and we were toast. Albert's behavior is completely unacceptable. This has gone on too long. He pulls pranks on teachers, never pays attention in class, and now he's stealing. This is the last straw, young man. I got suspended for a week, but when I got back to school, things took a wild turn. I was sitting in class when Mr. Windsor called to the chalkboard to solve a math problem. All right, Mr. Einstein, I have an equation that even you can't mess up. All you have to do is figure out. The answer is 9.27001 over 16. Mr. Windsor looked like he was having a stroke, and all the kids started whispering. God, what had I done now? Mr. Windsor grabbed his calculator and asked me again what the answer was and how I'd gotten it because, well, it was correct. I don't know, it just popped into my head. Mr. Windsor pulled me aside after class. I completely misjudged you. Young man, you have a gifted mind. This makes so much sense. All of this is too easy for you. You're probably bored to death. I'll move you up to an advanced class and we'll give you more difficult tests. You must develop this talent. Suddenly, something inside me burst. No, I don't want to do any of that. I can't take this anymore. I know you mean well, but I can't go on like this. I quit school. I'll teach myself all this stuff. That week, I dropped out of school and my parents were horrified. I was sure they thought I was a lost cause or crazy or both. So when I was 17, I left home and went straight to university for physics. It was time to put myself and my dreams first, no matter what anyone thought. On my first day, I was walking down the hallway when I ran into a group of guys pointing and laughing at something. Hey, what's going on? See that girl over there? She's in our class. I didn't know our university allowed chicks to even walk in here. Hey, princess, why don't you go back home to cook me dinner? I'll have potatoes with extra sausage. What a jerk. Before the boy could finish, I walked over to the girl. I know those guys are acting like pigs, but at the end of the day, they don't matter. When you look at the universe, you realize how small and unimportant each one of us is. This book talks about how the earth is like the size of a... Suddenly, the girl smacked the book out of my hand.
You have no idea what I'm going through. As if some dumb book will make me feel better about the fact that everyone's treating me like a freak.
The girl stormed off and I felt bad. I found later that her name was Mileva, and the boys just wouldn't leave her alone. One morning, I saw Mileva studying in the library and for some reason, I felt like sitting next to her. Need any help with your schoolwork?
Ugh, you again? You're everywhere. You're not following me, are you?
No, but for some reason, we keep running into each other. I also think we're a lot alike. People treat me like I'm a weirdo too, but I'm actually pretty cool and really smart.
And modest. If you're so smart, how come I'm ahead of you on the honors roll?
What was she talking about? I'd been number 1 in our class all semester, but Mileva led me to the school bulletin board, and she was the top of our class instead of me.
Congratulations, genius. You finally found someone smarter than you.
Mileva smirked at me and walked off, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed. But after that day, something changed between us. She invited me to do homework with her every day after school, and even asked our professor if we could be lab partners. She still teased me nonstop, but I just knew she didn't hate me as much as she pretended. Then one day, I got a letter from Dad saying Mom was sick and asked me to come home as soon as possible. And to my shock, Mileva said she'd come with me.
I know we have finals, but you shouldn't have to deal with this alone. I'll get on the next train with you.
Mileva hugged me, and I felt my heart race. When I arrived home, I went straight up to Mom's room and she was happy to see me, especially with a girl. But Dad was furious. Albert, this is a family matter. Why did you bring this strange girl to the house all of a sudden? Dad, you don't have to be rude. She just came along for support. Well, whoever you are, you're wasting your time on my son because he's a nutcase who only ever thinks of himself. Wow. Now I remember why leaving home was the best decision ever. Tears stung my eyes as I stomped out of the room into the yard. Mileva followed me.
Albert, this was my fault. I shouldn't have invited myself to come with you. I just wanted to be there for you. I never wanted to cause any problems.
Are you kidding? You've been amazing. It's my dad who's acting like a jerk. But he is right about one thing. I do have issues, and you shouldn't waste your time on me.
Listen, I know I give you a tough time, but the truth is, you're the most brilliant and interesting guy I've ever met, and I want to take a chance on you.
Suddenly, Mileva leaned in and kissed me, and it felt like all the light in the universe filled in the space between us. After that, Mileva and I started dating, and I was on cloud 9 for the next 10 months. Then one morning, our professor called us to his desk, but Mileva wasn't in class. I didn't know why she hadn't come that day. Well, it's a shame she's not here. I have a rare opportunity. It's a research position at one of the most prestigious programs in the world, but only one of you can go. You both are equally gifted students, so I thought I should tell you both and you can decide between yourselves. I was speechless. What was I supposed to do? I told the professor I talked to Mileva, but he needed an answer right away. And so I decided to take the position. After school, I went over to Mileva's house with knots in my stomach. It turned out she was sick with a cold, and when I told her what happened, she was dead silent.
And you took the position? Just like that?
Mileva, I'm so sorry. I know a position like this would have been your dream too, but I wasn't given a chance to talk to you. I didn't have time.
Don't worry about it, Albert. I understand.
Mileva pulled me close, even though she was sick. We got married a year later and had children. We were happy and I was thriving at my new research position, writing theses and making all kinds of discoveries in theoretical physics. But something had changed in my relationship with Mileva. There was something wrong between us and I didn't know how to go about it. One night, I came home from work when I saw Mileva looking at me furious.
Where have you been, Albert?
I was at the university. I had to work an hour late. I'm sorry.
Well, you're never home, and I'm sick of it. You're off being a big-shot scientist, while I'm over here changing diapers.
I'm also off bringing home money for our family, and I always help you with everything when I get home. Mileva, do you want me to quit my job? What can I do differently? Mileva just fell silent. It was so obvious she was jealous of my success, and I didn't know how to help her. I tried taking her to the lab with me and watching the kids more, and even tried including Mileva in my research. But one day, Mileva dropped a bombshell on me.
I love you, Albert, but I can't do this. I'm not happy with you anymore. I want a divorce.
But why? Are you just going to resent me forever? I thought you wanted me to follow my dreams, and I'm not stopping you from following yours.
You stopped me the moment you took that job opportunity in university. I know it's in the past, and I don't want to keep resenting you. I want to remember why I fell in love with you, and always see you that way. You're brilliant, Albert, and we shouldn't hold each other back anymore.
I pulled Mileva close as tears filled my eyes. That following month, we filed for divorce, and just like that, everything changed, and I didn't know what would happen next. One night, I was on the train and trying to fall asleep, but this girl kept walking up and down the aisles and singing loudly while she tossed a ball up and down. Hey, kid, can you quiet down? Some of us are trying to sleep.
You're not my dad, so you can't tell me what to do.
Well, lucky for the both of us, this is my stop. I stormed off the train, grateful to get away from that brat. But as the train rode away, I saw something strange. The girl was still tossing the ball up and down, but it looked like it was moving faster and faster. And suddenly, the wheels in my mind were racing like crazy. Time moved faster when I was off the train. That was why the ball looked like it was moving slower when I was on the train. The next few months, I continued doing research, and to my amazement, my theory of relativity was proved correct. I won the Nobel Prize for Physics that year, and after that, it seemed like everyone wanted to hear what I had to say. How does it feel to make this groundbreaking discovery, Mr. Einstein? This is a historic moment, and you're a legend. I was on the front cover of every newspaper that week, and I folded a picture and sent it in an envelope to someone special, along with a letter. Dear Maleva, I finally did it. I found answers to all those questions I've been asking myself all these years, about time and space and the universe. I want you to know that I couldn't have done it without you. I'm in a good place now. I'm married to an amazing woman and, well, I had my dreams come true. Even though things didn't work out between us, I never look back at the time we had with regret. I hope you're happier now. I hope you're still curious about the world and that you learn something new about it each day. Remember me like this always, and thank you for believing in me. Yours truly, Albert Einstein.
Hello guys, I'm Alice. Please like and subscribe. I was born on a farm in San Jose, and Dad raised me all by himself. My dad was awesome. He'd let me do anything I wanted. I could dress up in any way for school that I wanted, and most times, I wanted to dress like him. But that didn't go well with my teachers and even my granny. Everyone was always telling Dad how I looked like a boy and needed to grow my hair out and wear girly clothes. Once, when a teacher told me to dress in a princess gown for a school play, I refused. She was pretty pissed. Dad was called to the school, but he did the unthinkable. He walked in wearing a dress.
You look so funny.
Nah, I look cute. Don't be jealous. What is the meaning of this? The meaning is, we will wear whatever makes us comfortable. Come on, love. Let's go home. Dad was the best. On my 6th birthday, I was so excited about my gift. I had always wanted Mom's jewelry box that Dad had in his room. But instead, he got me a set of tools and said that I would get the box when I was older. One Father's Day, I decided to surprise him and I wrote, "I love my dad," with a screwdriver on his car. And Dad looked so happy that he had tears in his eyes. Oh my God. Oh my dear God.
You like it? I knew you would.
That was my dad. He loved me no matter what. One time, Dad and I went to a carnival in our town, and as I sat on the mini roller coaster, I was shaking with excitement and fear. Just then, I noticed a boy next to me who looked scared, so I just grabbed his hand. I guess we have to do this now. Don't forget to scream. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Screaming made the ride that good. I had no idea. When we were done, I ran and hugged Dad. That's my girl. Girl? I thought you were a boy.
I get that a lot.
By the way, you look like a girl. Thanks for the compliment. It turned out Max was my new neighbor who had recently moved to town. Soon we became really close. One day, he insisted on painting my nails. I hated it, but in return, I made him play soccer with me. Life was good. Dad's business was booming. He was able to get more land. As time passed, I noticed how many people would always be telling my dad how he needed to remarry so I would have a mom. It made me wonder how awesome life would be if I had a family, a complete family. When I turned 13, Dad eventually gave in and married. My stepmom was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, and Dad was totally in love with her. She also had a daughter, Abby, who was my age, and I was ecstatic to have a mom and a sister. Abby and I bonded really well. I even shared my room with her.
Whoa, you have your own laptop? I could never imagine my real dad getting me one.
Yeah, it's really important to have one. I'm sure Dad's gonna get you one too.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I have a dad. I already feel like I have the world.
Abby was sweet, and she was also crazy about making Dad happy.
Hey Dad, see? I won the title of Star Kid in school. Dad, I made your favorite soup. I polished your shoes. Here's your favorite tie, Dad.
She stuck like glue with Dad, and he always praised her. Oh, you're really the perfect little girl. I guess Dad noticed the look on my face. Look, honey, Abby didn't have a dad growing up. I'm happy she's adjusting to us so well. I hope you're okay with it.
Okay, Dad, but only if you promise me that I'll always be your number one.
Of course, sweetheart. Abby even got along pretty well with Max, and she started to be with us all the time when we played soccer. I liked having her around, but I couldn't say the same for my stepmom. She was a total party animal. She loved having her friends and family over all the time. Another thing she loved was shopping. One time, stepmom took us to the mall and then her credit card maxed out. On our way out, suddenly the alarm rang and security snatched our bags. And to my horror, a dress came out of my bag. This is so embarrassing. Why did you steal, Alice? Oh my, what in the world? But how? I felt my cheeks burn as everyone in the store looked at me. But I didn't, I swear. Kids, please, can we go? You have the dress. It must have been a mistake. Well, things were a mess, but somehow we got out of it. At home, Mom told Dad everything. Oh, honey, you should have told Mom you liked the dress. Liked it? Dad, it was icky pink. Do you think I would ever wear it? It was big. I did see Mom putting it in my bag. When? I mean, I would never. To be honest, I didn't see it, but I had a feeling it was her. But Dad didn't take my word for it and asked Abby about the dress. And before she could answer, I snapped. Like, you really have to ask Abby? Don't you trust me? It's not like that. Wait, Alice. A few days later, when I returned from school and was going to my room, I saw something familiar in my stepmom's hand. OMG, it was my mom's jewelry box. Oh, is this what he gave to his wife? And he can't even increase my credit card limit? Huh, he made me steal that dress. I guess I'll be keeping this one. Oh my God! This is my mom's. Give it back. I wanted to snatch the box, but she dropped it on purpose and broke it. And then I screamed as loud as I could. When Dad came running, I told him everything. But right then, my stepmom started the waterworks. Honey, I was just dusting the box and it slipped from my hand. I am sorry. I shouldn't have touched the box, Alice. I didn't mean it. Oh, cut it out. You know what you did, you lying piece of garbage. Alice, she is your mom. You are not supposed to talk to her like that. You are grounded. I tried to tell my dad the truth, but he wouldn't listen to me. Even Abby wasn't talking to me now, and she moved to another room. How could you lie about my mom that way? She's the nicest. Things got even worse when our results for 9th grade came in. Hey, honey, Abby got an A, but poor Alice flunked again. It's great. I'm proud of Abby. Alice, you need to step up your game. I will, Dad. I'll work harder. Saying that, I left the room, but when I turned, I saw Abby hugging Dad. Oh, Dad, I worked so hard just to make you happy. Am I your number one now? Oh, yeah, you're both my number one. What? I felt gutted, but at least I had Max. I wanted to share everything, so when he came to visit, I just wanted to take him outside, but the guy was glued to the couch with Abby. Max, we gotta go. Is it important? Soccer can wait. This episode of The Kardashians needs my undivided attention. You go ahead. I know you hate this show. What? I couldn't believe even Max didn't have time for me. It was the lowest point of my life, and I just distanced myself from everyone, even Max. Though he kept trying to talk to me. I just wanted to focus on changing my situation by studying. I needed to ace my exams and get out of this place. My hard work paid off and I got good grades, and my application to an engineering university got accepted. I was so sure that Dad would be happy, but his reaction was the opposite. Alice, that's good, but New York? That's almost 3,000 miles away. Honey, don't forget your farms are facing the worst dry spell. You just sold one of them for $100,000 to pay off debts. To send her to that college, we would need tons of money. I'm talking to Dad. Do you mind staying out of this? She is right. I think you should just stay here and not leave me. You think I'll just stay here forever and rot? Why do you want me here? So you can just ignore me all day? Never. That's all her planning. She's not a mom, she's a witch. And you think this is the perfect family frame? It's not. Alice, enough of this. I can't believe you have so much hatred for this family. Some perfect family. Ugh. It was the first time I'd seen Dad so angry and disappointed in me. The same day, I saw Mom and Abby talking, but they abruptly stopped when they saw me. What was that all about? Later, when I was in my room, Abby walked in looking really worried. Alice, I heard Mom and Dad talk about sending you to a boot camp for troubled teens. She has Dad convinced. You have to apologize to Mom. Apologize? Never. Ugh, I'd rather leave this place. The last thing I'll do is apologize to her. That night, I packed my bags and ran off. In New York, I worked hard, really hard, and I was saving every penny I could. Often I missed Dad, and one time I even called him, but when I heard his voice, I choked up and hung up. I kept expecting he'd call me someday, but his call never came. A year later, I was finally able to get into the university of my dreams. I was doing great, but right when it was time to submit the fees for the second semester, I was short on cash. I couldn't think of anyone but Dad to help me. I had to go back and meet with him. Yeah, we had our differences, but to me, he was still the most important person on earth, no matter what. I tried calling him, but I couldn't reach him. So I called Abby and told her I was coming back, and she told me that she'd pick me up. When I landed at the airport, Abby gave me the most unexpected news. Alice, it's nice to see you, but you can't meet with Dad. His health was not good when you left. He recently had some heart issues, and it wouldn't be good for him if you appeared out of nowhere. Let me talk to him first, and then you can meet him. I was so worried for Dad, but was glad he had Abby who cared dearly for him. I could lay low for a couple of days. For Dad, when we sat in the car, I was surprised that Abby had brought Max, but my ex-bestie gave me the cold shoulder. They dropped me at a motel and left. It was really dirty, and I just couldn't sleep in that bed. At midnight, someone knocked on the door, and though I was scared, when I opened it, I saw Max. Ugh, what are you doing here at this time of night? Duh, I couldn't let you stay at this shady place.
I thought that you weren't talking to me.
Yeah, whatever. Get your things, I'll be in the car.
Max, wait, I'm coming. Don't leave me here alone. This place is scary. Max took me to his house, and I was finally able to have a good sleep. The next day, I woke up to Max making breakfast for me. So, you're still mad at me, but making me breakfast. Nice. I missed your cooking, to be honest.
Oh, Alice, you are so funny that I have tears in my eyes when you use the word honesty. How could you leave without saying goodbye?
You can't imagine what I was going through. I know I made bad decisions, and I'm really sorry, Max. Can you forgive me, please?
I can't promise, but I'll think about it. If you help me do the dishes.
I knew Max couldn't stay mad at me for long, and as we did the dishes, I splattered some water on him and we got into a water fight, and then we just hugged. We spent the entire day together. I even showed him the picture of a roller coaster ride I tried in New York and how it reminded me of him. Just then, Max got a call from Abby inviting him over for a party because she aced her exams, and just like that, I had an idea. Please, Max, I want to go too. I promise, I'll just get a glimpse of Dad and come back here. He reluctantly agreed. Max sneaked me inside the house right when Abby was cutting the cake with Dad. Just as he saw me, he dropped the knife and came running towards me.
Alice, it's you.
All of a sudden, we both burst into tears.
Where were you, kiddo? You got so angry with your dad that you just left me. You never think of me. Oh, thank God you're back. Just forget about the money and everything.
Dad? What? Before I could even finish, someone pulled me from Dad. It was Abby, and she had a crazy look in her eyes. This was my moment. He finally loved me. Only me. Why did you have to come back? Mom told me you... Abby, just zip your mouth. Come with me. No, that's it. Just let me say it. I did everything. You told me to steal Dad's money and pin it on her, but nothing happened. Here she is, once again stealing Dad from me. Why? What in the world? Never in a million years could I imagine that my own sister would go so low. Dad and Max looked pretty shocked.
Oh, is that where you got the money for your lip plastic surgery? By the way, it looks ugly.
I can understand why Mom did it, but Abby, you? Why? Because I deserve to be Dad's number one, not you. Why did you have to come back? I came back because I love my dad. Saying that, I jumped at her and we both ended up falling in the pool. Dad got me out of the pool and then turned to his wife, and boy was he angry. In the end, he kicked her out, but right when Abby was leaving, I grabbed her hand. I realized that she was not a bad person, she just wanted a dad. I was willing to give her a second chance, but definitely not a third.
Hi, I'm Amy, and before I tell you my story, there are 3 things you should know about me. 1, I have a very normal family. You won't believe how normal they are. 2, I am not allowed to date. And 3, you will never be able to guess who my mom married. Sounds intriguing, right? But before I continue, please click the like and subscribe buttons. Thanks. I flinched as I washed my wound in the kitchen sink. I knew it was stupid of me to slide into home when I wasn't wearing a long-sleeved shirt, but I just had to make it to the plate. And we won the game. Besides, this wound was nothing compared to what would happen to me if Dad found out I had been playing baseball. Before I could even finish the thought, I heard him walk into the kitchen behind me. Uh-oh, busted. He took one look at me, threw up his hands, and started yelling, "How many times have I told you to stop playing that stupid game? This is not how girls are supposed to behave. You will never be a good wife." I tried to lie about how I got hurt, but he wasn't fooled. He knew I played baseball. As if that wasn't bad enough, Mom walked in just as soon as he was done. Sometimes my mom's a pain too. And obviously, with my stellar luck, I had flunked my math test that day, so it was her turn to go ballistic on me. "How are you going to be a lawyer if your grades are so bad, you idiot? You're just going to end up on the streets if you don't get serious already." Blah, blah, blah. I had heard it all before. She was always on my case about school. I was so tired of being criticized all the time, so when they finally left me in peace, I decided to do the only thing that cheered me up. I baked. Chocolate was bound to make me feel better. But just as I was about to bite into a big, fudgy piece to drown my sorrows, my dad walked in, again, and knocked it out of my hand. I looked at him sadly. He shrugged and said, "You can't eat brownies, stupid. You have to stay fit and attractive. Otherwise, you'll never find a husband by the time you're 18. There's plenty of fruit in the fridge. Eat that." How am I supposed to find a husband when I'm not even allowed to date? I thought. I can't really catch a boy because I can't go out with anyone till I'm married. And why is Mom on my case to become a lawyer when apparently I'll be taking care of kids before I hit 20? Ugh. These psychos were driving me crazy. That weekend, my best friend Katie was having a pool party. Obviously, I wasn't allowed to go, so I sneaked out when Mom and Dad went to bed. When I got there, I was thrilled. I needed to let off some steam so badly. When Paul, the cutest guy in our class, arrived with his friends, I decided to talk to him, but when I saw my stick-thin reflection in the patio doors, I heard my dad's voice telling me I wasn't girly or feminine enough. I stepped back into the shadows and smoothed down my hair, feeling shy and sad. But then I had an idea. I grabbed a couple of water balloons and dashed back inside. Thank goodness I had packed a sweater in my bag. I stuffed those water balloons inside my bra. When I turned sideways, the effect was amazing. I looked so curvy and spectacular, just like that cheerleader he was always talking to. I slowly and very carefully went back into the pool, but I couldn't spot Paul anywhere. Where he had been standing was only one of his lame friends. No, where was Paul? He needed to see my curves. I was about to rush past this boy when he suddenly spoke to me. "You're Amy, right?" he said with a shy smile. "I'm Liam." "Hi," I replied, keeping my arms crossed firmly over my chest. "Why are you in a sweater?" he asked, looking puzzled. "Don't you feel hot?" I brushed a strand of hair away from my sweaty face. I was feeling hot, and looking really stupid, too. I was wearing a sweater while everyone around me had changed into swimsuits. Amy," he added quickly, "you've got something on your shirt." I looked down. Oh my God! The water balloons were leaking. Everyone standing close to us had noticed, and they started to laugh. I ran back inside, feeling horrified. There was no way I could look like a cool cheerleader, ever. For the next few days, all I wanted to do was stay in the kitchen and make more brownies. I felt like a complete fool. I just couldn't do anything right, except make brownies. Obviously, it was time for my parents to add more drama to my life. They were just always fighting. One day I walked in and found them at it again. I heard my mom cry out that she always felt Dad had no interest in her and he barely even noticed her. Dad sounded really annoyed. "For God's sake, woman, stop saying the same thing over and over again. I have to get dressed because I'm expecting an important guest. Just shut up for a while and let me have some peace." A tall, handsome man came to our house that evening, and Dad introduced him as Will from his law firm. Boy, was my dad a different person around his guest. You'd think he was the kindest, calmest man on earth. He'd laugh extra loud at Will's jokes, most of which were pretty lame. He was so attentive, topping up Will's glass with more water or filling his plate with more food. And he had even ordered some fancy pastries from a French bakery that Will apparently loved. Yeah, I love pastries too, Dad, but you never get them for me. Look how your dad is acting like a little puppy around his guest. He looks like a fool, Mom muttered while we were taking the empty dishes to the kitchen. Uncle Will started coming around at least once a week for dinner. I didn't mind that too much. At least my parents weren't screaming at each other with him around, and he was pretty nice. He tasted my brownies and said I could definitely be a chef. But of course, Mom shook her head and said I'd be a waste of space and a failed investment if I just stayed in the kitchen. Dad had gone upstairs a few minutes before, and now he was back with a big box. He was just full of excitement. He told us he had asked his mother to send this, and it had arrived in the mail today. He lifted the lid and removed something from it, which he held up for us all to see. "Well, what do you think, Amy?" he asked. What did I think? I stared at the white dress in horror. It was clearly a wedding dress, and not even a pretty one. With its puffy, full sleeves and frilly high neck, it looked like something a bride in a horror movie would wear, one from the last century. I was speechless. Looking at my face, he frowned at me and said that I'd better start working out if I wanted to fit into his mother's dress. Dad spent the next half hour going on about how he wanted me to just settle in with a nice boy in a few years. What was wrong with that? Then he said the worst imaginable thing. Besides, sweetie, everyone dreams of having a son. He said it so matter-of-factly that I just walked out of the room. I cannot handle this. I was so confused about what I wanted from this life. It clearly wasn't the things my parents wanted for me. I decided to finally find something that I could be good at and be proud of myself. So I began talent hunting. I tried out for the Glee Club, but I didn't make the cut. No surprises there. I'm completely tone deaf. Then it was the chess club, but oh my God, what a snooze fest. I would be falling asleep during my partner's turn. I thought my mom would be proud if I joined the literature club. My dad should join it. Jane Austen's books are all about proper ladies and catching husbands, but I couldn't stand those boring old books. All my tryouts were turning into major disasters. What made it worse was that there was one person who was just always there to see me mess up each one. Liam. I swear, he was such a creep. I was just as clueless as ever. To make matters worse, Mom and Dad were fighting more than ever before. It was almost a relief when my mom had to visit my aunt for a few days. Finally, there would be some peace around here. But of course, there wasn't. Dad told me we were going out for dinner, and I'd better wear that pretty lilac dress he got for me a month ago. It was just perfect for my complexion, he said. I really didn't want to go anywhere, but there was nothing to eat at home, so I agreed. If I'd known what was in store for me, I would have chosen to starve. Dad walked toward a table for 3, where a nervous-looking young guy in a suit was already waiting for us. He shook hands with my dad formally and introduced himself as an intern in my dad's law firm. Oh my God, this was a setup. Dad had really crossed a line. I didn't even bother sitting down. I just stood there with my hands fisted in the fabric of that stupid lilac dress. Are you insane? I hissed. He flushed. Sit down, Amy. Even with the clink of the dishes and the sound of other people talking, I could hear the threat in his voice. It was the last straw. Before I knew it, I was yelling, "Why is it so important for me to get married? I'm only 15. You will sit down right now," he replied, glancing around at the strangers and the waiter, who were all staring at us. The poor boy looked terrified. And for just a second, I felt bad for him. "I won't," I cried. "You can't force me. I don't belong to you. You're going to need all the help you can get to find a nice boy to marry you." I heard Dad screaming as I stormed out of the restaurant. We didn't talk for the next few days, and I didn't mind at all. Soon enough, Mom was home, and they were back to fighting as usual. I was miserable. I started to have sleepless nights, and my grades began to drop. Dad was always on my case about the dark circles under my eyes. When my report card came, Mom had a fit. I didn't know what to do about all the stress. My skin started breaking out, and Dad started buying all these creams for my face. I somehow made it to 10th grade, barely. But then another life-changing thing happened. Mom and Dad got divorced. Dad packed all his things and moved out. I felt like it was my fault. If I had been a better daughter and made them proud, maybe they would have been happier. But I was so furious at them too. It wasn't my responsibility to make their marriage work. It didn't turn out to be such a bad thing, though. At least there was no more fighting and screaming. Mom soon got a job, and she looked much happier. I could see she was making more of an effort to dress up and would go out in the evenings with friends more often. Dad had gotten a nice little place, and I visited him twice a week. He was still going on about my marriage, But I didn't have to hear about it all the time at least. I thought things were looking up, and I started to feel better. But I spoke too soon. One day, not long after I had that thought, Mom took me to dinner one day when I was surprised to see that she had invited Uncle Will as well. I hadn't seen him in a while. When we finished our dessert, which, by the way, was disgusting, she cleared her throat and then did something even more disgusting than the dessert. She took Uncle Will's hand. Oh my God. Amy, I feel like a different person. A big reason for that is that I'm in love. They both smiled at me. I wanted to gag. I didn't even know how to hide how horrified I was. I didn't even know they were dating. She asked me why I looked so pale and quiet. She and Dad had just got divorced, and now she had just sprung this news on me out of nowhere. I liked Uncle Will, but I couldn't be happy for them, not yet anyway. Pretending that I had a headache, I stood up and left them. I went back home, but I didn't stay there. I packed up some clothes and went over to my dad's place. When I reached his house, I heard laughter from the kitchen. Dad had company over, it seemed, but I didn't care. I just wanted to hurt Will. I decided I'd smash the windows of his car. I ran to the garage. Dad had a lot of tools that would be perfect for the job. But in the very first drawer I opened, I came across a letter addressed to Uncle Will in Dad's handwriting. That was odd. I knew I shouldn't, but I felt too curious not to open it. And then I couldn't believe what I was reading. I felt dizzy with shock as my eyes scanned the page. It was a confession. Dad said that he'd had feelings for Uncle Will, but he knew about Mom and him and he was okay with it. In fact, he was happy that Uncle Will had made him face the truth about himself and finally get out of a miserable marriage. What? I sank to the floor, completely dazed. My dad was gay? My dad was gay. So many things started adding up. So much of his behavior made sense now, and I could see why he and Mom just never got along. But this was a lot for me to take in. I rushed back to the kitchen and saw a smartly dressed, gorgeous guy pouring wine into glasses. Dad jumped to his feet the minute he heard me open the door. His hair was a little messed up and he had stubble on his face. Seeing me walk in, he grabbed an apron and tied it around his waist. He introduced the guy as a friend from his law firm. The liar. I literally just snapped. It was your stupid friend from a law firm that ruined this family before. I yelled and started throwing things around. I hate you and Mom and Will. Angrily, I grabbed the wine glasses and threw the wine all over the carpet. I needed fresh air. I rushed out of the house and started running back to my place, tears running down my face. I nearly bumped into someone on a bicycle. Of course, it was Liam. The boy was everywhere, but for once, I was so relieved to see him. I just burst into tears as soon as he asked me what was wrong. He took me in his arms as I let everything spill out, and I told him everything I had found out about my parents. He just listened to me and said maybe things would be better for me now if my parents were happy. Of course, he was right, but all I could think was, my dad's gay, and as unbelievable as it may sound, my mom was about to marry my dad's old crush. I couldn't go back to my dad's place that night, and I didn't want to go home to my mom's either. I decided to crash at Liam's house for a while, and that's where my parents found me the next day. They wanted me to come home, but I refused. I don't have a home, I shouted at them, and it's your fault, both of you. Then Mom took a deep breath, and I could tell things were about to get even worse. Amy, she said, I'm moving in with Uncle Will. You can stay with Dad or at the house. We'll make sure your expenses are paid. I didn't want to take their charity, but I agreed, resentfully. It's just for now. Soon I'll get a job and I'll pay my own way. I know all your secrets and I'm done with all your lies. Just leave me alone, I said. Thankfully, they did, and after all those years, I felt like I could finally breathe. Finally, I could escape their nagging and learn to be myself, whatever that meant. Liam had been waiting tables at a restaurant and told me they had a job opening. I took it and I realized it was really nice to have Liam around. I realized I was starting to have a bit of a crush on him. One day, my dad came by the restaurant during my shift and asked if we could talk. I reluctantly agreed. When we sat down at a table, I noticed he had tears in his eyes. He told me that over the last few months, he realized what a terrible father he had been to me. I was speechless. I felt a bit angry, but mostly I felt relief. I was glad Dad was finally learning to accept himself and the people he loved. He asked me if I wanted to move back in with him, but I told him with a smile that I was happy being on my own for now, and I needed this space to figure out my life. After he left, I went over to Liam, who was wiping some glasses clean. I gave him a big kiss. His eyes widened, but I could tell he was super pleased. "What was that for?" he asked. "For always accepting me as I am, and for always supporting me."
Hi, I'm Adeline from France. Please like and subscribe. Since the day I was born, I've had a sworn enemy, my older sister Sienna. I think she just didn't like sharing our parents, even though they practically worshipped her. She looked like an angel with her blonde curls and blue eyes, and they thought she could do no wrong. Only I knew she was pure evil. Once when I was 5, I'd spent hours making a tall Lego building, and suddenly Sienna came running and knocked it down.
Why did you do that, witch? Why did you do that, witch? Stop that! Stop that! I hate you, Sienna. You're the best, Sienna.
I leapt forward and pulled her hair, and she screamed like crazy. She pushed me off, and then she bit her own arm. As my parents came running, she started to cry.
I tripped and fell on Adeline's Lego, and I said I was really, really sorry. But look, she bit me. No, I didn't. She bit herself.
Stop lying, Adeline. Why would she do that? Is she crazy?
Yeah. But Sienna just got extra ice cream after dinner, and I had to go without dessert for 2 weeks. Not only was Sienna poster child beautiful, she had a really sunny personality in front of everybody, and it made her a family favorite, which meant she always got showered by compliments and better gifts. Once in 6th grade, we had a Christmas dinner at our place, and just as I stepped out of my room, I slipped and landed in a puddle of chocolate sauce. Oh my God! As I ran down angrily, everyone looked at me in surprise, but no one was more shocked than Sienna. "Oh, poor Adeline. What happened to your beautiful dress? Is that mud or poop?"
You know what it is, Sienna. You did this.
Me? I've been here all this time, and why would I do that?
Adeline, can you please stop blaming your sister for everything? Just come now. It's time for family portraits.
And in all the pictures, everyone was gathered around Sienna while I stood on the side in my ugly dress. I slipped out halfway through dinner to the park. It's not like anyone would notice. As I was angrily kicking up dirt, I suddenly jumped when someone spoke behind me. Having a bad day? I looked around to see a girl my age on a bench. She was pretty, but she had a really bad haircut. Yeah, I am. My sister ruins everything for me, and no one even sees it. Ugh, siblings are the worst. I hate my brother. Mom lets him get away with everything. Her name was Bianca, and she'd recently moved to our neighborhood. We bonded instantly, and I didn't even recognize how much time had gone by. As I was leaving, I suddenly turned around. "Why is your hair like that?" "Oh, my mom loves my hair. So I chopped it off just to annoy her." I grinned. I like this girl already. And just like Bianca told me to, I left some dog poop under Sienna's bed. Her room stank so much by morning, she couldn't sleep there for days. Since that day, Bianca and I were best friends. She joined the same school, and having her around made life with Sienna so much more bearable. She didn't even find Sienna as impressive as everyone else did. "Sure, she's pretty, but you've got a great personality." "That's what you say to someone who's not pretty, Bianca." "You didn't let me finish. You're smarter and cooler, and I think that makes you prettier than her. Now you're just lying to make me feel better." It was nice to hear such things for a change, but I didn't really believe Bianca. She was just good to me because she was my friend. The best 2 years of my life was when Sienna moved to high school, but soon enough, I had to join her there. I begged my parents to send me somewhere different. "You guys going to the same school is easier for me. Sienna never complains. You could learn something from her, and she'll help you find your way around the new campus. Right, Sienna?" "Of course, Daddy. Haven't I always taken care of Adeline?" But as soon as we reached school on my first day, Sienna waited for our car to leave and then turned to me. "Listen to me, idiot. I want you to stay away from my friends and my hot boys at my school. Don't come near me. Don't even look at me. I don't want anyone knowing my sister is from Planet Loser. As if I want anyone thinking I'm related to the queen of Planet Bimbo. Oh, don't worry. No one will be thinking about you. and she pushed me aside and joined some girls who all looked like models. Ugh, I hated this place already. Thank God for Bianca. Later that day, as I was putting stuff in my locker, I turned around and crashed straight into a boy. I started picking everything up and he bent down to help, and our heads bumped against each other's hard. We both fell back and started laughing. He helped me to my feet, and I couldn't help noticing that he was really cute. I definitely had to find out more about him. But later that afternoon, I was taking a nap when Sienna pushed me off my bed. Wake up, ugly. Tell me why you were talking to Simon. Gosh, you're such a psycho. And who's Simon? That guy you were flirting with by the lockers? Oh, him. Why are you so interested? Because that boy is mine. Are you two dating? Well, not technically. We're really good friends, but he's about to ask me out any day. See, I even got a tattoo with his name. Why are you so lame? He's not even your boyfriend yet. You know what everyone likes, especially boys? Confidence. I'm completely sure he will be my boyfriend, so stay away from him. But I was really curious to know how close he and Sienna actually were. So when she was out with her friends, I sneaked into her room and looked for her diary. And it was worse than I thought. She was completely obsessed with him. She even had a picture of them with 2 random kids and a caption, "Our perfect family." Jeez. I couldn't help reading the rest of her diary. And other than her Simon obsession, it looked like she really liked to write down all sorts of gossip and mean comments about her friends. Just then, I heard Sienna's voice downstairs, and I dashed out of her room like a bullet. A couple of days later, it was my 15th birthday, and the only plan I had was a movie night with Bianca. But when we got home, I was shocked to find my parents and Sienna and other people yelling surprise at me. What? You guys threw me a surprise birthday party?
Oh, it was all Sienna's idea.
Looking around, I noticed that none of my classmates were here. It was all people Sienna knew, including Simon. Where are my friends? What friends? Bianca's here, isn't she? I thought it would be a really lame party with one friend, so I invited mine.
So sweet of you, Sienna.
No, it's not. You basically just threw a party for yourself. Stop being such a crybaby, will you? The cake's got your name on it. I saw her friends snickering, and then they just put on loud music and started to dance. And I'd just had it. I went upstairs and got her diary from her room. I pulled the power cord, and the music suddenly died. Attention, everyone. Since you're all gathered here, I thought I'd let you know what your amazing friend, Sienna, thinks of you. And she turned white when she saw the diary in my hand, and I started reading out loud. She chased me all over the room as I dodged her and kept reading things loudly. But finally she caught up to me, and we both ended up in a heap on the ground. And the diary went flying at Simon's feet.
What's this?
And his eyes flew wide when he saw all the stuff about him. Sienna got up and snatched it, but Simon was already looking really uncomfortable, and the rest of her friends were glaring at her. And suddenly, they all left, and she turned around to pounce on me again. How could you do something so horrible? You're shocked? After all the horrible things you've always done to me? My parents jumped in and pulled us apart, and as Sienna stormed off to her room, they went running behind her. I got up and grinned at Bianca. That was epic, wasn't it? No, Adeline, that was horrible. What do you mean? Sienna totally deserved it. I didn't make up those things. She wrote them. But you're the person who took her diary and then read it out loud in front of everyone. Wouldn't you do the same thing to your brother? Heck no. Yeah, we fight a lot, but I would never stoop this low. I can't believe you're mad at me. More like really disappointed. As she walked off, her words felt like a slap in the face, and then I just felt mad. Sienna had never been good to me, so I didn't have to feel bad about my revenge. In fact, I decided to continue with it. The next day, I went shopping and bought the nicest clothes I could afford and new makeup. I took a long time getting myself ready for school, and I looked great. Sienna's jaw dropped as I got into the car for school.
Oh, wow, Adeline. 15 looks good on you.
Thanks, Mom. There was another thing I needed to learn from Sienna: confidence. So later at recess, I took a deep breath and walked over to the table where Sienna's friends were sitting. Hi, everyone. I'm sitting here today. What makes you think you're gonna do that? You were all there last night, right? Aren't you glad I showed you Sienna's true face? Well, that's true. I guess you can sit. What's with the makeover? Well, it is my birthday. Does that mean we owe you a cake? Sure, why not? And just like that, I started hanging out with Sienna's old friends, which obviously made her really mad. Bianca was came and sat next to me in the library.
Hey, Adeline. I just wanted to say, what you did at the birthday party was cool. Who knew Sienna had such a mean streak? And also, the stuff she wrote about me? That was just creepy. I almost asked her out. Can you
enjoy their childhood? You only get it once. But nothing topped the birthday party she threw me when I turned 10. She turned our backyard into a carnival with swings, food stalls, bouncy castles, and a petting zoo. The whole neighborhood was invited, and everyone was having a blast. Till things turned a bit chaotic. We suddenly had goats headbutting kids, llamas chasing neighbors down the street, and alpacas uprooting everyone's lawns. And to make things 10 times worse, Dad turned up early to find the house looking like a tornado had swept through. It didn't help that we also got a massive fine from the city council for unauthorized livestock. Dad was beyond furious, and after a huge fight, he told Mom he'd had enough and wanted a divorce. He moved out the next day, and soon after the divorce was finalized, we found out he got remarried. Mom didn't take all these changes well and got really depressed. Dad sent some money for child support, but it wasn't much, and we suddenly found ourselves going from fairly well off to, well, kinda poor.
It used to be so much more fun to share lunch with you when you had takeout pizza or pasta. Your homemade meals are awful.
I know.
How can you eat this every day? If you can make your mom happy by letting her think her food is good, it's easy to eat her awful lunches.
In more ways than one, I found myself being the adult around the house while Mom was in her downward spiral. She was a high school dropout, so she wasn't qualified for many jobs, and if she got any, she never lasted too long.
Mom, I understand the customer was being rude to you, but you shouldn't have hit him in the eye with fried chicken.
He deserved it. Otherwise, you know I'm not a violent person. You got fired from the shoe store last month because you had an argument with the manager and threw a stiletto at him. As Mom drifted in and out of jobs and moods, I was taking care of things around the house and even managing the finances. By 8th grade, I'd started doing small jobs for the neighbors to earn some extra cash. But when I was in the 9th grade, Mom got a job as a singing telegram. Yep, she got paid to dress up in the wackiest costumes, from a tap dancing banana to a rapping dinosaur, and deliver messages in song. Happy birthday, dear Max. It's time to wear your party hat, even though you're getting older. At least you're not as old as that. Betty, you give me diabetes, 'cause you're so sweet. Say yes to marry me, and I'll kiss your feet. They weren't always happy messages, though.
Don't worry, Mike, you're not about to die, but you are getting fired, so pack your things and say bye.
For the first time, Mom seemed to be doing something she enjoyed, and I was happy for her. One evening, she was going to a fast food restaurant to deliver a birthday message, and she asked me to come along so we could eat there later. I watched in amusement as she sang and danced, but just then, I heard loud laughter at the table behind me. It was a bunch of popular girls from my class with their queen bee, Mila, and they were laughing at Mom.
Gosh, how pathetic would you have to be to take up a job that has you acting like an idiot in public?
It made me really angry, but I couldn't help feeling embarrassed too. I didn't want to be seen by them with Mom. I slid under the table, crawled towards the fire exit, and escaped. I waited in the car till Mom came, saying she'd been looking for me everywhere, but I just pretended I wasn't feeling well and wanted to go home. And when career day came around and everyone was asked to bring in their parents, I made sure Mom just never got the notice for it. So imagine my shock when Mom walked into the classroom dressed up as a giant cupcake. And when she introduced herself as my mom, I wished a sinkhole would open up. How come you didn't tell me about career day? I found the notice under your bed while cleaning. I forgot. You looked uncomfortable with me being there. Well, you know what kids are like, Mom. They can be mean. If you were planning to come, you could have said you'd do something else. Why? I know some moms who came are lawyers and doctors, and their jobs are really important to them. But I also like mine, and it pays the bills. That's all a job is supposed to do. I don't define my worth by it. I was almost annoyed with Mom for choosing this moment to sound so wise and mature. Why couldn't she understand that high school kids were judgmental and wouldn't let me live it down? Which, of course, they didn't. Wow, you got the lowest grade in the math test. If you keep up like this, you'll end up failing high school and become a singing telegram too. You're signing up for dance club? Danielle, if you dance anything like your mom, don't even bother. One day, I was walking into class when I tripped on a school bag and face planted to the floor. Oh, wow, girl. You're just as embarrassing as your mom. I'd had it. I was about to pounce on her when the door suddenly opened and the teacher walked in with the most gorgeous boy I'd ever laid eyes on. He introduced himself as Antonio, and everybody swooned over the mysterious exchange student. Antonio, you can sit here. She pushed her minion right out of the chair next to her, then smiled at him innocently. But to my shock, the teacher insisted Antonio sit with me. As he walked over, he ran his fingers through his blonde hair, and his bright blue eyes mesmerized me as he gave me a smile. Oh, was I kidding? He'd never be interested in me. So I just got on with the day and watched the really pretty girls fall over themselves to talk to him, which was so embarrassing. Hey, Antonio, please zip up my lab coat. Oh, silly me. It has no zip. Can I touch your hair? Just for 1 second. It's for science. To my surprise, Antonio walked past all the other girls at lunch and asked if he could sit with me. And he actually seemed interested in talking to me.
Back home, I don't have any friends.
Really? You look like the sort who would have loads.
It's hard to trust people. It seems like most of them want to be friends for all the wrong reasons. Even here, I don't know how many of these people actually care to know the real me. You seem different, though.
Oh, I blushed and got so nervous that I spilled my milkshake all over myself. Rather than laughing, he coolly handed me a napkin. When our hands touched, we both pulled away nervously. So, tell me about the real you. He talked about how much he missed his country and his family.
We're really close, so it's hard to be away. How about your family?
Oh, well, it's just me and my mom. We're pretty close.
What does your mom do?
She's a singer.
Oh, really? What kind of singer?
Come on, think fast. A jazz singer. Really sophisticated and cool, you know? Antonio was super amazed by that. But then I suddenly realized he would discover the truth soon enough. So I lied to Mom. I've joined a club before and after school, and the timings won't suit you, so no need to drive me over and pick me up. I'll take the bus. I had to go to a cafe to kill time, before and after school, but it was worth it. Antonio and I were getting closer.
Want me to come around tonight to study? Where I'm staying, I don't get much privacy.
My mom's rehearsing with her cool and sophisticated jazz band. What about the library? We hit the books in the library one afternoon where something weird happened. These two men in suits sat right near us and kept glancing at Antonio. They were both reading, but one of them had his book upside down. I don't want to worry you, but those men keep looking at you.
Are you sure? Maybe they're looking at you because, you know, you're so pretty. It's still creepy, of course. We can get out of here and go to the mall. I have to buy a few things.
It wasn't a few things. Antonio was spending an obscene amount of money.
What? These are presents for my family. I get an allowance, you know?
Suddenly, this guy appeared out of nowhere, took Antonio's wallet, and bolted like a cheetah. But just then, the same two men from the library popped up, chased the thief down, and tackled him to the ground. Those are the men from the library. They're after us. Run, Antonio, run!
It's okay. I know them. I will explain everything.
Antonio took me to the exchange house where he was staying, which turned out to be a freaking mansion with staff who bowed to him.
I must confess something. In my country, I'm a prince. My parents are king and queen, and those men are my bodyguards.
Yeah, and I'm the Empress of Egypt, Cleopatra. Nice to meet you.
It's true. I'm really not making this up.
It really felt like he wasn't joking around, and my mouth dropped open in shock.
I'm sorry, I lied. I just wanted to experience life without the royal spotlight for a bit. I was gonna tell you the truth eventually, but I was enjoying my time with you so much, just being a regular guy. I didn't want to ruin it, because, well, I kinda like you.
Wow! A prince has feelings for me! I kinda like you too. Antonio smiled brightly. It was like a fairy tale.
Now that you know the truth, my parents are coming for a visit tomorrow, and we're having a banquet. I'd love for you to come, you and your mom.
I couldn't invite Mom, not after the lies I told about her. She went on a world tour today. She's in Japan right now.
Oh, that's a shame. I really wanted to meet her.
The next night, as I got ready for Antonio's party, Mom peeked into my room.
Hey, honey, I have to work tonight. Are you going out?
Yes. I'm hanging out with some friends.
I'm happy to hear that. But lately, I feel like we hardly spend any time together. Any chance you want to tag along to work? We can do something fun afterwards.
I told you already, Mom. Hanging out with friends. Mom looked a bit sad as she nodded and left, and I felt kinda bad. But my mind soon shifted back to Antonio's party. I wanted to look my absolute best for it. The party was amazing, and everyone there looked super glamorous. Antonio introduced me to his parents, who were both lovely. Everything was going well when suddenly Antonio grabbed my hand.
I have a surprise for you.
The lights darkened and the stage lights lit up. Then, to my absolute horror, Mom walked on stage dressed as a queen with a fake crown and velvet robes. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could, hoping I could teleport to another planet. But, spoiler alert, it didn't work.
I found the cutest way to send a message. It's called a singing telegram. Ever heard of it? This message is for you.
Then, my mother started to sing an opera about love. Everyone cheered her on, but I wasn't even listening. I was hoping she couldn't even see me from the stage. But then, she got off and started walking into the crowd towards me. As she got closer, her voice cracked and she stopped singing mid-sentence.
Danielle?
You know her?
I guess, a little, yeah. She's my mom.
I thought your mom was a jazz singer in Japan on a world tour.
I looked at Mom as realization of what was happening dawned on her face. I'd never seen her look so sad and disappointed. Then she just turned and ran out. I'm sorry, I have to go. I ran after her as fast as I could, but she'd already left, so I took a cab home. When I got there, she had already changed out of costume. Mom, I'm sorry.
You are that embarrassed of me that you pretended I was in another country?
I know, it was awful, and
That was my last job as a singing telegram. It's over.
Mom,
You don't have to save it, Danielle. You got what you wanted. A normal mom. I'll never embarrass you again.
She wasn't the only one angry at me. Antonio was ignoring me in school the next few days too. And eventually, I had to climb the rope right behind him in gym class to get him to talk to me.
What are you doing?
I just wanted to apologize about that little mix-up.
Little mix-up? You lied to me.
Hello, Mr. I'm a secret prince?
Lying about that is different. And I told you the truth eventually. I liked you because I thought you were genuine, unlike the others, but I was clearly wrong.
His words hit me so hard that I fell off the rope. Ouch. I know I shouldn't have cared what people thought of my mom. A part of me just wanted to have a stable parent with a normal job. But what was so bad about the one who didn't? Growing up, I'd loved that she wasn't like other parents. Mom had just picked up a waitressing job at her friend's cafe, and I decided to dress up and apologize to her publicly as a singing telegram. But when I got there, I found her in a cat fight with her friend. Why won't you believe me? Why would I lie about my daughter dating a prince?
If he's a prince, he could literally date anyone. Why Danielle? You're saying my daughter isn't good enough for a prince? What's wrong with my Danielle? She's pretty and smart and the picture of grace.
I couldn't help smiling. She really was one of a kind. Mom, I've been a jerk. We both know it's true. I'm really sorry that I made you feel blue. You deserve the best day and night. Please quit this job. Let's make it right. As Mom and I went smiling outside, I pulled her into a hug. You always let me do whatever I wanted. I'm sorry I wasn't as supportive.
I know I haven't been the ideal parent at times.
You're the parent I want. Let's go eat something, shall we?
Any chance your prince boyfriend would join us?
He's not my boyfriend. And you aren't supposed to go around announcing he's a prince.
I don't think anyone believed me anyway.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess we'll have to see if he'll give me another chance. Either way, tonight I'd rather just hang out with you, Mom. It's been a while. Hey friends, I'm Ada, and I was the first computer programmer ever. I was born on the 10th of December, 1815, in a super rich family in London and lived with my governess, the servants, and a pet cat, Mrs. Puff, in a huge mansion in the countryside. My mom was a very famous social worker and was mostly away, but whenever she'd return home, I'd try my best to make the most of it. Mom, I made this drawing for you. Mom, I learned to ride a unicycle. Isn't it cool? Look, I can walk upside down. It was like everything I did was to impress Mom.
Ada, I don't want you wasting your time in these senseless things. Darling, you are made for greatness. I will have the best tutors in the world for you.
Mom was pretty bent on making me stop wasting my time, so she hired an army of tutors to teach me at home. I was being taught everything, from mathematics to astronomy, from literature to history. I was even learning French and Spanish. but I just couldn't sit through the lessons. They seemed so boring. Every time my teachers would start a topic, I'd want to go out and play, which I wasn't allowed to do because Mom had set all these rules for me to follow, a proper timetable, and even a meal plan. But then I found a way to make it work. I promised my teachers that I'd study if they gave me multiple breaks throughout the day, and they agreed. After every lesson, I'd go out and enjoy the weather, and it made learning fun for me. With the best teachers in all of England, I started to finally like studying, and my curiosity about things just kept growing. I'd lay my eyes on something and wanted to know how it worked. Why does the wind blow? If the earth is spinning, why don't we spin with it? Why aren't we dizzy? Where does the rain come from, and why is the rainbow always an arc? Why is it not a circle? One time, I wrote a poem about rainbows and read it to my mom. I thought I did a pretty good job, but Mom looked royally pissed.
Ada, what is all this? Poetry? I hate it. I am giving you this lavish life, far away from all the worries and troubles of the world, and you waste your time writing poems of all things? I hate poems. I'm going to get you new tutors. Looks like you have too much time to waste. Saying that, she went to her room where I was never allowed to enter because she always kept it locked. Mom thought I was some dumb kid who couldn't pick a lock and enter her room. As a matter of fact, I had known what she was hiding in that room right from the start. My dad. Actually, pictures of my dad. I had heard the servants often talk about him. My dad was a very famous poet. He was basically the first celebrity of England. He was sort of like a rock star of his time and had a massive fan following. People from far away would come to listen to his poetry, and that didn't sit well with my mom. My mom hated his work, and they'd argue so much that when I was just 2 months old, he moved away and never looked back. Mom didn't want me to be like him, and that was the reason she wanted me to always be super busy with studies. But Mom forgot I was my own person. Yeah, I had started to love science and mathematics, but I also loved something else that I don't think my mom ever experienced: having fun. Like, everyone knows how fun it is to play in the mud and run like crazy in the rain, but for Mom, it was a big no-no. She would constantly be telling me to sit, stand, eat, and even breathe like a proper lady. One time, when I was about 12, we had a party at our place, and Mom made me wear the most uncomfortable dress ever. It was so tight that it just made me wonder how women could breathe in it. As everyone danced and enjoyed themselves, I just wanted to get some fresh air. So I went to the garden, and it was then that I saw it. A nest on a tree. It was about to fall. I quickly got into action and climbed the tree. Thank God Mom wasn't there. But then, out of nowhere, I heard her yell. Dear God, Ada, what in the world? You are wearing such an expensive dress. Ugh, it's ruined now. I held this party to introduce you to Augustus, the best math teacher in all of Britain, and this is how you behave?
But Mom, the little birdie's nest was about to fall. I had to fix it. This nest was more important than this stupid dress or anyone else.
You see, my lady, why I was refusing to tutor your daughter. Math, science, these are not the fields women should worry about. I suggest you teach her how to cook, clean, and yes, some manners too.
Saying that, the man left, and Mom, wow, she literally went berserk, and I got the lecture of a lifetime, and it was then that it happened. I felt a shooting pain in my head, and then everything turned dark. When I woke up, I was in my bed, and it turned out I had a headache called a migraine. I was put on bed rest for not just 1 or 2 days, but for a whole year. Just in the first week, I felt like I was gonna go crazy from boredom. I had solved tons and tons of puzzles, played all the board games in the house with the servants, read so many books, and I was still bored. But then one day I saw something amazing. The nest that I had saved had chicks. I was so happy. Over the coming weeks, I saw each chick, one by one, leaving the nest, and it was because of them that I fell in love with flying. I poured my heart into researching how to fly and called the subject flyology. I gathered supplies and even built wings. I so wanted to try them on and see if I could fly. But Mom, she thought it was a waste of time thinking about a machine that could never be made. In reality, if Mom could only see the world now. When I turned 14, Mom introduced me to my new teacher, Mary. She was a mathematics genius, and it was because of her that my love for the field of mathematics just grew. One time when Mary was done with her class, she forgot her advanced math book at my place. Since back in the day we didn't have TV or smartphones, I was just bored, so I started solving the equations. And the next week when Mary visited, she was stunned. Who helped you? There is no way you did it yourself. This is practically the hardest math question. Hardest? It was easy peasy. Hearing my answer, Mary went deep into thought, and when she visited me the next week, she had a gentleman with her who looked familiar. It was Augustus, the man who thought women couldn't do math, and now he wanted to be my teacher? But I didn't. I was about to tell him to leave, but couldn't because Mom was going all gaga over him. She really wanted him to be my tutor. So in the end, I agreed, but I made sure to push his buttons every now and then. So, I have a question. It's a math question, very hard.
You asked one silly question just 5 minutes ago. Fine, ask away.
Why can't a nose be 12 inches long?
What kind of question is this?
Because then it would be a foot.
But it was funny.
I guess I needed to cut Augustus some slack. He was a nice guy and taught me everything I needed to know about math. I know I was his favorite student. He never said it himself, but I did find his letters in Mom's drawer one time in which he told Mom that I had the potential to be one of the greatest mathematician minds in the world. One time when I was 17, Mom and I were invited to Mary's house for a ball. She was getting engaged, and to be honest, the party was boring. Like, there was no one I could talk to. All the girls my age wanted to talk about were boys, babies, and baking.
Oh my. Look at your 9 o'clock. No, 3 o'clock. That guy is totally checking you out.
Wave your fan. Say hi to him with your fan.
Sweet lady. You look so pretty tonight. My thoughts about you keep multiplying by 10. I hear you love numbers. So, how about we dance?
Cringe. I need something to eat. I feel like I'll faint if I don't eat something fast. Saying that, I hurried to the food table, and just as I grabbed the last donut, someone else took it. And when I saw who it was, I felt like a deer in the headlights. It was Charles Babbage, a science genius who had been building a giant calculating engine, or as you call it today, a computer. Oh my God, a big fan of your work. I was wondering if you could
dance? No, thank you.
What? No, not dance. I wanted to see your machine. I've heard so much about it. I want to work with you.
Work? With me? That's cute. Please excuse me.
What huh? Well, I was determined to see his invention, and when I told Mom, she pulled some strings, and Charles had to finally invite me to a showing of his machine, which was still not complete. The moment I laid my eyes on it, I was in absolute awe. The man was a genius. His machines had like 25,000 parts, and once complete, could perform all types of complex calculations. The man was working on the very first computer, and I wanted to learn from him. It's marvelous. I have never seen anything like this in my whole life. How about you teach me about this marvelous machine, and I can help you make it better?
Oh, wow. You think you can just make it, better? I have spent years and years working on this, and you think you can make it better? No way.
Are you always such a jerk, or do you just show off when I'm around? And by the way, why do you have to repeat the same steps over and over again for a simple addition? Saying that, I turned to leave, but I guess what I said made perfect sense to him, and he stopped me in my tracks.
The repeating steps again and again. It was on my mind, but no one, not even the best scientists, could understand that part. But you did. You really want to learn from me. Help me make this machine better? Fine. I'll have you as an apprentice. But only if you first translate the manual book for the machine from French to English.
OMG, was this really happening? Oh, yes, it was. I was pretty glad Mom had me take French classes when I was a kid. It took me 9 months to translate the piles and piles of notes. As I understood his designs more and more, I added my own notes on how to make things better. By the time I was done translating, I had over 30 notebooks. But it was all worth it, because I realized Charles's machine, when finished, could even print, create graphics, play music, all along doing complex calculations. The man had hit the jackpot. But when Charles saw my notes, he looked confused. I was so sure I did everything right. Did he find some mistake? Were my calculations wrong? Did I blow my chances of working with the Charles Babbage? Look, I can do it again.
Do it again? Nonsense. Ada, this is extraordinary. Everything you've written makes so much sense. With you by my side, I am so sure this machine will be a success and even better.
Charles was so happy with my work that he started calling me the magician of numbers. He even got my notes printed and distributed to all the mathematicians and scientists in England. It was incredible. Just like Charles, I didn't go to school, college, or university, and here I was, standing shoulder to shoulder with the greatest minds of all time. After that, there was no stopping me. I officially started working with Charles, and he not only became my mentor, but also my best friend. Soon, we decided to make a new machine called the Analytical Engine. While working with Charles, I developed the first algorithm ever. It could calculate advanced algebra equations. Together with my algorithm and Charles's machine, we were creating the world's first mechanical computer. A few years later, I got married and had 3 children, but I still worked with Charles, even from home. Every day I'd write letters to him since he lived nearby. We were exchanging letters like 6 times a day. It was totally like texting. One day I was home with my kids when I got the worst news ever. Mom was sick, so I visited her. I stayed with Mom for a week, and it was during those days that I told her about what I had been working on. I wasn't expecting it, but Mom, she looked so happy, and then she said the most amazing thing ever, something I never thought I'd hear her say.
You make me feel so proud every day with your courage, kindness, and hard work. Ada dear, I am sorry for being tough on you when you were a kid. I came from a family where women weren't allowed to study, and I wanted you to have every opportunity to be educated. Ever since you were a kid, I knew you could do far better than your dad or me, and I am so happy I was right.
Mom, everything I am today, it's because of you. I love you. Once I returned from Mom's place, I got back to work, but then our big project came to a stop when Charles was out of money to build. He asked me to visit Queen Victoria and ask her to fund our project, but how could I? The woman basically hated me. Yeah, I had beef with the Queen after I stepped on her gown at a party and didn't recognize her. Oh God, this was gonna be so hard, but I had to do it. For Charles. I went to see the Queen and explained everything to her. I wasn't expecting it, but she agreed to help me. I was ecstatic, and when I broke the news to Charles, he was thrilled.
Oh my God, thank you so much. Ada, how can I ever repay the favor?
How about you make me the CEO of Babbage's machine?
CEO? You can be chairman, president, anything you want, because it's a fact, Ada. With your code, this machine will reach new heights.
I was coding computer programs before there were even computers and before it was cool. 100 years later, the work I did with Charles was finally recognized and became the basis for the invention of the first modern computer and the basis for the machine you are watching me on right now. In the late 1970s, the United States Army created a programming language called Ada to honor my work in the programming field. Every year, on the second Tuesday of October, people around the world celebrate women who work in STEM on Ada Lovelace Day, so don't forget to celebrate it next year. Ada would love that, don't you think?
It was midnight, and there was a creepy silence all over the place. I opened the main gate to find him standing there with a stupid smile on his face. I dragged him inside. Get in here now, and don't talk. Don't whisper. Don't even breathe, or else. His smile disappeared, and he followed me up the stairs. I held him by the arm as he walked behind me. He stopped and whispered, "Hey, why don't we use the elevator? We're going to use the stairs to reach the 8th floor. Are you out of your mind?" I punched him in the shoulder. "I swear to God, if I hear you say another word, I'm going to scream and tell the neighbors that you're annoying me. They will beat your butt up. Don't mess with me. Now shut up and follow me." He looked terrified, but stayed calm. But not for long. When we reached the 6th floor, he said, "Can you at least hold me?" "Hold you? Are you crazy?" "Yes. Hold me in your lovely arms." "Ew, you're so disgusting." And then I pushed him away. His back hit the neighbor's door, and someone yelled, "Hey, who's there?" We looked at each other terrified. "Run!" And we both ran like scared rabbits until we reached my apartment. "Why did you push me? That was such a dumb thing for a brilliant girl to do." I pulled him inside and whispered, "Listen, if anyone knows you're here, we're going to be in a lot of trouble." He nodded. "Here, Take this letter. Read it after 3 days from today. The letter looked dirty and worn out, as if it was written a decade ago. He could see my confused face when I was about to ask, "Why is it?" "I'm thirsty." He didn't wait for me and opened the fridge himself. "Why is the fridge empty? You're not poor, right?" "Just shut up and follow me." We walked to my bedroom. I opened the door to see my mom sitting on my bed with the scariest eyes I'd ever seen. She got up and walked towards me. It was dark, and Mom was holding a flashlight in her hand. She glared at me, and then she noticed Adam behind me. "Adam! Oh, my son! Oh my God! I can't believe my eyes!" And she started hugging and kissing him for the next 5 minutes. Then she turned to me, looking really mad. Adam said, "Why is Mom talking like that?" "Oh, an oracle told her that she should never talk to me except on Wednesdays, because that will bring me good luck and I will marry a handsome billionaire." "Mom, you know we should keep him a secret." Then Mom turned to Adam and said, "Leave, now!" No, Mom, he can stay. We must not tell anyone he is here. But what are we going to do about Mary? Mary was my older brother's wife, and she was really chatty. "Oh, Mary, how is she? And how are her 2 beautiful girls?" "Driving us crazy, and now she's pregnant." "I don't know when your loser, good-for-nothing brother is going to find a job and move out of our house." After a long discussion, we decided that we would keep Adam in my room till morning, and once Mary left for work, we would send him to stay at his friend's place. Then Adam asked why the room was dark, and Mom says she knocked over the lamp because she had panicked that I had run away with a stupid boy for good. Ugh, Mom and her theories about girls. So annoying. Oh, hi there. My name is Sarah, and I'm from Egypt. I live in a neighborhood full of young girls. No woman has given birth to a baby boy in 20 years in our neighborhood, and no single guy has moved to live here in 20 years as well. My mom thinks this neighborhood is cursed. So imagine what the women here will do when they find out that my single 25-year-old brother had just come back from the States. In the morning, Mary was screaming at her kids to get ready for school. I was standing in front of my room guarding it when Mary walked towards me. "Move aside. I left my scarf in your room last night. I need to get it." "What on earth were you doing in my room, taking off your scarf?" "I don't have time for your stupid argument, Sarah. Move, now." I said no, and we both got into a small fight. She was way stronger than me and pushed me away. She opened the door and I gasped. The room was empty, and Adam wasn't there. She looked around for 5 minutes, and just when she was about to leave, my dumb brother got out from under the bed. "I got your scarf, Mary." "Huh, you totally fell for it." "What?" Mary turned around, looking really shocked to see him. Then she hugged him tight. "What did you do? Why did you tell her you were here, stupid?" "Well, I don't know. I just missed my Mary. Come on, she's one of us." But this Mary had 4 sisters, and they lived on the first floor in our building. She would do her best to make sure that Adam would meet her dumb, annoying sisters so one of them could have a chance to marry him. I couldn't handle 2 Marys in my life. "Isn't it time for you to go to school, Mary? I'm sure your students can't wait for your class to begin." She glared at me and got up to leave. "Oh, Mary, I swear to God, if anyone finds out that Adam is here, I will tell your principal who steals pencil cases from the students." She looked furious and left. I was about to attack Adam for telling Mary he was here when Omar, my oldest brother and Mary's husband, came in. "Oh, Omar, good morning! Adam is here!" Adam and Omar stared at each other for a moment, and man, I could feel the tension. What was going on? "Hey, brother." "Hey, brother." And Omar went back to his room. That's it? No hugging? No kissing? I didn't want to think about this for now. I had a huge problem to deal with at the moment. Just then, the doorbell rang. I opened the door, and a police officer asked me about Adam. I was shocked to see him. I lied and said he wasn't here. He said that Adam should come to the police station as soon as possible. If he doesn't show up in 2 days, he will face legal consequences. And with that, he turned around and left. What did Adam do? I asked Adam, and he said he would explain later. The letter? The police? This guy was filled with secrets. I decided not to go to school that day and stay home to see what I could do to save my brother from all the crazy women in the building before it was too late. I decided to disguise him as a girl, so we could leave without being noticed. And man, I did a great job. He looked like a real lady. We headed to the door, and when we opened it, Mary's sister was standing there with a stupid smile. Here, this is your birthday present, my lovely, lovely Sarah. But my birthday was 2 months ago. Plus, you don't even like me. Oh, you silly girl. Please leave now. I don't have time for this. She looked pissed and left. That was awkward. Hey, you think she knows I'm here? I'm going to kill Mary. Then the doorbell rang again, and there were Mary's other 2 sisters, holding presents. I closed the door in their faces. I took Adam's hands and ran to my room. They found out about our secret. What are we going to do about this now? Don't worry, brother. Your brilliant sister has a solution for everything. Everyone is going about their stupid morning routines as usual, and they won't notice when we leave. Then, Mom barged in looking terrified. Mom, what's going on? What are all the neighborhood's girls doing at my door? They are all over the stairs. The line has reached the gate. We looked at each other in horror. What am I going to do now? There is no way my son is going to marry a girl from this cursed neighborhood. I have a bride for him. Your mama has good taste and will get you the most beautiful girl in the world. Mom, he's the one who's going to decide this. Can you leave now? Mom looks super angry. She turned to Adam again. And you tell this witch that when the time comes, I will choose a suitable boy for her too. Can we discuss this on Wednesday, Mom? Mom finally left. I looked at Adam and he was holding a picture in his hand. Who is this? I was terrified. How did he find it? He was going to kill me now. No one? I mean, he's a boy, as you can see. Adam looked shocked. Is he your boyfriend, Sarah? Oh, shoot. Please don't hurt me. Adam stepped closer, looking serious. He held me by my t-shirt. Then I heard a sound from behind me. What's going on here? And who is that boy in that picture? I almost passed out when I saw Omar standing there. Nothing. It's my friend's picture. And they both glared at each other. Then Omar left. Adam promised to keep my secret. Just then, Mary and her kids got back, much earlier than usual. They were holding many presents. Oh, I couldn't even leave the building with all these crazy girls out there, so I just came back here. So you couldn't keep your mouth shut, huh? Oh no, I only told my youngest sister since she is Adam's type and will make him a happy man. She looked at Adam and said, all these girls got you all those presents, but I'm sure you will only like my sisters. I stopped her. I swear, if you weren't pregnant, I would have kicked your butt right now. Adam said, guys, we need to stay calm so we can clearly think about what we're going to do now. Then a stone was thrown out our window and a letter was wrapped over it. I unfolded it and it said, Dear Adam, we're rich. With love. From the girl with the blonde curly hair who waved at you when your mom opened the door 10 minutes ago. P.S. We had a moment. Oh my god. Was she tempting him into marrying her? Then another stone was thrown. Then another. And then one more. They just couldn't stop throwing stones. Oh my god. My brother was the only single guy in this neighborhood and not in the entire world. What's wrong with them? Okay, guys. I think it's not safe to stay in the living room. Everyone should stay in their bedrooms. Yes, me and the girls will stay in Sarah's room because Omar can't handle their noise. And Adam will stay with Omar. Adam and I yelled at the same time, no way. Mom agreed with Mary. She, Mary, and the kids moved to camp in my bedroom, while Adam went to stay with Omar. This was too much. How was I going to talk to my boyfriend now that everyone's around me? Minutes later, the neighborhood's girls started banging on the door like crazy. Sarah, open the stupid door! I have a chance with Adam! Another girl said, Sarah, if you don't open the door, I swear I'm going to tell your mom about your little secret. And then the whole crowd started pushing and kicking the door like monsters. Omar's daughter started crying and everyone started to panic. Except for Omar and Adam. They both were busy screaming. Omar pushed Adam out of his room. Take your spoiled, successful son away from me, Mom. It's not my fault that you're such a loser. You can't hate me for that. I hate you for being born. And now you're getting all this attention that you don't even deserve. Adam was about to punch Omar in the face when I stood between them and he almost hit me. Enough! We have enough drama going on right now. The girls were still screaming and pushing the door. My phone rang, and I answered immediately. It's Dad. He said he can't get in because of the huge crowd out there. Mom heard the news and passed out. Ugh, she is always like that. So dramatic. Just then, Omar's daughter started screaming and crying. They were hungry, and so were the rest of us. Mom asked Omar if he went to the grocery store like she told him to. But he gave her a cold look, which meant he didn't. That loser kept the money for himself. The fridge was almost empty. I had a great idea. I opened the window and screamed, Girls, we need 8 hamburgers here with french fries. Once we are well fed, we will have a family meeting to decide who Adam's fiancé will be. As if. And the girls were like, say no more. Don't forget, lots of ketchup, please. But suddenly, we heard police sirens coming closer, and Dad was sitting on the back of the truck with a speaker. Move! Move! The policeman managed to make everyone leave the place, and I could see my dad's furious face. But when he entered the house, his face lightened up when he saw Adam, and they both hugged and kissed. Dad whispered to Adam, Everything is all right now, son. I talked to the police officers. You're clean. And winked at him. What was going on with Adam and the police? I looked from the window, and I saw the crazy girls starting to gather again. One of them yelled, We're not leaving! These girls are impossible. I decided to sneak out to meet with my boyfriend before it got really crowded. When I got to the gate, the whole neighborhood's girls were camping there. Literally. And Omar was there behind a food booth selling fast food and water to them. Oh my God. Just then, a group of girls came running to me and begged me to give their love letters to Adam. I wrinkled up my nose and walked away to the back of the building, making sure no one followed me. When I got there, I ran to my boyfriend. We were talking and having a great time until... Girls! She is here! Suddenly, I nearly went blind when a huge spotlight turned in our direction out of nowhere. I felt like a deer caught in a car's headlights. The girls were screaming and running towards me. The noise was so loud that all the neighbors had opened their windows and were now enjoying the commotion. Suddenly, Mom yelled, "What are you doing down there with that boy, Sarah?" I was terrified, and my boyfriend ran away. The coward. Mom! You talked to me! I'm not going to marry that billionaire. Happy now? Then suddenly, Mary opened her room's window. My water broke! Everyone gasped in shock. A few minutes later, Omar was down at the gate, holding Mary in his arms. I don't have time! It's coming out! One of the girls screamed, I'm a nurse! Girls, follow me! And they put Mary in one of their tents. Mom and Dad also followed and waited outside the tent. Oh no, Adam was now alone. I quickly ran up there. I found him sitting on the floor, crying. He looked at me, and my heart went out to him. It's about the letter, Sarah. It's... Suddenly, we heard noises from behind us. The crazy girls were running towards us. I had to run to the door to lock it, and I managed to do it on time. I turned around and Adam wasn't there. Where did he go? I panicked. I called out to him so many times, but I heard nothing. I looked in all the rooms, and he was nowhere to be found. I remembered the letter and ran to my room. I opened it and started reading. Oh my God! I rushed out of the apartment and ran downstairs, calling out Adam's name in horror. All the girls were looking at me. Find me, Adam! Everyone was running around like crazy, and Mary was still screaming in that tent. It was insane! Seconds later, a girl got out from behind the bushes, carrying Adam around her neck and yelling, I found him! The girls were all celebrating and jumping around them. Put me down, for God's sake! I ran to them and helped Adam stand on his feet. Mom got out of the tent and glared at me. Shame on you. Can't you just make me proud like your brother Adam? I can't wait for the day to see him happily married to a girl of his own choice. Oh, and see his lovely children. Mom, I'm already married, and I have a boy. Mom gasped. She and all the girls looked like they were about to pass out. Then one of the girls stepped closer and slapped Adam and said, I can't believe you did this to me. I don't even know you, and pushed her away. Mom said, Is she... I can't even say it. Yes, Mom. She is American. Mom put her hands on her head and was about to fall on the ground when I held her in my arms. Mom, love doesn't recognize cultures or any differences. The heart wants what it wants. Then we heard the baby's first cries. Mom said cheerfully, The baby is out. My third granddaughter is here. She glared at us. I'll deal with you two later. And she ran away to the tent. When she got back, she was holding the baby and her face looked pale, as if she had seen a ghost. Are you okay, Mom? It's a boy! Oh my God. I ran to Mom and hugged her, and so did Adam, and she hugged us back. One of the girls said, Yeah, well, I know this is emotional and all, but get lost, Adam. Let's go, girls. No, we're not leaving, idiot, one of the girls yelled. This is the first boy we've had in 20 years, and I'm going to kiss his foot. And all the girls lined up behind her and kissed the baby's foot to be blessed by him. I asked Adam why the police wanted him, and he said it was just something related to his wife and son's immigration papers. Wait, had my dad known the truth all along? Dad winked at me and joined our hug.
Hi, I'm Miranda from Michigan, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, Mom and Dad were over the moon, but my brother Jamie was the happiest. Mom told me he wouldn't leave my side for a second and refused to let anyone hold me except him. Once when I was 4, I was sitting on a swing when an older boy pushed me and I landed in the mud.
Why did you do that? My new dress is all dirty now.
All the kids started laughing, and suddenly I started wheezing and had trouble breathing. Just then, Jamie came running and shoved an ice pop down the boy's shirt. He ran off screaming. Are you okay, Miranda? What's happened to you? He immediately rushed me home. My parents took me to the doctor, and I was diagnosed with asthma, and it got triggered every time I got stressed. Since that day, Jamie's life mission was to protect me from anything stressful. When we were little, I loved Jamie's overprotectiveness, but as I got older, it started annoying me, especially since Jamie made it clear to every boy in school that I was off limits. In 9th grade, when a boy finally asked me out, I was super excited, but just as I was sneaking out of the house, I bumped into Jamie.
Where are you going dressed like that?
Who are you, my mother-in-law?
I told you to stay away from guys. You'll end up miserable.
Jamie, I know you think you're looking out for me, but it's getting really annoying. I slammed the door in his face and left. But my first date was awful. The guy was a new admission and he kept talking about his fancy old school. At one point, he started wailing loudly about how our school was a garbage dump and everyone here was so tacky. I walked out in the middle of our meal. But when I got home, I found Jamie waiting for me. I told him the date was amazing. I wasn't gonna tell him that it sucked. My friends thought having an older brother was awesome since I got to hang out with his best friend and our school's heartthrob, Sheldon. But I thought both of them were pigs. They talked about wearing the same underwear for days and held burping contests and made me the judge. Ew! And they were always getting into trouble at school for bunking classes and were even caught smoking once. They made me swear I wouldn't tell Mom. I had to keep their stupid secrets. But one afternoon when I got home, I saw Sheldon's car in our driveway, and he was cleaning its windshield with his t-shirt. I couldn't stop staring at his gorgeous, toned body.
Like what you see, eh?
Gosh, that was so embarrassing. I wasn't staring at you.
Hey, wait. I wanted your friend's number. You know, the one with the curly hair.
And why would I give it to you?
I know how you treat girls.
You're a serial heartbreaker. Some girl is crying in the school bathroom every week over you.
Well, they just all fall for me too fast. It's creepy. And I haven't found the right one yet.
I don't know why, but the way he was looking at me was making my heart flutter. Luckily, Jamie came out just then, and I ran off to my room. The next day when I went to the school cafeteria, I was shocked to see Jamie and Sheldon talking to the guy who'd asked me out. The poor guy looked terrified. I was determined to give those two jerks a piece of my mind later, but as I was walking back from school, I saw a heavily pregnant woman on the roadside all alone, looking distressed. Hey, are you okay? She told me she was about to go into labor. I quickly called an ambulance, and even though I was kind of freaking out, I went with her. When we finally got to the hospital and she was admitted, it happened. My heart started racing and I had trouble breathing. I fumbled through my bag to find my inhaler when I saw Sheldon walk in. He took one look at me and quickly found my inhaler from my bag. When I finally calmed down, I realized I was in Sheldon's arms and he was gently patting my back. I felt a strange fluttering in my tummy. This is Sheldon, for heaven's sake. You've known him since you wore pigtails to school. Why are you here?
My sister just had a baby girl. I'm an uncle now. Want to meet my niece?
Sure. I didn't know much about Sheldon's family. I knew his family was loaded, but he still spent more time at my home than his own. As soon as we entered his sister's room, I was shocked to see she was the same woman I'd helped. Sheldon couldn't thank me enough as he dropped me home. When we got there, Jamie was coming back from his evening run. Seeing him, I remembered he'd been bullying my date, and I felt so angry again. Why do you keep poking your fat nose in my business, Jamie? You both break every rule, but you can't even let me date in peace?
What are you talking about?
Don't act innocent. I saw both of you talking to that poor guy in the cafeteria.
Do you think it's my personal mission to keep you single? It's just that I know dating a jerk will stress you out.
You know what? I think you stress me out more than anyone else. I don't think you care about me. You just want to control me. And with that, I ran to my room. A few minutes later, I heard a knock and Sheldon walked in.
That was unfair, Miranda. You know how much Jamie loves you.
But that doesn't give him the right to interfere in my personal life.
I know he can be a little overbearing, but trust me, you're lucky to have a family that cares about you so much. Not everyone has that.
Then suddenly, he took my hand in his.
My dad's hardly ever home, and my stepmom can't wait to get rid of me. Why do you think I'm always here?
Does Jamie know about this?
Yeah. He never told you?
At that moment, I felt really proud of my brother. He was that kind of person who would never betray his friend's confidence. Just then, I realized my hand was still in Sheldon's.
Are you really into that cafeteria guy?
No, he's a complete moron.
Thank God. You know that rock band you love? They're having a concert this weekend. Jamie isn't interested, so would you like to go with me?
I'd love that. When I told Jamie about our plan, he didn't think too much about it since Sheldon was practically family. And I made an extra effort to get dressed that day. It didn't go unnoticed. When Sheldon came to pick me up, he gave a low whistle. Don't be a jerk, I'm not your girlfriend.
Yeah, and that's a shame.
What did that mean? We had a blast at the concert, and then went to a cafe since we were both starving.
Whoa, slow down, Tiger. Jamie would kill me if you choked on that burger. Wait, you've got mustard just there. Oh, I can be messy. Cute's more like it. You're nothing like the girls I've dated. Because I don't wear makeup or because I'm eating too much? I don't know. You're just different.
When we were going back home, Sheldon asked me if we could make a small stop on the way, and I was really surprised when we ended up in a nursing home. I followed him into a room where a weak-looking woman was lying in bed, but her face instantly lit up when she saw Sheldon. Sheldon stroked her hair and read to her until she dozed off. Then we gently tiptoed out of the room. Sheldon, was that your mom?
Yeah, but she doesn't actually recognize me as her son now. She's been unwell for a long time and lost her memories. I'm just a friend who comes to visit. It makes her happy.
I felt a lump in my throat thinking about how much Sheldon had to go through. When he dropped me at home, I was about to get out of the car when he stopped me.
Miranda, I have a small gift for you.
He took out a silver bracelet from his pocket with hearts hanging from it.
This was my mom's. I want you to have it now.
What? No, I can't take this.
Please, I insist. I know you're my best friend's little sister, but lately, I'm seeing you as so much more. You know what I mean?
Yes, I think I like you too, that way.
But there's one problem.
Jamie?
Yeah, he'd kill me if he gets to know about us.
Don't worry, he doesn't want me to date random guys, but I know he trusts you. We'll tell him when the time is right. With that, I leaned in and kissed Sheldon on his cheek. But when I entered the house, I found Jamie glaring at me like an angry bull.
I just saw you kissing that backstabber in the car.
What? He's your best friend. And yeah, we have feelings for each other. I thought because you know him so well, you'd actually be happy.
That's the problem, Miranda. I know Sheldon too well. He's never serious about any girl. I'm telling you, he's bad news. He's a fantastic friend, but a hardcore playboy.
But what we have is special, Jamie. He even gave me his mom's bracelet today.
The one with the hearts?
Suddenly, my heart sank.
Yeah, he gives them to all of his girlfriends. Don't be stupid, Miranda, and trust me on this. Sheldon will let you down.
With that, Jamie stormed off. But I knew he was wrong about this. Sheldon really cared for me. Jamie started avoiding me and Sheldon completely after that day. And anytime Sheldon tried to talk to him, he walked off angrily without listening to a word. Gosh, he's being so awful. But I really do hate seeing you two fight.
Don't worry about it. He has to come around. I know he will.
Being with Sheldon was amazing. But some weeks later, I was getting to see less and less of him because he always had football practice after school. And then one day, I walked into the school hallway to find Sheldon by the lockers talking to a blonde girl. He whispered something in her ear, and then he slid a bracelet on her wrist. What are you doing? Sheldon turned to me with a completely indifferent expression.
I was gonna tell you, I just didn't find the right time. I met Casey here at football practice. She's a cheerleader. I think we work better together.
You didn't find the right time to tell me?
Come on, Miranda. You know my history. I just think you like me more than I like you. Can you please not have an asthma attack right now? It's so melodramatic.
He stepped forward to take my inhaler out of my bag, and I slapped him hard. You're such a jerk. Don't come near me. I pulled out my inhaler as I ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could I have been so wrong about Sheldon? And later at home, as I cried in my room, Jamie came and sat on my bed. I guess you heard. Please, just whatever you say right now, don't say I told you so. Because I just can't deal with...
Sheldon and I got into a huge fight, and I told him to never come near you again. I'm sorry you're going through this.
No, I'm sorry for not listening to you. I should have believed you. A week later, things were back to normal between me and Jamie, but I missed Sheldon. As pathetic as that sounded, I missed his silly banters with Jamie and his goofy smile. Heck, I was still wearing that stupid bracelet he gave me. That weekend, I was watching MSA videos and sulking in my room when Jamie walked in.
You're still crying over Sheldon?
Yes, I am, and it's your fault. You always treated me like some porcelain doll when you should have been my friend. Look at me now. I'm so bad at judging guys, and I dated 2 jerks.
But I told you to stay away from both.
And why would I listen when you're always telling me what I can do? And now, I don't think I'll ever fall in love again.
Wait, you loved Sheldon? Of course I did, but he turned out to be a lying jerk. I hate myself for being stupid, and I hate you more for not letting me grow up. I was so mad that I threw the bracelet Sheldon gave me. Jamie picked it up, and suddenly looked like he'd seen a ghost. Oh my God, Miranda, I messed up, big time. Sheldon told me the bracelet he gave you was really his mom's. He said something about her initials engraved inside. Wait, I thought you two weren't talking. That's when Jamie told me that Sheldon had come to see him after the concert and had confessed his feelings for me. He didn't want to keep it a secret from Jamie. I was so pissed at the both of you that I told him to back off or lose me as his friend forever. I kept refusing to listen to him. Miranda, I think he hurt you on purpose, just so you'd fall out of love with him. He did this because of me. It all started making more sense now. You must hate me. Yeah, a bit. But not really, you doofus. You just have to stay out of my business now. I promise. Take me over to your stupid friend's place now. Jamie and I drove over as fast as we could to find Sheldon sitting outside in the garden by himself. I ran up to him, and before he could say anything, I punched his arm really hard. Ow! Are you here to beat me up now? Did you break up with me because you're just a big jerk, or because of Jamie? Because Jamie is okay with us being together, so tell me. What? He is? Of course that's why I broke up with you. And I'm so sorry. I just felt like I was making you two hate each other, and Jamie was hating me, so I needed you to not like me anymore. I'm not dating anyone, Miranda, because I only want to date you. I love you. I love you too, moron. Hi, I'm Juliet from LA, but thanks to my mom, I had to change my identity and become Jessica. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom is French, and she moved to the US before I was born to become a successful actress, and she did get super famous. Her life was always in the spotlight, and that included me. I always loved the attention, and when I joined school, everyone knew me and wanted to be my friend. It was awesome. Until one day, it wasn't. I was in the 5th grade when Mom took me to the opening of a fancy French restaurant. But when the head chef brought our food, I almost threw up. What is that? Frog legs and baby snails, mademoiselle. Ew, gross. Could I just have some French fries, please? The chef gasped like I'd killed his mother. You insult me. I make the best French food in the world. So, I asked for French fries. I don't make French fries. I'm going to McDonald's. You suck. I jumped off my chair and started running out to my car. Suddenly, I tripped and crashed straight into a waiter, and we both landed flat on our faces. I turned around to see everyone staring at me, and Mom looked mad. Okay, this was embarrassing, but who cares if some strangers saw me, right? Wrong. The next day, it was all over tabloid magazines and the internet. Pictures of me on the floor with my butt showing. And in school, I was the butt of every joke. Literally. I was hating school now, but I found a way to escape soon. Mom was going abroad to film a movie for 6 months, and I begged her to take me along. And well, I just never returned. I traveled the world with my mom and had private tutors. And when I turned 13, I got into modeling myself. Once when I was 15, I was lounging in a pool chair when suddenly a puppy leapt at me, and I screamed as it started chasing me. I ran indoors and crashed straight into someone, a rather cute, nerdy-looking boy. I muttered an apology and was walking away when he called out, "Hey look, it's Beyonce." Oh my god, where? I don't really know why I said that. Hi, I'm Michael, a huge fan. We actually ended up having dinner together, and it was the best time I'd had in ages. He was funny and clearly smitten with me. Later that night, I realized what was missing from my life. A boyfriend. Maybe it was time to go back to high school and get one. It would be easy for a famous teen model, right? Wrong. When we got back to LA, Mom had some shocking news for me. Turns out she had a new life plan, and that was Tariq, an Arab billionaire who was obsessed with her. They were getting married, and she was leaving her whole life behind, including me. What? How could you do that? Oh, you know, Tariq doesn't want any kids. But how will I live on my own? You'll be living with your aunt. You're young, with years of fame ahead, mon chéri. I have to think of myself now. My looks aren't going to last forever.
That was the worst thing that ever happened to me. Nope, wrong again. 2 days after their wedding, I woke up to hundreds of tags on Instagram. Apparently, Tariq was a diamond smuggler, and both he and Mom had been arrested in an airport. After that, my life was a mess. I couldn't go anywhere without being hounded by reporters.
How does it feel to be a criminal's daughter? Did you know anything?
Did your mother just abandon you and leave you with that crook? It looked like any chance of going to high school and having a normal life was ruined. But then I decided I wasn't gonna let all this stop me. There was one solution. I talked to Aunt about it, and she agreed. She hooked me up with hair and makeup professionals and a plastic surgeon. After dyeing my hair, learning how to put on makeup, and getting a nose job, I was unrecognizable. Now I was just a nobody named Jessica. Without my fame to fall back on, I was feeling lost on my first day of school. Just then, I saw a pretty girl standing by the notice board, and I walked up to her. Hi, I'm Jessica, and why are you talking to me? I'm new here, and I was wondering if you'd help me find my class? I'm new too. How should I know? Right. Well, thanks anyway. Okay, I'll be your friend. You don't have to beg. I'm Ashley, and I'll help you. You're welcome. Ashley was kind of weird, but I was just glad to have a friend. And as we hung out more, I realized the tough mean girl thing was just an act. A week later, I signed up for a charity bake sale in school. As Ashley helped me set up my stall, she popped a cookie in her mouth. So yum. I'll buy all of them. What? That's like 200 cookies. It's for a good cause. Here, take my money. What's wrong with my cookies, Ashley? Nothing. But I took a big bite of one and spat it out. That's disgusting. Did I use salt instead of sugar? Ashley burst out laughing, and so did I. You bought them all because they're so terrible? That's actually really sweet. Unlike your cookies. You got some crumbs. As Ashley brushed them off my mouth, I suddenly felt butterflies. What the heck? And that's when a flying basketball hit me right in the face, and I blacked out. I opened my eyes to find myself in the nurse's room, and 2 faces around me. One was Ashley, and the other was Michael?
Thank God you're awake. I'm so sorry. Jessica, right?
I wasn't imagining it. It really was Michael, and even cuter than I remembered. But he didn't know who I was, so I was really surprised when he said,
I feel terrible. Could I make this up to you by taking you out for dinner sometime?
As we exchanged numbers and he left, Ashley looked really annoyed. Jessica, you don't even know the guy. I'll get to know him when I date him. What's the matter, Ash? Nothing. Whatever. I started seeing Michael, and I was quite enjoying it. Except that ever since he came along, I could feel Ashley being distant, and that was bothering me. One evening when Michael dropped me at home, he suddenly drew me close.
Jessica, I really like you. I think I'm falling for you.
And then he kissed me. It was my very first kiss, and it was lovely. When I went to my room, I nearly screamed. Ashley was sitting on my bed, looking livid. Jeez, you scared me. So you avoid me in school but break into my room? What's your problem anyway? I don't want you dating Michael. Why? Do you like him? No, you idiot. I like you. Oh, that does make more sense. I know you're with Michael and I'm happy for you, blah, 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 but I just had to tell you. I guess we'll only be friends then. But she came closer and suddenly she was kissing me. It was my very first kiss with a girl, and it was lovely. Just then, someone tapped on the window, and it was Michael, looking mad.
You forgot your scarf. Want to tell me what's going on here?
As the two stared at me, I sank down on my bed. Guys, I'm so confused. I like you, Michael, really, but I like Ashley too. I know you two won't wait around for me to decide. Oh, I will. I'm not giving up on us so easily.
Yeah, me neither. Why don't you date both of us for 2 weeks and then decide, Jess?
Wow, they were both willing to fight for me? This was amazing. And I agreed.
May the best man win.
Or woman. My first date of the week was with Ashley, and she'd planned an amazing picnic. She fed me chocolate-covered strawberries and read me poetry. It was so romantic. Just then, someone came and sat down next to us.
Fancy bumping into you guys here. I was just on my run.
Then why don't you run away and keep going till we can't see you?
Relax, I'm leaving. Oh, Jess, I gotta tell you what I've got planned for our date. It's epic.
He whipped out 2 tickets from his pocket for a Beyoncé concert. I shrieked and hugged him, but quickly pushed him away when I saw Ashley's face. The next night, I was having a blast at the concert with Michael when someone touched my shoulder. It was Ashley.
You're crashing our date. Wonder where I got that idea from. But this isn't about you, dude. Jess, I got my dad to pull some strings, and I have backstage passes. We can actually meet Beyonce. OMG, what? What about me? I don't know. Go home. I'll have Jessica dropped. Don't worry. I felt sorry for poor Michael, but I wasn't missing a chance to meet Queen Bee. The next few days went the same way. They both kept planning amazing dates for me and kept ruining them for each other. One night, Ashley and I managed to have a romantic dinner without Michael dropping in, and she was kissing me goodnight at my door when suddenly the locket I was wearing got tangled with hers and fell off. Before I could pick it up, she did and saw the picture inside. Jess, why do you have a picture of this famous actress and her kid? I should have lied, but I just didn't want to. That kid, it's me, and she's my mom. I told her how hard things got after Mom's arrest and how I just wanted a fresh start. She looked stunned, but then she hugged me tight. Your secret's safe with me, Jessica. Or can I call you Juliet? I think I'd like that. She was about to kiss me again when suddenly Michael sprang out of nowhere. Hey babe, I just dropped by with some cookie dough ice cream. Your favorite. She just had dessert. She doesn't want your stupid ice cream. Why don't you let her speak for yourself? Are you her lawyer? Why don't you get a life and stop crashing our dates? Why don't you jump off a bridge? Enough! I'm so tired of this. You're so busy fighting each other, no one's even looking at me. This is not what I wanted. Figure out a way to make this work, or I'm done with you both. I snatched the ice cream from Michael and stormed off. They were being so annoying. But the next day, that was the least of my problems. Aunt woke me up to see the news, and I watched in horror. My secret was out. It was everywhere, and hundreds of reporters were gathered outside of our house, wanting to talk to me. What a nightmare. But what really hurt was that there was only one person who could have leaked that information. Ashley. How could you do this? I trusted you, and you took less than a second to betray me. How much did you get paid for this, Ashley? I swear, Juliet, I didn't do it. There's no one else who could. Stop lying, and don't ever talk to me again. Later that night, once all the media people had left, Michael paid me a visit. How could you lie about this, Juliet? You should have told me who you really are. Why? I didn't want to be that person anymore, and I just didn't want to tell anyone. Obviously, you told someone. It just wasn't me. Michael, please. Forget it. You lied to me. We're done. In a day, I'd lost both my boyfriend and girlfriend, but I was too angry to care. Michael was only thinking of himself and not what I was going through. And Ashley, I'd never forgive her. One day, as I was wondering what I'd do next, I got the most unexpected call. Oh, Juliet, I've missed you. Mom, where are you? Mom then told me she got out of jail, got a divorce from Tariq, and settled in Paris. I'm so sorry for leaving you, and for everything I've put you through. I read all the news, but I must say, you're even prettier with your new nose job. Why did you call me, Mom? Come to Paris, mon chéri. I know lots of agents here, and they would love to sign you. Don't hide away and waste your talent. You were meant to be a model. I was still so mad at her, but I had to think about it. I was done with this place, and to be honest, I did miss my career. Maybe Paris was exactly what I needed. I still don't trust you, Mom, and don't expect that I'll forgive you anytime soon. But I did pack my bags for Paris, and I ended up loving it there. I joined the high school, and my modeling was picking up once more. Then one day, I read the most surprising news. The plastic surgeon who'd done my nose job was being sued for leaking the identities of many clients to the press. Oh my God, it was him, not Ashley. Just then, I heard the doorbell ring, and I opened the door to find
I was sunbathing my Barbie dolls in our front yard when suddenly, a ball went flying from somewhere and hit me on my head. A boy from across the street walked up to me and said, "I'm sorry about that. I'm Xander." I felt like my world had stopped the moment I looked up at his handsome face. "What's your name?" I'm Quinn. Do you want to be my king?" Before he could answer, Mom dashed out of the house in panic. When she saw the scratch on my knee, She turned to Xander like a raging bull. "What did you do to my precious little daughter, you little jerk?" Xander ran back to his house looking horrified. "Don't ever talk to that boy again, okay?" "But I want to play with him, Mommy." "Basketball is a physical game. It's okay for boys, but you'll ruin your perfect skin. You play with your dolls." "But they don't talk to me." "Just go to sleep, sweetheart. Your bed is safer than those stupid boys." "You're so mean, Mommy. I don't like you." Starting that day, Mom homeschooled me and forbade me from playing outside. Now all I could do was watch Xander from my window every day as he played basketball with his friends. One day, he looked up at me and smiled. And at that, I swore to myself that I would marry this charming boy when I grew up. Hi, my name is Quinn. I'm an only child of a crazy overprotective mom. And this is my story of how I let my crush's smile destroy my life. Please hit that like and subscribe button before I continue. When I turned 15, Mom finally allowed me to go to high school where Xander was also attending. I was so over the moon. He was gonna be mine now. He was popular at school for being rebellious. He would skip classes just to feed street animals and fail his exams because of partying all night. Every boy in school kept asking me out for a date, but I only wanted Xander, only him. We were graduating soon, so I needed him to ask me out already. It was my last shot. One day, I peeked from the classroom window when I saw Xander skipping class again. My best friend Jessica joined me and said, "Why are you so into him? Don't you see? He's fake." "What are you now, my mom?" "Plus, this is so romantic." "You call his rebellious behavior romantic?" "Ugh, you won't get it. You don't know why I want to be with him. You'll never understand. What I really know is that you're so not his type. He likes cool and bad girls, not someone who lives in the library." "No, I am bad and cool. And I can do crazy, exciting things. Will you stargaze with me and my dolls tonight?" Jessica looked at me in horror. Just then, I saw a girl hopping onto Xander's motorcycle. Chloe, our school's famous gangster girl. "Wait till I get your boyfriend from you, you witch!" Just then, I decided I'd do anything to get him. Not even Mom could stop me now. The next day, I tried to change my style. I wore shorter clothes, put on some dark makeup, and constantly chewed gum. Mom almost fainted when she saw me. "Sweet Jesus! Why did you turn into a goat?" "Mom, why do you have to be like this?" "What do you mean?" "Overprotective and a bit crazy. It's not like someone is going to eat me up." "I have to protect you. Look at you. You're so beautiful." "So? If I wasn't beautiful enough, you would be different?" Listen. You're a smart kid and you know what I mean, okay? So I'm smart enough to understand what you mean, but not smart enough to take care of myself? I think that's it. I'll always protect you, and you can't do anything to stop me. We'll see about that. And with that, I left. Everyone at school looked so confused. "Oh my god, who are you?" "I look cool, right? Maybe I need to get my nose pierced too. And oh, maybe a tattoo." "You don't need to try that hard. Just try to be less perfect, you know?" Just then, Xander passed by and winked at me. "Great looking, Quinn." Oh my god, it was working! My popularity increased when I finally joined Xander in his group. Thank God for Jessica. She was always covering up for me in front of Mom. But the principal called Mom and told her about my failing grades. "How did you go from a genius to an idiot?" "Mom, all this smartness doesn't make me happy. I want to feel loved." "What is this nonsense?" "Mom, don't you want to see me happy?" "Yeah, of course. But I also want to see you perfect." "Perfect? I'm just a kid after all." "No, you're my kid. And my kids are unique. Do you hear me?" "Mom, don't you think it's time for me to have a boyfriend? That will make me perfect. A perfect girl with a perfect guy, don't you think?" "What? A boyfriend? But I told you before. You're smart and beautiful and don't need a boyfriend. Boyfriends are for bad girls." "Well, maybe I just want to be a bad girl. Didn't you think about that before?" "Oh my god! What's happening here?" "Nothing, Mom. It's me being a girl for the first time in my life." I left her speechless and went to my room. Hanging out a lot with Xander and his friends made me a bit distant from Jessica, and she was upset about it. But I couldn't do anything about it. I had to be with Xander. I needed to get him. One night, I took Jessica with me to a party. I wore my prettiest dress, hoping that Xander would finally ask me out. But he was all over Chloe. And worse, Jessica and I were the only ones fully clothed. Jessica was furious. "Why didn't you tell me that it's a pool party?" I had to get Xander's attention and climbed up at the top of the giant slide. I raised both of my arms and screamed, "I'm a bad girl! I jumped. I pretended I was drowning to get Xander's attention. He jumped in and saved me, and God, it felt amazing. One night, I decided to surprise him with his favorite pizza. From his bedroom window, I noticed his bed arranged romantically with scented candles. Did he prepare it for me? I sneaked in through the window and immediately hid in his closet to see him walk in with another girl. Who was she? Another witch? To my surprise, they started making out. Oh, what a future husband stealer! I was so mad I barged out of the closet to pull her hair, but I tripped over something, knocking a candle over, which caused a little fire in the room. The girl immediately called 911 as we all panicked. Moments later, a fire truck, a furious mom, Xander's parents, and neighbors all gathered. And I had never been more embarrassed in my whole life. The night was a disaster, all for pizza. The night after that, Xander sneaked in through my window too. Do you want to go on an adventure with me? Was that even a question? But I suddenly remembered something. Why don't you ask your girlfriend? Oh, you mean my ex? I immediately threw on my hooded jacket and hopped on his motorcycle with him. It was a dream come true. Minutes later, we arrived at the principal's mansion. I followed him as we climbed up the gate and we tiptoed to the back where there was a huge pool. To my surprise, he pulled me into the pool with him. Let's have a little fun before teaching that moron a lesson for trying to fail me. Xander swam closer and closer to me while staring right at my lips. My heart was about to burst out of my chest. Before our lips could finally touch, the lights inside switched on. Panicking, we jumped out of the pool and he started pouring red dye into it. We were both laughing our butts off as we fled the scene on his bike. Suddenly, a taxi blocked our way and to my surprise, Mom came out of it. You're seriously choosing that boy over me? Mom, were you stalking us? Oh my God, you're crazy! No, you're crazier for destroying your life with that boy. I've investigated him and he's totally bad news. I'm your daughter, but you don't own me. Now get out of our way. No, you have to come home with me. She started dragging me away from Xander, but I pushed her away. And with that, I told Xander to drive, not minding my psycho mom's protests behind us. That was so cool, Quinn. After ordering pizza, Xander took me to his favorite spot in the city where a very expensive sports car was parked. Is that yours? Yup, that's my bad boy. Do you like it? Yes, I love it. We sat on the hood of his car and looked down at the buzzing city while eating pizza. Call me crazy, but this was what I'd always imagined our first date was going to be like. I still felt like I was dreaming. It was really nice to see this fun side of you, Quinn. My heart started beating so fast the moment he held my hand. Jessica had been calling me again and again, disturbing us. She was so annoying. Look, I've been meaning to tell you this since we were freshmen, but now I finally have the guts. Oh my God, would he finally ask me to be his girlfriend? Quinn, His speech was cut off when I heard the loud blaring of police sirens coming closer. Hop on the bike, quick! I was so confused. What's happening, Xander? I held onto him tight as we immediately started driving away like a criminal straight out of a movie. But the police were faster. It ended with him getting arrested in front of me. Jessica sent me a message saying that Mom needed me. But Xander needed me more at the moment. Xander, why are they arresting you? What did you do? I'm so sorry you had to see this, Quinn. But what is it that you were going to say to me earlier? Oh, just tell Jessica that I have been crushing on her since forever, but she has been a total snob. He wanted to tell me more about it, but the officer had already shoved him in the car. So, he liked Jessica all this time? My best friend? At that moment, I felt like the universe had slapped me out of my fantasy. I couldn't believe how stupid I'd been to believe he was my soulmate. Jessica called again, and this time, I was so furious that I finally answered her. What do you want, Jessica? Why aren't you answering my calls? Your mom is in the hospital. What? Blood instantly drained from my face. I couldn't stop crying as I went to the hospital as fast as I could, and I almost had a heart attack upon seeing the doctors and nurses standing around the bed, looking so frantic. I rushed towards the door, crying even harder, but Jessica blocked my way. What happened to her? She had a heart attack from too much stress, and just then, I passed out. The first thing I saw when I woke up was Jessica, and she wasn't looking sad. Mom! Where's Mom? Jessica dragged me to Mom's room, and I was so over the moon when I saw her radiant face. She was okay. Mom! Thank God you're okay. I missed you. I'm so sorry for everything. I love you. I'm sorry for being so controlling too, sweetheart. I'll be better. I promise. Our tearful reunion was cut short when the news from the television caught our attention. It was Xander, and he was getting imprisoned for 5 years for stealing a car from a rich man. Oh, look, isn't it Xander? Your future husband? Xander who? I heard he's a jackass. Mom became energetic all of a sudden. Oh, thank God she finally woke up. I just hugged them both as I giggled in happiness.
It was the happiest day of my life. I was finally going to his concert. We were trudging back home when I met you in the car. Saw nothing, heard no nothing, and my heart, whoa. Hi, I'm Stacy, and this is my crazy story of spying on my crush and finding out his biggest secret, and the love of my life. After the concert, as we made our way home, my friend stopped in the parking lot to take pictures. Hey, get off! That's Russell's car! I noticed she'd left a speck of dust on it, and I started to clean it off. Oh gosh, Stacy, get a life. It's not like he'll ever notice you. I turned around to see Maya, the school queen bee, looking down on me. I told her she was wrong. We're totally friends. Are you now? Then I don't suppose he'd mind giving you his jacket, would he? He wouldn't mind at all. Great then. Ask him to lend you the one he was wearing tonight and bring it to school tomorrow. Or else. With that, she was gone. Oh no. What was I going to do? Stupid, stupid, stupid. I was so mad at myself for playing right into Maya's hands. Just then, I saw it. The key to my reputation, my only salvation. I knew what I was going to do. The trunk of the car was unlocked, and I climbed in. From there, I got into the back seat and grabbed his jacket, and immediately I decided to smell it. It smelled just as I imagined, like expensive cologne and aftershave. I couldn't believe I was in the back seat of Russell's car. I would tell our grandkids about it. Just then, the car beeped. Horrified, I looked outside the window and saw Russell heading towards me. I had to hide. He was too close for me to get out. I had no other option but to crouch down and pray he would just take something and leave. To my utter horror, though, he got into the car and started to drive. Oh no, I was sure I would get caught now. Just as I was thinking of letting him know I was in his car, he got a phone call. Hey baby, I'm on my way to pick you up. Can't wait to spend the weekend with you. I felt my heart drop. Russell had a girlfriend. I should have known. Someone so perfect couldn't possibly be single. From the conversation, I learned he was going to a cabin just outside of town with his girlfriend to spend the weekend. Then something even worse happened. Russell put on some music and started singing. That voice was not Russell's. Well, it was Russell's, but it wasn't his onstage voice. His onstage voice sounded like all the angels had come together to throw a rockin' party. This sounded like a walrus dying and giving birth at the same time. While I was still reeling from the discovery that Russell was nothing but a catfish, he received another call. This time, he didn't answer immediately and held his breath. I could tell, even from my hiding place, that he was tense. When he finally answered, the voice at the other end sounded robotic.
You got my money?
The turnout at the last event wasn't as big as I'd expected. I'm a little short. I need some time to figure it out.
You have until Tuesday.
In the back seat, I was freaking out. I'd only wanted a stupid jacket. I did not want to know my future husband was a catfish who couldn't sing to save his own life, and he was involved with criminals. Finally, Russell started slowing down and pulled the car to a stop. Thank God. Maybe he'd leave and I could get out. Just then, he reached over to the back seat to get his jacket and jumped when he touched me instead. Not quite the electric moment I'd imagined our first touch to be. Who the hell are you and what are you doing in my car? Before I could even say a word, he glared at me. Stay down and don't even breathe. The car door opened and his disgustingly gorgeous girlfriend hopped in. Then he started making out with her. This was just getting better and better. After what seemed like forever, he started the car and his girlfriend asked him to sing for her. Babe, we've been over this. I've told you that singing for you makes me feel cheap. I don't want to ruin the beauty of what we have. What nonsense. Finally, we reached the cabin. I was thrilled when they got out, but my problems weren't over. Just as they got out of the car, someone else got inside the car. The person started singing along to the songs that had been playing before, and I almost passed out. It was an angel's voice. This was Russell's onstage voice. Who was this guy? Oh God, cramp in my leg. I let out a small scream and the car came to a screeching stop. Who are you? Why are you in my car? How many cute boys were going to ask me that today? And boy, this one was a hunk. I'm from Russell's school. This is all just a mistake, okay? Please don't tell anyone. He looked a bit worried. You heard me, didn't you? I won't tell anyone. I just want to go home. He nodded slowly and started driving again. We got to the cabin. He got out, and I waited for a minute before opening the door. As soon as I stepped out, I was pushed to the ground. Glaring down at me was Russell. Come inside. We need to talk. A huge bodyguard outside gave him a slight nod, but completely ignored me. The other guy, the real singer, was nowhere in sight. Russell led me to a private room and turned to me angrily. So, they sent you to spy on me. Who set you up for this? Russell, I have no idea what you're talking about. I wasn't spying on you. I was just trying to steal your jacket, but it was a dare. Maya dared me. He didn't look convinced. Just then, his girlfriend showed up and accused Russell of cheating on her, but he told her to shut up. She just stared at him in shock. Which one of you is involved in this? I need to know right away. I'm sick of this drama. She looked just as confused as I felt, but Russell locked the door. He said nobody was leaving the cabin until he knew who was blackmailing him. I told him I didn't know anything and begged him to let me go because my parents would be worried by now. His girlfriend started crying and asking him what was wrong. Then she turned to me. You witch, what have you done to him? He's never talked to me this way before. Just then, the door flew open and a man walked in. What's going on here? Russell jumped. Dad, it might be one of these girls. His dad quickly interrupted him and laughed. You didn't tell me we had guests over? I'll have arrangements made for them. He ordered the butler to have rooms set up for us for the night since it was too late to go back. A while later, while we were having dinner, Russell kept staring daggers at me. Apparently, he no longer doubted his girlfriend because she kept giggling and blowing kisses at him. Dumb bimbo. His dad turned to me and asked me how I knew Russell. But before I could say anything, Russell yelled, She knows! She knows! Immediately, the color drained from his face and he jumped from his seat. You good-for-nothing moron. You told her? Does the other one know too? He turned from Mr. Nice Guy into a monster in seconds. He started yelling at all of us and ordered me to go to my room. I had to get out of there first thing in the morning. As I ran out of the room, I bumped into someone and fell down. Oh, hi, it's you. He quickly shushed me and pulled me up. Hey, yes. It's me, but don't let his dad know you know me. He was still holding my hand, and I was pretty sure I wasn't imagining the sparks between us. Just then, Russell's sister burst in. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get away from him. Hey, chill out. She fell, and I was just making sure she wasn't hurt. I'll just show her to her room. I could feel her eyes drilling holes into my skull as I walked away quickly. On our way up, he introduced himself as Aaron. He said he was the son of the butler. Russell and I, we grew up together. We used to be great friends. Just as he was about to leave, the power went out and I screamed. I hated the dark. Aaron, are you still here? Oh my God, don't leave. I'm right here. He took my hand and led me to a nearby couch. We sat huddled next to each other in the dark. I really hoped the power wouldn't come back anytime soon. Suddenly, he started humming. I couldn't keep that question in anymore. Why would you let Russell take credit for your singing? Are you crazy? Do you not know how famous— He told me to keep it down and was silent for a bit. Even though I don't really know you, I like you and I think I can trust you. Then he told me that Russell's dad had been kind to his family all their lives, and in return, when he heard him singing, he asked Aaron to be Russell's voice. I guess I didn't really know what I was signing up for until much later. It kind of sucks that every pretty girl goes gaga over my voice, but falls for him. The power suddenly came back on, and we both nearly jumped when we saw Russell's sister standing in the doorway. How long had that creep been standing here? Aaron, you're needed downstairs, and Dad wants to see you first thing in the morning. When I went downstairs the next day, I saw Russell sulking on a couch and his girlfriend on another. As soon as she saw me, she jumped into his lap and started kissing him. Thanks for the morning makeout show, guys. Now, show me where I can throw up my breakfast. Where's your dad, Russell? Don't talk to him. Okay, psycho. Can you ask Russell where his dad is? Before she could scream anything else at me, Russell pointed towards the library. I knew I wasn't going home today. Russell's dad still looked furious. As soon as he saw me, he coldly said that they couldn't let me go just yet. You see, you know Russell's secret. and you were spying on him. Someone has been blackmailing him, and it could be you. I tried to protest, but he just wouldn't listen. He said he had called my parents and told them I was at their cabin and safe. Then he gave me till Monday to confess. After that, it'll be you and the cops. Till then, Aaron will watch over you. He sounded utterly crazy to me, but at least the last part didn't sound bad at all. Maybe Aaron would help me get back home. Just then, Russell's girlfriend skipped past me into the room. As she closed the door, I heard her say something that left me shook. This girl is perfect game. Russell will buy it in a minute. Who were they talking about? Me? Were they trying to make me game for something? Were they blackmailing him? Just as I was going to look for Aaron, I heard a scuffle. I went to check and I was horrified. Russell had Aaron pinned to the wall and was glaring at him. You. It's you, isn't it? Aaron was trying to break free and it looked like he was trying not to punch Russell. Let go, man. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Hey, get off of Aaron. Suddenly, I felt someone pulling me by my hair. Ow! Get off of my man. Hey, back off. He asked me if I was okay, and just as I was catching my breath, Russell's sister barged in. What the hell? Why are you clinging onto Aaron for dear life every time I see you? This witch wants all the boys after her. Why is she even here? She's here because she was spying on me. Probably for Aaron. Oh my God! It was just a stupid dare. What is this madhouse? Russell's dad burst in next, and he looked like he was about to pop a vein. What is all this stupid drama? Russell, have you forgotten what a serious mess we're in? Break it up. Aaron, take this girl to her room. Once inside, Aaron told me the craziest thing. He said that Russell never wanted to be a celebrity. He was never okay with the idea of taking credit for someone else's work. It's his dad. He loves the money. He couldn't care less about his son's happiness. Suddenly, I found myself telling him about what I'd overheard between Russell's girlfriend and his dad. Aaron didn't look entirely surprised. He said he would expect something like that from him. Then he said we had to help Russell. At this point, I didn't even want to look at Russell. But when Aaron said he had to expose Russell's dad, I couldn't say no looking into his beautiful eyes. We decided on a plan. Before everyone gathered for lunch, I found Russell's girlfriend alone and demanded to know why she was doing this to her own boyfriend. She looked at me like I was crazy. I told her I knew everything and that I wasn't buying her dumb bimbo routine. Suddenly, she started to laugh and said, "You're a smart one, aren't you?" I'd been hoping she would admit to something, but she just shut up until Russell came in and then she jumped into his arms. Dang it! I turned off the recorder. I went looking for Aaron and found him in the kitchen. No luck. I couldn't record anything. It's okay. You're smart enough to catch her another time. Then he pulled me in for a kiss. I was thrilled and I kissed him back. I knew it. Russell jumped from behind the fridge. I knew the two of you were plotting something behind my back. We both tried to explain, but he wouldn't listen. He said he knew neither I nor Aaron could be trusted. Suddenly, I lost it. I flew across the room and slapped him. Will you please just shut up and listen? He nodded, stunned. Then Aaron and I told him about what we'd heard. He looked at us in shock and screamed. He ran to confront his dad and his girlfriend, while Aaron and I followed. I don't trust any of you. Not you, not you, not you, and certainly not you. He said he knew whoever it was in the room. Aaron and I swore we hadn't done it, while his dad simply asked, how could I ever possibly hurt my own son? Russell simply burst into tears. He said ever since his mom had left, his dad had treated him just as a money-making machine. Now that I'm turning 18, you thought you'd blackmail me, didn't you? Russell's dad hugged him and swore he only did everything for Russell. Oh yeah? Then what about what I heard, huh? His dad glared at me and said they were talking about a model they had signed up to perform with Russell to get a bigger audience at his next concert. Then I told him again how I ended up in the car. This time, he either believed me or just didn't care and simply asked Aaron to take me home. Just as we were about to leave, he made a decision. Aaron, I'm quitting. From now on, you sing your own songs. Aaron smiled at him and reached for my hand. Suddenly, the door flew open. No, no, no. Aaron? How could you possibly be with her after everything I've done for you? I made him quit for you! Everyone stared in shock as Russell's sister came into the room crying. She said she'd been blackmailing Russell with the help of Aaron's dad. We were so mad to see poor Aaron cheated like that, so we decided to help him. His dad promised I could marry him if I helped. Now you have to marry me, Aaron. Well, after that, things settled down pretty quickly. Russell gave up singing and picked up what he really liked doing, fixing cars. Russell's sister finally gave up her dreams of marrying Aaron, even though it took a while. Thankfully, everyone kind of forgave Aaron's dad. Aaron himself stopped taking Russell's money and started singing in small cafes, and he was gathering a following of his own. But he kept telling them he'd already given his heart to someone else.
I'll get you out of here one day, Karen. You just keep up your painting till then. I'll find a way for us both real soon. I felt ecstatic. Maybe he could take me in, like that awful foster family had. I started daydreaming about it. Billy was a new friend I had made. He was one of the painters I had met in the parking lot. He told me his parents had gone to prison, and Sharon had picked him up off the street many years ago. He helped me with my language skills whenever we were free. He often told me about his family, and I would tell him about my home under the ground and Coco. One day, when Sharon wasn't around, we were sitting in the lounge watching TV. Billy suddenly stopped at one channel. Sharon and David were on TV, and she had my paintings in the background. By now, I knew enough English to understand every single word. There she was, saying she couldn't believe people had fallen in love with her art overnight. She sighed and said, "I'm so busy painting, I barely eat." When they started mentioning the prices, my jaw dropped. I had started to understand the concept of money by now, and it seemed she was making a lot of it. Just then, David took Sharon's hand and said he was so happy to be with someone as beautiful and talented as her. He couldn't be prouder of her amazing work. I was heartbroken and so angry. I couldn't believe David had made such a fool of me. Billy was furious too. He said he couldn't let these people go on like this, and we should make a plan to escape. I was ready to go. Billy said, "Soon, you and I will be out of here for good." "Yes, and Coco, of course," I replied eagerly. He slowly nodded. We were struggling to come up with our escape plan, but after a few days, an opportunity presented itself. David was away, and Sharon had badly sprained her ankle that morning wearing her ridiculously high heels. Billy snuck up to me and whispered his plan to me quickly. Sharon was sitting in the lounge with her leg up on the table when I burst in and collapsed on the floor, screaming and holding onto my stomach. Sharon limped over and asked me what was wrong, but I just kept screaming and pointing. Just then, Billy came running in and said in fake panic, "It might be her appendix. She has to be taken to the hospital immediately." Sharon cursed under her breath. She started limping towards her car keys, but Billy quickly said, "I don't think it would be safe for you to drive with that foot. I can take her." Sharon looked at him with some doubt. Billy gave her a small smile and said, "I've worked with you for years, Sharon. You can trust me." She smiled back and handed Billy the keys to David's car. Billy picked me up, put me in the car, and we took off towards the hospital. About 3 minutes down the road, he pulled over and we started celebrating. This was way easier than we had thought. That's when we saw Sharon furiously driving up behind us, sprained ankle and all. Billy saw her first in the rearview mirror. Well, 3 minutes is how long her trust lasted, and she looked mad. Billy turned the car back on and took off like a rocket. It was a wild chase for a while, with him taking turn after turn, hoping to lose Sharon. But she gained on us and tried to run us off the road. I could just feel her eyes burning into me. We raced through a red light with Sharon hot on our tail. Slam! Another car hit the passenger side of her car. Billy pulled over to the side of the road, horrified. She looked like she was uninjured, but her car was a wreck. We sped away from the scene as fast as we could. Sharon was even more dangerous than we thought. We called 911 and told them everything, all about her operation and the forced labor in the house. They said they would be going to the house to investigate, so we headed straight back to the house to meet them. In no time, the police showed up and raided the place. They saw everything they needed to know. As we were getting out of there, I saw Coco waving at me from across the road. Thank God! I had been wondering where she'd gone. I asked Billy to stop the car. "That's Coco!" I yelled excitedly. "She's there!" He looked around and said, "No, she's not." "She's right there, Billy!" I said impatiently. Billy became silent for a few moments. Then he said, "Karen, you've told me all about Coco, and I know you talked to her, but you have to know the truth. She isn't real." His words hit me as hard as the other car had hit Sharon. What was he talking about? "What do you mean? Of course she's real!" "Karen, there is nobody there. I've never lied to you about anything. Why would I lie to you about this?" Tears started pouring down my cheeks. "She's been my best friend forever. I've known her for years and years." Billy asked me gently, "Well, has she changed at all in all these years?" That's when it hit me. My best friend was still as tiny as when I had first met her. I had grown so much taller and bigger, but she had always looked like she was 5 years old. I started sobbing, and Billy hugged me tight. He said he was my best friend now, and he would always stick by my side. I cried into his shoulder, and when I looked up, Coco was leaving. This time, I had a feeling she was leaving for good. Not long after that, David and Sharon were behind bars, and I received all the money from my paintings. I was rich enough to afford a small place for Billy and myself. We also realized soon enough that we liked each other as a little more than friends. Once word got out that I was the actual artist, I started getting phone calls to be on popular TV shows. Of course, my incredible life story about growing up alone in the isolated mansion came out as well. I became instantly famous. When I thought life was perfect, I received a letter in the mail. I didn't recognize the name. I opened it up, and it was a handmade card. And to my shock, the picture on the front was the image of a room I had painted in the mansion. I just stared at it and started to shake as I opened it up. Billy asked me what was wrong, and I told him to read it out to me. "Dear Karen, your real name is Genevieve. I'm Hannah, and I took care of you when you were growing up in that mansion." As Billy read the letter out loud, I couldn't believe my ears. It turned out that my parents had both been artists as well. My mother was a painter, and my father was a mad architect. The isolated mansion was his greatest masterpiece. He had brought my mom to live there with him. Apparently, after I was born, my mom lost her artistic touch and was no longer the same as she once was. She became bitter and envious of other artists, and she blamed me. She just left one day and disappeared. My dad was heartbroken and desperate to find her. He would leave me in the mansion with Hannah to go look for her. But Hannah was not allowed to ever show herself to me. He wanted me to stay in isolation, hidden from the world. She just had to make sure I had plenty of food and water and that I was well. Hannah said there were cameras installed everywhere, and she would watch me often, talking to myself and painting in the mansion. His trips became more frequent, and he was staying away longer. Then one day, he just didn't come back. Hannah says she found out years later that he had died in a car accident. But then I had been growing up in isolation for quite some time, and Hannah decided to honor his wish and not reveal herself. But when she heard about where I was now, she wanted to tell me the truth about my past. I was already in complete shock after hearing the story. But what came next shook me to the core. Hannah said she wished she could tell me more about my mother. All she remembered was that she was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, and her name was Sharon.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth, and I'm something of a princess, but you can just call me Z. I was born into an almost royal family in England, and my parents were super rich. I had everything I could wish for. Well, almost. I didn't have any siblings, and I really wanted one. Once when I was 8, I was on a swing at the park when a kid pushed me, and I landed in a puddle of mud. Hey, why'd you do that? You're on the big kid swings, loser. Go play on the kiddie slides. I'm 8, you jerk. I think you're a liar. I charged towards him, but my nanny saw me just then and came running to stop me, and the boy ran off laughing. Later that night, I cried to my parents. If I had a sister or brother, no one would mess with me. We'd be such a great team. We'd kick everyone's butts together. Being an only kid sucks. Just a few days later, they gave me the best news ever. I was getting a brother. Wow, finally. I don't have to play with these anymore. I'm getting a little brother. Yay!
Big brother, darling. We're adopting a boy from an orphanage who we really like. And he's a year older than you.
Even better. But Shane was a very quiet child and didn't talk much in the beginning, until one night I sneaked into his room. But as soon as I got in, he jumped on me.
What do you want? Why are you here?
I just came to share some of my toys with you. He immediately got up and offered me his hand.
I'm sorry. I just thought, what? You bought all these toys for me?
Yeah, we're siblings now, and you can play with my dolls too. Suddenly, he was all smiles.
Mom was right about you.
You really are nice, Elizabeth? Oh, sorry, Z, 'cause you're too pretty to be called Elizabeth. We bonded real quick, and in no time, we were inseparable. And I made sure he never felt left out in his new family. Don't open your eyes yet. I have a big surprise for you.
Oh, wow! A puppy!
We named the puppy Caesar, and Shane became so fond of him that he even let him sleep in his bed. I loved Shane, but sometimes he acted really weird. Once when he was 11, Shane got really sick and had to stay in bed, but sometime later, I saw he was running after one of the servants, kicking him to the ground.
You thief! How dare you try to take my Caesar away from me?
Shane, let go of him. I pulled him away and the servant ran for his life.
Z, he tried to steal—
No, what are you talking about? I asked him to take Caesar out for a walk since you were sick. Shane looked really embarrassed and ran back inside. Later that night, I went to his room to ask him why he behaved that way.
"'Cause Caesar is special, Z. You gave him to me, and I never want to lose anything close to me, ever again."
What do you mean?
"It's just that I can't trust anyone, and I don't want to talk about it."
Well, that was weird. And if he didn't want to talk about it, I wasn't gonna force him either. Shane was really possessive about the things he loved. But other than that, things between us were great, and we grew closer over the years. One day when I was in 10th grade, the teacher introduced a new boy to the class, Jai, a really handsome Indian guy who looked like he walked straight out of a Bollywood movie. During the class, he came and sat right next to me, and I caught him sneaking glances at me, but he didn't say a word. When class was over, he finally spoke.
Hey, as you know, I'm new here. Do you mind showing me around the school? And maybe help me catch up on whatever I missed?
Well, usually I'm really busy, but today's your lucky day. So sure, come with me. I took his hand, and while showing him around the school, we both talked and laughed so much. When we reached the backyard, he saw little puppies and immediately took out some food from his bag to feed them. And that melted my heart. He was so nice, and we instantly clicked as friends. Within a week, Jai became really popular for his fashion sense and rich, handsome looks. He's wearing Armani jeans today. I sneaked into the locker room yesterday. The abs under that branded hoodie are great too. Those stupid girls drooled over him like crazy, but I wasn't gonna let them have him. So I asked him if he wanted to study with me in the library, and he agreed. My plan worked because no hot girls ever showed up in the library. Over the coming days, we just got closer spending time together, and I was actually falling for him. And judging by the way he looked at me, maybe he was falling for me too. Then one evening when I went home, Shane surprised me with his question.
"So, who's the guy?"
"He's new." "Wait, what? How did you know?"
"You can't stop smiling, and I'm your brother. I know everything. Now, spill the beans."
I told Shane about Jai, and he seemed really eager to meet him. Since Shane was in a senior grade, he studied in a different block, so they'd never meet in school. I planned a movie night for the three of us, and I knew Shane was gonna love Jai. But instead, I got the shock of a lifetime. "Hey Jai, this is Shane and—"
"Jai? Shane?"
Suddenly, both Shane and Jai froze up like statues, staring at each other. "You guys already know each other?"
"You thief! What are you doing with my sister? Trying to steal her too?"
"Shane, what are you saying?"
"He's a thief, Z. He stole my father's gold watch at the orphanage." "No, I didn't. I didn't steal anything. This is crazy, man."
Shane turned red and tried to attack Jai. I tried to make him stop, but he didn't listen. So I pushed him and took Jai away. Gosh, what was up with Shane? Later, Jai explained to me that he and Shane used to be really good friends a long time ago in the orphanage, but then Shane's watch went missing and he was convinced Jai had taken it.
I tried to convince him that I didn't, but he wouldn't believe me. He made my life miserable at the orphanage, but luckily I got adopted by a millionaire soon after.
Well, that did sound like Shane. He was so weird about his things, but he was my brother. So later that night, I went to talk to him about Jai, but instead of listening to me, he just got mad.
"Why are you taking his side? Don't you believe me? He stole my father's watch, the one memory I had of my real family. He's a bad guy, Z. Stay away from him."
"But Shane, he said he didn't steal your watch."
"And you believe him, Z? You weren't there. No one believed me back then. And now you won't either? You're just like the others."
And then he pushed me out of his room. I couldn't really believe Jai was a thief, but the way Shane was so persistent about it, I felt a bit suspicious. So I decided to spy on Jai a little. The next day after school, I saw Jai leaving and decided to follow him. But he went into an old alley behind the school and rode off on a rusty bicycle. Riding a rusty bike when he said he was rich? Something was really fishy. I followed him in my car and he parked outside one of Mom's restaurants and went in. But minutes later, he came out wearing a waiter's uniform. And now I was 100% sure he was poor and had been lying about it this whole time. But why? Then suddenly I heard the manager of the restaurant yelling at him.
Is this the time to come? Why don't you just come after all the customers are gone? You're fired. No, please don't do that. I really need the money. My mom is sick and I need to get some medicine for her. I can't lose this job. Please.
Oh gosh, he was working so hard for his family. No way a guy like that could be a thief. But the manager didn't listen and made him leave. And even though I was mad at him for hiding the truth from me, I decided I had to help him first. After Jai left, I went in and asked the manager to rehire him.
Oh, really? And who do you think you are to tell me that, little girl?
The owner of this restaurant, mister. And make sure to give that guy a raise or else you'll be fired. The next day when Jai came to school, he looked really happy. And I knew the manager took my warning seriously. But now, I decided I was gonna play along with Jai's lies until he felt comfortable enough to share it with me. Till then, I tried to help any way I could without making it too obvious. Soon after, it was my 17th birthday when Shane came into my room at midnight and placed a kiss on my forehead.
Happy birthday, sis.
Oh, Shane, thanks so much. Now, where's my gift?
You'll have to wait for that till the evening.
My parents were throwing a grand party for me in the evening. All the kids from school were invited, but I was the happiest when Jai gifted me a gorgeous Indian dress. This is beautiful. I'm definitely gonna wear this for the party tonight. At the party, everyone was just staring at me and Jai as we were dancing our hearts out on the dance floor. But then suddenly, the music went off and I heard Shane's voice.
Attention, everyone. Z, here's the best gift a brother could give his sister. Unmasking the fake people in your life to keep you safe.
Fake people? Could he be talking about Jai? Suddenly, all the lights went off and the big screen was filled with Jai's pictures.
Everyone, I present to you a liar, a cheat, and a thief. Please, clap for Jai. He rides a broken bicycle to school but tells everyone it's a limo. He lives in a small house with his poor mom but tells everyone it's a mansion.
Everyone started murmuring and staring at Jai, and he just dropped my hand and ran outside. And I felt so freaking angry that I just went and slapped Shane in the face. You're the worst, Shane.
What? But he's been lying to you.
I already knew it. I knew he was poor, but that didn't make him a cheater or a thief, Shane. It's not a crime to be poor, and you're completely insane.
Shane, I don't know what's wrong with you, son. I'm ashamed of what you just did. Why does nobody ever believe me? Jai lied, but no one believes me. He lied before and he's lying now. He's a thief, you hear me?
That is enough. Mom and Dad took him aside, and I ran after Jai to see if he was okay. But he'd already left, and he didn't even pick up my calls. The next day when I reached school, I saw his locker was painted with horrible names, and all of his stuff was lying on the floor, trashed. I searched for him all over and finally found him sitting in the backyard, all sad. Jai, are you okay? I'm really sorry for what Shane—
Wait, why are you sorry, Z? You're not mad at me for lying to you?
I was, in the beginning, but then I figured you must have your reasons.
Beginning? What do you mean?
I found out long ago. But listen, you being rich or poor never mattered to me. You're a good person, and that's all that matters, Jai. Tears fell from his eyes, and he just hugged me. But later that day, when I got home, something terrible had happened. Shane had left the house, and Mom and Dad told me he was never coming back. I tried to contact him, but nothing worked. And this just broke my heart. How could he just leave like that? For days, I didn't feel like doing anything. So I just stayed in my room and watched some awesome stories by MSA, and found out I wasn't the only one with a weirdo brother. But then one day, Jai came to my house looking for me and cheered me up. He took me out for walks and often stayed back at my place to study. So, how do you afford all those branded clothes?
Oh, that's all fake, knockoffs, and stuff from the thrift store that my mom gets me. It's all about wearing it with confidence.
How did your mom adopt you if she wasn't so well off?
Oh, she's my birth mom. She came back for me.
But why did you lie about being rich? He paused for a second.
Everyone picked on me for being poor ever since I was a kid. But when I got into an expensive school because of a scholarship, I just didn't want anyone to look down on me. I deserved to be there. Well, I guess most kids in his place would have done the same. Weeks passed by, and then one day I insisted on seeing Jai's place. At first, he was hesitant, saying it wasn't fancy enough for me, but I kept bugging him till he took me. I'm gonna get you something to drink. You make yourself comfortable. He left, and I noticed a picture of his younger self on a shelf. So cute. I picked up the frame to take a closer look, and just then, I noticed something half covered in wrapping paper. Was it something for me? But when I saw what it was, I was stunned. It was a gold watch with the same inscription in the back that Shane had described his dad's watch had. Oh my God, this was Shane's watch. Just then, Jai came in, looking at the watch in my hand. He dropped the tray he was holding. This is Shane's dad's watch, the one he said you stole, right? Yes, it is, but I can explain, Z. Explain what, Jai? Are you still gonna tell me you didn't steal it? I did, okay? I did steal it. Shane always went around the orphanage showing off his dad's watch. But unlike him, I'd never met my dad, and I just felt jealous that he had something so nice, and I didn't. So I stole it. But I was just a kid then, Z. I felt terrible later. Oh God, Shane had been right all along. And the way Shane acts, it's not his fault. After I stole his watch and no one believed him, the bullies at the orphanage often hid his stuff. And when Shane would complain about it, they'd put it back in place, making him look like a complete fool. OMG, he went through so much, and I didn't believe him. I was such a horrible sister. I'm so sorry, Z. I just couldn't admit I'd stolen it because I knew you'd never forgive me. But I've been feeling so awful. So I was just wrapping up the watch to send it to Shane anonymously. Wait, send it to Shane? So you know where he is? He told me he'd been trying to track down Shane for a while, and he'd finally found his address. I immediately left for the address, and when I finally saw Shane, I just ran and hugged him. Shane, oh God, I'm so sorry. Jai admitted he stole your watch, and I feel so ashamed that I never believed you, and I slapped you. I was such a horrible sister. Please, please forgive me. Z, hey, it's okay, chill. I forgive you, okay? Relax. He calmed me down, and then we went for a walk. I was definitely hurt that you didn't trust me, but I know I acted crazy at times and made things tough for you. And exposing Jai like that, it was wrong. Ugh, don't mention him. He's a jerk. But hey, I have something for you. Oh my God, that's my father's watch. Jai had it all this time? Yeah, he said he could never sell it. I told him everything and he just hugged me. I begged him to come back home and he did. Then just a few weeks later at Christmas dinner, Shane walked into the dining room, along with Jai. What's he doing here? He came to me and apologized and refused to leave until I forgave him, which I did eventually. And it's time you forgive him too.
Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food.
The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking!
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story. Turning our scars into stars in our grid into glory.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
Hi, I'm Alexa from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. I think I decided when I was born that I liked my mom way more than my dad. She and I were always super close. Mom owned a lovely bookshop in the neighborhood that had been in the family for generations. And ever since I was a little kid, it was my favorite place to be. But my twin sister Bailey was always closer to Dad, and I didn't know why. If there was a prize for the messiest, most irresponsible man on the planet, he'd surely win. And I was allergic to mess.
Daddy, you left your muddy boots over my white shoes again.
Are you saying something, honey? I can't hear you.
Maybe you would if you stopped playing the video game. Shut up, you're so annoying. Can't you let us have some fun, you robot?
I threw my shoe at Bailey when she said that, but I couldn't do the same to Dad, 'cause he was my dad. He just worked some odd part-time jobs, and the rest he spent at home playing video games and being messy. But once when I was in first grade, he really went too far. He took Bailey and me to the park, and while we were on the swings, he went off to play football with some boys. Bailey and I didn't realize how much time had gone by till it started getting dark. We looked around for Dad, but we couldn't find him anywhere.
Alexa, I don't know the way back home.
I don't either, but it's okay. We have each other. We'll be fine. I suddenly remembered the park was close to Mom's bookstore, and I took Bailey's hand and made my way there. Mom was just closing up, and she was shocked to see us. She took us home furiously, and we found Dad sitting on the couch with his muddy boots, looking totally unbothered. Hurry up, ladies. Don't let the big man starve. Dinner time. He didn't even realize he'd left us at the park? Mom and Dad got into the biggest fight ever, and the next day, Dad packed up his bags and left, saying he was moving in with his mom. And well, he never visited or came back. Bailey was super upset, but I was secretly relieved, and Mom seemed happier too. Good riddance. Men were the worst. Growing up, I even avoided talking to boys my age. I was certain they were just all messy and careless, like Dad. Like once in 5th grade, the teacher made a boy sit next to me for a class activity, and he was a complete chatterbox. Worse, he messed up the order of all my markers.
Dude, can't you see that the pink cap doesn't go with the green marker?
Ma'am, where can I find a no boys class? It's not possible, Alexa. You'll have to learn to get along with everybody. Yes, even the boys. The boy grinned at me, and I grabbed a marker and scribbled all over his face. The teacher called my mom, and I got a bunch of lectures. But nothing could change my mind. Boys were icky, and I hated them. Soon after, I discovered something that really interested me: acting. I joined the drama club, and there I found myself fighting for the lead roles every year with a girl named Lily. I mostly beat her to them, and obviously, she hated me. By the time we were in high school, all the boys knew I wouldn't care to talk with them, so they stopped trying. But Lily wouldn't stop annoying me about it. Who are you gonna go to prom with? Your cat? Do you stay away from the boys because you know you're ugly and no one will like you? Once I walked into the locker room as she was changing and she shrieked, "OMG, are you trying to get a peek at me? I know you're into girls, but don't even think about me." Yikes, no. Even if I was into girls, I have good taste, Lily. But she spread rumors around the school that I secretly liked her and was spying like a creep when she was changing. Why don't you go and prove her wrong? Go on, just talk to a boy. I'd rather sprinkle cat litter on broccoli and eat that. Yuck, you're a savage and so weird. Yeah, Bailey was nothing like me. She was really popular with the guys, and she was always dating one. And I was always afraid she'd end up choosing someone exactly like Dad. Once she was getting ready to go out with a boy I knew was a jerk, but she wouldn't listen to me, so I had to do something myself. That evening, I opened the door when he knocked. "So, you're Mark?" "No, wait. She said he's hot. Are you Shane?" No. He comes on a motorbike every time." "You must be the rich donkey she was talking about." "What? She said that? And who are all these guys?" "I don't know. Maybe you should ask Peter. He and Bailey have been really close lately." He got pissed and left,
And when Bailey found out, she was furious. Now you're spoiling my chances too? Okay, what's up with you and boys? Don't you find them cute and fun? I find them useless and annoying. And I don't know why you're dying to be with one. You're too young anyway. Just stay away from them. But she'd never do that. One evening, I realized that I'd left some important notes in my locker, and I had to go back to school to get them. Just then, I heard a beautiful voice from the boys' locker room. I took a peek through the door and saw someone singing along with his guitar. It was Ryan, the quiet millionaire who joined school a week ago and had all the girls drooling. I stood there quietly and continued to listen until he stopped and looked right at me.
So, do you like it?
Oh God, he saw me! It didn't make my ears bleed, so I guess it was all right.
You're the famous man-hater, aren't you? I'm flattered to have you as a fan, but I'll have to give you my autograph another time. I don't have a pen right now.
Oh, that's too bad. I want to cry, but I left my hanky at home.
I'd offer you mine, but it's full of boogers. Anyway, what are you doing here so late?
I got bored and decided to find my Prince Charming here at school. And you?
Same reason. I was waiting for someone as pretty as you to secretly listen to me as I sing.
So, is this the part where we fall in love and start dating?
No. I think we should get married right away and have kids.
Suddenly, I noticed his boots. They were covered with mud. You know, there's a reason I stay away from boys, and I'm certain you're no different. With that, I walked away. This Ryan seemed really full of himself. And to my dismay, I found out a few days later that he was being paired with me as the lead in the school play. But he seemed more disappointed than me.
Ma'am, can't we choose someone else to play the heroine's part?
What's your problem? Why are you trying to get me out of the play?
Because I don't want to play the part with a girl who's allergic to boys. We'll have no chemistry.
I don't have to like you to be good at acting. I can fake chemistry.
There's a kissing scene. You sure you're up for it?
Yeah, I'm a professional, and we don't need to practice it. We can just do it on the day of the play.
Fine by me. I'm an expert anyway.
We started rehearsing soon with Lily as my understudy, but her main role seemed to be flirting with Ryan, and he was just as annoying as any boy I'd ever met. He was late for rehearsals, he was always eating on set and making a mess, and he had to take 100 breaks. But I had to admit, he was a good actor and was perfect for the part. A few days later, we were doing a dress rehearsal, and soon after wearing my costume, my back really started to itch. I somehow made it through my part and then rushed to the dressing room. I looked at my back in the mirror, at the huge, ugly burn mark I'd had since I'd been in an accident when I was 8 years old. The costume's material had really irritated my scar, and it was all red and itchy. I took a picture in the mirror to send to my skin doctor, and then quickly changed into my clothes. But as I picked up my phone again, I realized that I'd sent the picture to frickin' Ryan. Oh my God! Feeling panicked, I texted him that I sent the picture by mistake, but he never replied. I just slipped out and headed home, feeling really worried. I was certain that jerk would show it to everyone, especially Lily. But the next day when I went to school, no one was looking at me weirdly or talking about me. No one brought it up at all. Later, I spotted Ryan by himself in the hallway, and I walked over to him. Hey, listen, thank you for not sharing that picture with anyone. I know I'm an ugly freak.
What picture?
The one I sent you yesterday?
I'm pretty sure you didn't. See our chat? No picture here.
He looked up at me and smiled, and I found myself smiling back.
Wow, that's the first time I've seen you smiling. I don't think you should do that. It's not a great look on you.
I just rolled my eyes and walked away. Okay, he wasn't a jerk, but he was still annoying. But it was nice of him to pretend he didn't receive the picture to not embarrass me. When the day of the play finally came, I was super excited. Our performances were going really smoothly. Well, until the kissing scene.
What are you doing? You're supposed to kiss me now.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just getting ready.
It's just a kiss. Kiss me, Alexa.
Fine. I put my hands on his face, and my heart was racing. As our lips touched, I felt something I'd never felt before. And I was kinda disappointed when he pulled away and started saying his next dialogue. Back at home, Bailey couldn't stop teasing me about the kiss and our chemistry on stage, which I completely denied and slammed the door in her face. But I couldn't stop thinking about the kiss all night. Was I catching feelings for Ryan? But the next morning, I forgot all about it when I went down for breakfast and found Mom crying. Mom, what's wrong? What happened?
I'm going to lose the bookstore.
It turned out that Mom had taken a big loan a while back from an investment company to keep the bookstore running, but lately she hadn't been able to make the payments on time. And now the company was demanding that she pay it immediately. And the investment company belonged to Lily's dad.
I'll have to sell the bookstore. It's not been doing well for a while, and I'm just not making enough.
But Mom, you love that bookstore. Everyone in the neighborhood loves it. It's been around for 30 years. There has to be a way we can save it.
I don't think there is, honey.
I felt really heavy-hearted when I went to school that day. I was sitting alone on the bleachers at recess when suddenly Ryan joined me.
What's up with your face today?
And to my horror, I started to cry. I buried my face in my arms as I sobbed, and I felt Ryan putting his arm around me.
Hey, what's going on? Do you want to talk about it?
And I found myself telling him everything. When I was done, he handed me his hanky and looked at me.
I might have a solution for your problem.
What? What do you mean?
I guess you don't know that Lily's dad and my dad are business partners. They both own that investment company. I'll talk to my dad today and ask him to make the loan payments easier for you guys. I don't want you to lose that bookstore. It seems like it means a lot to you.
Do you really mean that? Will your dad agree?
He will, I promise.
I was so thrilled that I threw my arms around him in a bear hug. He hugged me too, and we just stayed like that for a while. Ryan, did you just smell my hair?
What? No, I didn't.
Why are you helping me?
Because I'm not a jerk.
Is that all?
Yeah, don't worry. I wouldn't fall for someone who's decided to hate boys for all eternity.
Well, maybe I don't hate you. Ryan's face suddenly lit up, and he drew me close and kissed me. And it felt amazing. True to his word, Ryan talked to his dad, and Mom was ecstatic when the company told her they changed their decision. And Ryan and I, well, much to everyone's surprise and Lily's anger, we started dating. I couldn't believe I had a boyfriend. Prom came around a few months later, and when Bailey and I reached school, I spotted Ryan from afar, looking so cute. I walked up to him and was about to kiss him when he suddenly stopped me.
Hey, Alexa, wait. There's something I need to talk to you about.
Okay, why the serious face? He led me out of the hall and then he spoke.
Listen, I hate that I'm ruining prom for you, but I just have to tell you now. Our company is facing some losses, and Lily's dad is insisting that we collect all outstanding loans. So I'm afraid your mom will have to make the full payment very soon. I am so sorry.
I felt the ground slip beneath my feet. Are you kidding me? You promised, and now you're just breaking it? Just like that?
It's not my decision, Alexa. I don't own the company.
Then maybe it wasn't your promise to make either. Did you just do it to get together with me? To win me over? And you never really meant it?
What are you talking about? Of course I meant it. I tried to help you. Can't you at least see that?
No, all I can see is that you gave us false hope. I would have been better if you hadn't. Why is everyone so disappointing?
Well, maybe your standards are too frickin' high.
Well, maybe I'm just better off alone. I stormed out of there in angry tears. I'd made a mistake believing a stupid boy, and even a bigger mistake of falling for him. High school had come to an end, and Bailey and I helped Mom pack up the store over the summer. It broke our hearts to lose it, but there was nothing we could do. One day, as Bailey and I were going back home, we walked past a cafe where I spotted several kids from school, including Ryan and Lily, and she was clinging onto his arm. Bailey saw my face and said, "You don't know they're together, Alexa." I'm pretty sure that they are, and I really don't care. I went off to university to study drama and theater, and I was having an amazing time. I made loads of cool friends. Yes, even guys. And I realized I'd been foolishly stubborn to think they were all bad. Sometimes, I even regretted being so hard on Ryan and driving him away. He was just a high school kid like me back then, and it wasn't his fault that we lost our bookstore. Soon after graduation, I went back home to attend Bailey's wedding. Her husband seemed a lot more sensible than Dad, and she seemed really happy. And I was happy for them. Later that night, someone rang the doorbell, and I was shocked when I opened the door.
Hello, Alexa. standing outside, was Ryan. Hi. What are you doing here? I've been in touch with Bailey. She said you were coming back for her wedding. I really wanted to talk to you. I stepped out onto the porch and he said something completely unexpected. You know, I never forgot about that burn scar on your back. My scar? That's what you want to talk about? Yeah. I've never stopped thinking about how you saw yourself with it, or how painful it must be for you. I found an amazing skin surgeon and he can fix it, Alexa. And if you agree to go for it, I'd like to pay for the surgery. But why are you doing this? I swear, I'm only doing it as a friend. I know I let you down all those years ago, and now that I can make some decisions on my own, I want to do this. I stopped being mad at you a long time ago, Ryan. You don't have to do this. I want to. Please, don't say no. After a lot of thinking, I agreed. I underwent the surgery a week later, and when I woke up, Ryan was by my side, smiling. The doctor said it went great. I can't thank you enough, Ryan. I really owe you. No, you don't. Well, I'll accept a cup of coffee. It's a date. Is it? Maybe. I sat up in bed and pulled Ryan towards me in a hug.
One night, I was deep asleep when a sound outside my window woke me up. Naturally, I was scared someone was trying to rob us, but it was actually something way more irritating. I opened the window and I saw my sister with her boyfriend. It made me feel kind of jealous, and I decided to be petty and tell on her. I quietly went to my mom's room and woke her up and started telling her that my sister was outside with some random guy. Nonsense, my mom snapped. Your sister is fast asleep in her room. I insisted, and we ended up going to my sister's room and saw that the bed was empty. There was a sudden bang downstairs, and both of us ran to find the source of it. It came from the kitchen, and we found my sister in there. There was glass all over the floor. She said she dropped a glass while getting herself some water. My mom was furious and started shouting at her. Do you know what time it is? You were out with your boyfriend, weren't you? Don't try to deny it either. Your sister saw you. My mom started calling her names and getting really mean. But my sister didn't change her story. In the end, Mom grounded her for a whole month and stormed upstairs without another word. My sister looked at me with such rage in her eyes. I thought she was going to attack me. She hissed and turned away. The next day, my sister wasn't any happier. Every time she passed me, she glared at me like she was trying to kill me with her eyes. I wanted to get away, so I decided to go to the grocery store with my mom. When we arrived, while she was busy finding all the stuff on her list, I decided to have a walk around by myself. I got a little distracted and accidentally walked into the back of a man. I was ready to apologize, but when he turned around, I saw it was my dad. I was sure he should be at work. Maybe he was on a break or something? Sorry, Dad. I wasn't looking where I was going. Dad looked a bit startled for a moment. He looked around in all directions nervously. It was really strange. But finally, he seemed to relax and smiled at me. No need to apologize, my princess. Hey, how about we head back home? Well, Mom's here. Should I go get her? I asked. No, he said pleasantly. It's fine. I saw her before, and she wanted me to take you home. She'll catch up with us. Maybe I'd been bugging Mom? I didn't know, but I followed Dad outside to the parking lot anyway. Except, it all got even weirder. He had a totally new car I'd never seen before. Did you get a new car, Dad? Yes. I actually bought it this morning. Do you like it? Get in quick. Your mom won't be happy if she has to wait. What on earth are you doing? Get away from my daughter, you freak! I swear I'll call the police! I ran back towards my mom. Mom, what's wrong with you? Everyone's looking. I was just going home with Dad. I turned to talk to Dad, but he was speeding out of the parking lot. What was happening? My mom was furious, demanding an explanation about why I was getting into a stranger's car. She wouldn't listen to me when I tried to say it was just Dad. Then she dropped a bombshell on me. Honey, that wasn't your dad. Your dad's at work. That man didn't even look like him, Mom said. I stared at her, wondering if it was all one big joke. But Mom looked deadly serious, and I started shaking and crying. What was wrong with me? They looked exactly the same, I was sure! After we got home and talked about it, my mom was so concerned that she decided to take me to a doctor. The doctor gave me a lot of weird tests, and I had to talk to other medical professionals too. But it only took a few days for the psychiatrist to diagnose me. Prosopagnosia. What a mouthful, right? To put it simply, I suffer from face blindness. I couldn't tell different faces apart from each other. People could easily end up looking the same to me. I couldn't believe it. I'd never had this problem before, or so I thought. I started to wonder whether I had confused people in the past, and it just hadn't been an issue until I was in danger, like at the grocery store. Unfortunately, there was no cure, and I was told I'd have to learn to live with it. My mom told everyone the news. I could only stand there and try not to cry. My mom had taken the news really well, and was as sympathetic as she could be. The rest of my family, not so much. My sister scoffed and rolled her eyes. I could have told you she was crazy. You didn't need to pay anyone, she said. My dad was the worst, though. He smashed his glass on the floor and wouldn't even look at me. He looked so disappointed. My mom told him to calm down and think about his daughter.
And what about me?
He roared.
My daughter's abnormal. Do you know how embarrassing that is?
I ran off crying, but I could hear the entire fight from my room. My dad was yelling about how he never loved me and always knew there was something wrong with me. My mom told him to shut up and that I was just special, but he was too stupid to notice. My sister didn't say anything, but I could hear her laughing. At least someone was getting a kick out of this. In fact, she seemed pretty happy about the whole thing. At least I had my mom, or so I thought. My dad and sister quickly ganged up on me. My sister cut her hair like mom and wore her clothes to confuse me. And it worked. The next day, she walked over to me in her mom costume with an evil smirk on her face. She came close and whispered in my ear, "Hey, idiot. Guess what? I love your sister more than you." I started to cry hysterically and asked her why.
"You've just always been such a disappointment to me,"
she said. She started to laugh in a way that seemed oddly familiar, but I couldn't place it. Before I had time to really think, Dad walked in. I told Dad that I was sorry for everything, but he just rolled his eyes at me.
"It's fine, I guess. I always knew you'd be a problem,"
he said.
"By the way, since there are no secrets between us anymore, I guess it's time we told you about our open relationship."
Pointing at my mom, he said,
"No need to tell her when other women are here. We all agreed to it. Not that you could tell your own mother apart from some random woman off the street."
He and my sister both laughed before leaving the room. These people were stupidly evil. Shamefully, I really thought it was my mom who spoken to me like that, and I felt so betrayed and hurt that I didn't want to speak to her again. Every time my mom tried to approach me over the next few weeks, I avoided her. I couldn't take her insulting me again. Mom worked every night, so not seeing her wasn't particularly challenging. And from then on, every single night, my dad brought a new girl home. He made me stay in my room and told me my mom was totally fine with it all. Of course, it was all a lie. My sister would even put on her mom disguise and tell me that she didn't mind the random girls in the house. I felt trapped in a nightmare. I just accepted things as they were. Even though I was angry at my mom back then, I still had guilt deep inside me. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't quite figure it out. My mom had never been mean to me before, and I just couldn't fully believe she'd be okay with Dad bringing girls home. I needed to know the truth. I confronted my dad about it and told him he should stop. He got annoyed and told me I didn't understand. He asked me how I could even tell they were different girls since I was face blind. "I can still tell voices apart," I said sadly.
"If you say so,"
he said before walking back to his room to go to bed. I felt defeated at first, but then something dawned on me. I may not be able to trust my eyes, but I could trust my ears. I just needed to listen to voices more carefully. With a little practice, I could be normal again. I was jumping for joy when I saw something that nearly broke my brain.
"Why are you jumping, honey?"
one of my moms asked. There were 2 moms in the room. I must have gone white as a sheet, as one of the moms told me I should go to bed and get some rest. Then she left. The mom who stayed behind started laughing.
"I see you just noticed my little haircut, you idiot."
"It was my sister. It was you the whole time?" I shouted.
"Was it? Maybe sometimes. It's not like you can even tell the difference,"
my sister said. I was going to fix this whole mess. We all sat down and ate breakfast the next day, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't tell them apart. Their voices were different for sure, but I couldn't pin a voice to a person. My sister definitely had a distinct laugh, but her regular speaking voice wasn't much different from Mom's. And when I couldn't tell who was speaking, I couldn't train myself to know who was who. But then I thought, sure, their voices were similar, but their personalities weren't. That was it. My sister was rotten to the core, you see. And not just with people. My sister was also very mean to animals. She hated puppies and she hated kittens. Not like my mom and me. I decided to borrow the neighbor's puppy for a few hours. When I walked into my house, I could already tell my plan was working. One of my moms looked over with disgust and walked out. The other ran right up and started petting the dog. I took the next few hours to memorize my mom's voice as she played with the dog. The longer I listened, the more I could identify unique things in her voice. I could hear the difference between her voice and my sister's. Not to mention the girls my dad brought home. I decided to sit down and have a conversation with my real mom. I told her all about the woman and the mean comments and told her if she knew about any of it.
I didn't,
she said with a serious look on her face. The next day, I was surprised to see her sitting on the couch with my sister, looking nervous next to her. She told me that she decided to stay home for her night shift. It was only about 20 minutes before Dad walked in with his new date. My mom was so angry, she screamed at the woman to leave and started shouting at my dad. She threw a few things at him and told him to get out and never come back. My sister started crying and apologizing, saying that Dad had forced her to go along with everything. I didn't believe a word of it and told my mom that my sister had enjoyed tormenting me. My sister, who usually thought she was so cool and scary, was reduced to a blubbering mess on the ground, begging my mom not to kick her out. My mom agreed, but on one condition. She picked up a bag of stuff from behind the couch and told my sister to follow her. My mom took my sister into the bathroom, and she came out with a green mohawk. Perfect, my mom said. Now Susan will always be able to tell us apart. My sister was humiliated, but it was true. I would definitely know who was who now. This should have been a happy ending for me, but my mom did have one flaw. She would never be able to live without a man in her life. And it wasn't long before one showed up. As expected, my mom brought home a new guy a few days later. And he really was something. He wore tattered old clothes and had a tattoo of a chicken wing on his shoulder. I had no idea what my mom saw in him, but maybe my sister knew. See, whenever my mom went on her night shift, my sister and my mom's new boyfriend would disappear for hours. At first, I thought it was great to be left alone. Then, I realized it was very suspicious. I told Mom about it, and she kicked him out and sent my sister to live with my dad at the motel he'd been staying at. A few weeks later, Dad came back, full of apologies and begging to be taken back. My mom crumbled. I guess she really couldn't survive without a man, so she agreed to work on their relationship. I asked my dad where my sister was, and he just looked confused.
What are you talking about?
He said. I felt super bad. She was a mean person, but there were worse people in the world, like the man who tried to kidnap me. I didn't want her to get hurt. I decided to look for her myself. I told my mom I was worried, but she only seemed to care about my dad now. I wondered about my mom's ex, the weird guy with the chicken wing tattoo. Maybe it was something to do with him? I went to the police station, and an officer told me we could go to the man's house and see if my sister was with him. I tried to explain my face blindness problem and that I wouldn't actually know if the girl was her. And what if she didn't want to admit who she was? The officer wasn't sympathetic and told me to deal with it on my own in that case. He said that runaway kids weren't his problem.
Go play Sherlock Holmes if you want,
he said, and walked away from me. Luckily, it was pretty easy to find the guy's address. His house was exactly what I expected it to be. It was a total mess, and there was loud music booming everywhere. There were also lots of women inside. The door was unlocked, so I let myself in. There were so many women with strange haircuts and outfits, I didn't know where to look. I shouted for everyone's attention, and they all looked at me. Hey, Rachel, if you're here, I'm sorry, and you can come home now. Forgive me, please, sis. Say something, I pleaded. One of the girls approached me and said,
What are you talking about, idiot? There's no Rachel here. Can you just leave?
I went back home and asked my mom for help again because I couldn't find my sister anywhere. That's when my mom finally snapped.
Honey, I've tried to be patient with you. I just can't take this anymore, Mom said.
Take what? I asked, confused.
All these games! It's not funny. You almost cost me my marriage, and for what? Now all of this?
Mom explained.
What do you mean?
I asked.
You don't have a sister!
My mom yelled, holding her head in frustration.
What was she talking about? Of course I did!
I pulled out my cell phone and checked my sister's number. She hadn't answered before, but maybe I could leave a voice message? Except now it said the number didn't exist. I ran over to my room and looked for any of her stuff, or photos, or something, but there was nothing. Her room was totally empty. I turned my computer on and searched frantically for her social media accounts, but they were all gone. I even ran into my mom's room and pulled out the family photo albums. She wasn't in a single picture. I was crazy, wasn't I? I'd been crazy the whole time. Or maybe there was something else happening here. Whatever it was, it had to be something dark.